Welcome
Recording
everybody
in progress.
That's a different voice. Yeah, got to spice things up every once in a while.
I think she yelled at us.
So welcome to today's regular council meeting on Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. And with that, I'll pass it to Clementine to do roll call and share with the public on how you all can participate in public comments.
Yes, Councilmember Barber, I don't see here yet. Councilmember Garcia?
Here.
Councilmember Hoffa?
Here.
Councilmember Smith?
Here.
And Mayor Williamson?
And that's here for me. And we did get a text from Councilmember Barber. She's on her way.
On her way, excellent. Information on participating in this meeting and providing public comment, including remotely by Zoom or telephone, is available on the agenda, which is online at isearchmonterey.org. Remote commenters, you will be muted until it is your turn to speak, and a timer will be shown on the screen. If you're connected on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. In the chamber, we ask attendees to keep your phones and devices muted to prevent audio interference with the meeting. Thank you for participating in your city government.
Thank you, Clementine. And with that, we will go to our presentations. This is always a light thing on our agenda, but the work that you all do is not. And it's just a small way for the city of Monterey to be able to give a little bit of appreciation for what you all come here to do in your service to our country. And so the first presentation is the DLI Quarterly Joint Service Awards. I'm going to go ahead and read the proclamation for the first one. I promise you I won't read them all because the language is relatively the same, but just to give you all a little bit of context in regards to what this special award means for these individuals. So, proclamation honoring the Defense Language Institute Foreign Language Center's Quarterly Joint Service Award recipient. This is for Lance Corporal Matthew Bronico. Whereas the Defense Language Institute Foreign Language Center has established the Quarterly Joint Service Non-Commissioned Officer, Petty Officer, and Junior Enlisted Board. And whereas as a recipient of the board award, Lance Corporal Matthew Bronico has demonstrated extraordinary personal abilities, leadership skills, and knowledge of the history of the Presidio of Monterey and the DLI FLC, chain of command, world events, customs and courtesies, first aid, code of conduct, uniform code of military justice, military leadership, and the armed forces insignia. And whereas the Monterey community is proud of the country service members as well as its outstanding relationship with DLI FLC, therefore be it proclaimed that I, Tyler Williamson, Mayor of the City of Monterey, on behalf of the City Council and citizens, hereby recognize Lance Corporal Matthew Bronico, United States Marine Corps, for a job well done, and thank them for their continuing contributions to the armed services and to our nation. So please, everybody, give it up for Lance Corporal Matthew Bronico. And if you want to come forward, please come to the mic, and as is tradition, I'm under the awareness that you all have some prepared remarks that you'd like to share in your learned language, and then don't give it away too much because we will open it up to the group to guess what language you are sharing with us today. So let's begin.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اسمي خليل ولكن باللغة الإنجليزية Lance Corporal Matthew Bronico. أدرس اللغة العربية في معهد الدفاع للغات وأود أن أشكر المجلس اليوم وشكرا جزيلا.
All right, what say you?
Arabic.
Okay. Thank you. Well, that was really good. That was like almost unanimous. I think we got it there. I think the Assalamu Alaikum kind of gave it away right there at the beginning, so I appreciate it. Everybody give it up for him again. Why don't you come on up for a picture? Come up this way. Why doesn't the council come around? There we go. Perfect. All right, congratulations. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Awesome. Absolutely. Congratulations.
Thank you for your service. Appreciate it.
All righty. Next up, we have Lance Corporal Damaris Flores. Did I say that correctly? Damaris Flores. All right. And so, again, a recipient of the board award, Lance Corporal Flores has demonstrated extraordinary personal abilities, leadership skills, and knowledge of the history of the Presidio of Monterey and DLI-FLC, chain of command, world events, customs, and courtesies. We're going to proclaim this here for you today. So why don't you come on up to the mic and share us what your language is? And while she's coming up, why don't we give her a round of applause for her award.
Buenas tardes, señoras y señores. Quiero dar muchas gracias a la ciudad de Monterrey para dar nuestra buenas noticias que nada para nosotros en el presidio.
Wow. Well, if we don't get that one.
Spanish.
Are we in unison about that? No. Thank you. Absolutely. Congratulations. Why don't you come on up for a photo here? Okay. Awesome.
Good
Thank you
job.
so much.
Thank you for your service.
And for the record, she is a staff member. She clarified it for me. So thank you for that clarification. Both staff and students are doing great work. So I appreciate the recognition for you today. Up next, we have Staff Sergeant Alexandra Kukurik. How do you say it? Kusurik. Okay. And, oh, that's what the sticky's for. It would have helped if I read the sticky. All right. Why don't you come on up? I apologize about that. Why don't you come on up and share us your language?
Добрый день, меня зовут Александра Косорик, я сержант ВВС, я служу уже 6,5 лет. Я закончила курс русского языка недавно, я очень рада быть здесь. Шукран.
Okay.
Russian.
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 All right. Awesome.
I did throw in Arabic at the end there, but I don't know Arabic.
You know something, obviously. So, all right, everybody, let's give it up.
We got
One more.
We got a sneaky one here.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You must be an intelligence. Yeah.
Something like that. Thank you.
All right. And last but not least, we have Staff Sergeant Anthony Rivera. Anthony Rivera? Oh, is not with us today. Okay. Does somebody want to receive this on Anthony's behalf? And since you're receiving it on his behalf, are you also able to speak in the language on his behalf? I don't even know what his language is. All right, you're off the hook this time, but next time. No, all right, why don't you come on up for his recognition? And why don't we give it up to Anthony? Absolutely, let's do that. Yeah, so why don't you all come up for a photo? We'll take a group shot, and then we'll let you leave. You don't have to hang out for the rest of the council meeting. So why don't everybody come up?
That was required that they had to stay. Do service hours. Please, right here.
No, you're. Awesome. Why don't we give it up for them one more time? Thank you, guys. Truly, truly mean it. A lot of crazy stuff going on in the world right now, and you all are here. Maybe a little bit of a break, but maybe not, because I know that these programs are intense. So really, we just appreciate your service to our country. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All righty. And with that, will not be presented. It helps if I read my notes, right? Gosh, I'm so bad at this today. All right. So, public comment on this first presentation. Is there any public comment on the quarterly awards? Well, look in the chamber. Anybody want to speak to this one? We'll go online. Is there anybody online? We'll do a countdown. Give folks another second or so here to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No hands. All right, so we'll go on to item number 2, which is a proclamation declaring April 7 to 13 National Library Week. I'm going to read a proclamation, which I could pull up. Give me 1 second here.
I have a copy of it. Mayor Williamson, do you want that?
It's okay. I got it right here.
Okay.
Oh, Dr. Barber's in the house. Everybody get it for Dr. Barber. Woo! We're happy that you made it. Oh, I have it here. Oh, but either way, I guess this works too. Thank you. Okay, so this is obviously an important time to celebrate libraries, but it's not the only time. It's like all these celebrations, right? Libraries provide so much public good for our communities, and we're actually going to be having a conversation later tonight, getting a report from the library board. So if anybody's particularly interested in diving deeper in that conversation with us, I encourage folks to come back during our evening session. But let me just get to reading the proclamation for you all here today. Whereas in 1849, Colton Hall, schoolmaster Reverend Dr. Samuel H. Willie, Jacob P. Lease, Milton Little, David Spence, and Timothy L. Andrews established the Monterey Library Association to create the first public library in the state of California with the goal to afford, quote, afford amusement, entertainment, and profit to a large class of people who, without its aid, would waste their time in the frivolities and questionable pastimes of prevalent in our state, unquote. And whereas the Monterey Public Library is celebrating 175 years of operation, woohoo! And whereas the American Library Association chose the second week of April starting in 1958 as the National Library Week with the goals of, quote, encouraging people to read in their increasing leisure time, to improving incomes and health, and developing strong and happy family life, unquote. And whereas libraries have long served as trusted institutions striving to ensure equitable access to information and services for all members of the community, regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or socioeconomic status. And whereas the libraries adapt to the ever-changing need of their communities, developing and expanding collections, programs, and services that are diverse as the populations they serve. And whereas libraries are accessible and inclusive places that promote a sense of local connection, advancing understanding, civic engagement, and shared community goals. And whereas libraries are treasured institutions that preserve our collective heritage and knowledge, safeguarding both physical and digital resources for present and future generations. And whereas libraries are an essential public good for fundamental institutions in a democratic society, working to improve communities, protect the right to education and literacy, and promote the freedom of information and ideas for all. And now therefore be proclaimed that I, Tyler Williamson, Mayor of the City of Monterey, on behalf of the City Council and citizens, hereby proclaim the week of April 7th through April 13th, 2024 as National Library Week. So why don't we give it up for our libraries? And I think we have our library director here that might have a few remarks that he'd like to share with the community today.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Williamson. Thank you, council members, and all of our city staff up here. Just real quick, I want to say that a good library should have something to offend, to inspire, and something to help people create. So I hope we offend you a little bit, hope we inspire you a little bit, and I hope you create and you learn something at our Monterey Public Library. So I love being here. As we said, 175 years of knowledge here in Monterey. Reverend Samuel Willie left here to found UC Berkeley right after that. So he did a pretty good job working on there. But we have a lot of great history here in Monterey, and I look forward to really building more knowledge and expanding our services here in Monterey with our community. So thank you.
Thank you. And then we have members of our library board of trustees that would like to come up, and let's issue this proclamation, and let's take a group shot. And so while they're on their way up, why don't we give them a round of applause for their service to our community. They even got the t-shirts on. Yes. All right, council, why don't we come up for a photo here? Yeah, that'd be perfect. And then why don't you all want to hold that? Sure. So there we go. Hey, there you go. I think we got a photo taker in the back there. Let's take one more from afar. Awesome. Right. Thank you. Congratulations to you all. Thank you. And with that, while you all are still standing, if you want to provide public comment, we can start with you all. So I'm going to open it up for public comment. But first, I just kind of wanted to get a show of hands of those who want to speak in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber want to speak on this item regarding? Okay, so why don't, if you want, you can go ahead and line up next to the podium, and we'll come back to you in a second. So I see 2 hands. Okay, so there's 2, and then why don't we check online real quick before we open it up? And this is, we'll do a countdown for online using the raise hand function to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 1 hand up online, so we'll go ahead and close the opportunity for folks to join public comment. We have the 2 in the chamber and 1 online. We'll go ahead and start in the chamber. Yes, sir.
I love the library. When I first came to Monterey, being the first library in California, I used to hang out there a whole lot. Learned a lot of things about the county of Monterey and territory, constitutionally speaking, of California. However, I agree with what you said, and I hope that offends a lot of people a whole lot. That's only if you get the literal material in there for people to actually educate themselves. However, with that being said, I really wish before you kick people out of the library, you might want to do a little bit of investigation, because about 3 years ago, you kicked me out, and all I asked was someone to stop making noise and being loud. And I wasn't crazy about it. But I got the last director to kick me out for no reason at all, in direct violation of the First Amendment. So I hope you do better.
Sir, I'm just going to ask you to direct the council. Your comments are to the council, and and we want to make sure that your voice is into the mic because it's hard for people online to hear you. Okay, you can continue.
Well, my comments are directed
So
at
the way that the protocol works in regards to public comment is you're addressing your comments to the council. So you can continue with your comments. Your time is still going.
I'm finished. I said.
Okay, thank you for your time.
I appreciate
We'll go to the next. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Sharon Dwight, resident of Monterey. Have been here since 1972. I can say my daughter was a couple of weeks old the first time we went to the library. Our library is one of the finest I've ever attended. I've volunteered there, yes. We can be very proud of our library. The collection is outstanding, and the leadership that we have now is really quite good. I think that we really do, as a community, need to say, you're doing a good job. Anybody in Monterey can say, we're proud of our library. So I'm delighted that we are acknowledging them with this presentation. And if anybody hasn't been to the library recently, they ought to go. Thank you.
All right, and that will take it online.
Go ahead, Jean.
Hi, it's Jean Rash at home with a cold. Just a huge shout out to Brian, the director. What a great job he's doing, Brian Edwards. And he makes it fun. He makes it inviting. Kudos to him and to the Board of Trustees, Bob and everybody. Congratulations. Bye-bye.
All righty. I think that's it for public comment. we'll go ahead and close it. Thanks for all those that participated in the public comment process. I just want to echo the comments. Ever since Brian has been on board, I've definitely seen an elevation in the stature that our library has, and that's particularly at a time when there's been a cut to resources to the library. So you're really navigating a tough wire there, and you're doing a stellar job. So I just appreciate your leadership on behalf of the entire community. And I'll just say one final point that's particularly important for me in the work that's being done in the library, which is around social justice and bringing that space forward. It's particularly important in a community like the city of Monterey. And so just thank you for all the work that you do. Thank you for the Board of Trustees for all the work that you all do. And really let's look forward to the follow-on discussion in the council meeting this evening. Oh, and I don't know why this wasn't said at all earlier too, but the California History Room is just a wonderful asset. So if you haven't had the opportunity to visit the California History Room in the library, I just encourage you to go by and pay it a visit. It's a really cool space that provides a lot of history of California and of the city of Monterey, something unique that we have here because we're California's first library. So a lot of cool firsts here, and it really leans into that space as well. All right, with that, we will go to general public comment. So these are for items that are not on today's agenda, either in the afternoon or the evening. So I will ask folks in the chamber to identify yourself either by standing or raising your hand if you'd like to speak for general public comments. Again, that's for items not on today's agenda. So I see 1, 2, I see the hand up, 3, and then 4 for Sharon. So is there only 4? 4 in the chamber. Let's check online. We'll do a countdown for folks who use a raise hand function to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have none online. So we'll go ahead and start in the chamber. Yes, sir.
I'll wait till the camera gets, there we go. Stephen King must die. Find out why. Normally, by the way, I'm Steve Lightfoot. I own the John Lennon Murder Expose, LennonMurderTruth.com, the yellow van. I've been here 7 years recently. Found my evidence in the Pacific Beach Public Library in San Diego 42 years ago. Full print codes in Time and Newsweek, the killer's face, name, and letter to the editor linking himself to Reagan. All printed before the murder, folks. Hard evidence. John Steinbeck, Clint Eastwood, they don't hold a candle to my status as a prolific citizen of this area. Probably the most prolific citizen ever to be at this podium. Jesus said a prophet is never acknowledged by his hometown, and he almost was killed for it. He had to run for his life because it's such a truth. And that's why in 10.5 months, if I don't get a rise out of Monterey, if they can't summon up the backbone to help me expose this, protest with me downtown on Alvarado Street from noon to whatever, I'll be moving probably to Utah, where real people will take up the cudgel, hopefully. When I go to Utah, the first thing I'm going to say on my newsletter is, if Stephen King, the horror writer, came to Monterey and admitted in public that he murdered John Lennon for Nixon and Reagan, the people here would let him get away with it and wouldn't raise a finger, wouldn't do nothing to stop it. They'd just be like sleepwalking, licking their ice cream. That'll be the first sentence of my newsletter when I get to Utah. Hopefully, the people of Monterey will rise to the occasion and will do something about this. If Stephen King can get away with killing John Lennon, we're toast as a people, let alone a nation. I've been bringing up the subject of my avenging angel lately. I did move my van to the Central Valley, my other van, partly because of the city council pressure and the police pressure, but also because the woman involved with renting me that driveway was a meth head, crazy person, dented my van, stole my battery, did other things. Just the other night, set up a bunch of nails on some boards for me to step on. Her bad karma was she lost all her teeth because of meth. Her house burned down practically. She lost all of her tenants, and she's out of her house now. She got fired from Safeway for stealing I mean, her bad karma's haunting her, and I just don't want bad karma to haunt you guys, but it will if you don't help me. So I'm going to share the cudgel to break this news with Santa Cruz. Tentatively, my plans are to offer the third and fourth Sundays of every month to Santa Cruz, and to offer the first and second Sundays to Monterey at noon, downtown Alvarado Street. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who do we have next in the chamber? Sharon?
Sharon Dwight again. I just want to say, and Dr. Barber is well aware, now that we have construction started on Lighthouse Avenue, expect the people who live on that side of the Presidio to be late. It took 30 minutes for me to get here and just barely made it under the wire at 4 o'clock. I know Kim's got the same problem. Everything at the top of the hill, Highway 68, Holman Highway, is backed up. And we're not even into the commute yet. So if there's any way that we can help people get around better, we've got weeks ahead of us. We're going to need to. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we had 2 more in the chamber. Sir, and if you'd like, you can line up just to make it a little bit quicker, smoother, if you like, behind him.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shane Strong, and I'm the Judge Advocate General for Post 41, American Legion, just up the hill. So I come before you today on a few things. Something that you might not be aware of is that the Legion Post is actually renting the dirt that it sits on. So you're our landlord. As my role as the JAG officer of the post, I'm supposed to come and make my presence known, introduce myself, and if you ever have an issue with the post, please reach out to me. Alternatively, I'll be reaching out to you if we have any problems. And I also wanted to say a quick kudos to Jan Aldretti and Kimberly Cole, who've been working with us to discuss the lease agreement that we have. They've been lovely. They came up to the post, and we were able to show them around a bit. We did just paint the hall, though, so she didn't have an opportunity to see the great hall. But a little about the history is that we sit up there on the old Jack's. The Jacks owned all that land up there, and they deeded it, and that would ultimately become Veterans Memorial Park. And right down there on the south tip, that's where our post sits. It was built by hand by American veterans after World War I, and it's a grand hall. If you ever have an opportunity, if you haven't been there yet, you should try to find an excuse to go up there. And it's a very large hall. We can accommodate large visitors, or large gatherings of visitors, rather. Something also that I wanted to address was in preparation of today's comments, I did review one of the city council meetings where there were suggestions about the city charter. And it's my understanding that there is a provision that requires fair market value be assessed against or charged for the renting party. I understand that the city of Monterey has approximately 90 properties that they're leasing, and 6 to 9 around there, I think it's less than 10, are nonprofits. And I believe that it was the city attorney who may have recommended a consideration to change the charter specifically to allow an exemption from that requirement of full fair market value for nonprofit organizations. On behalf of the American Legion Post 41, we would really appreciate that because paying fair market value for that very large parcel in pristine, beautiful Del Monte Forest, I'm sure it would bankrupt us. So just something to think about, and if there's any way that I can assist in that endeavor by knocking doors, getting the word out, anything, just let us know. We are standing by. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your service.
Pleasure.
My name is Tarek. Monterey PD knows who I am. My complaint is this: I don't want to be here, but I'm obligated under the federal rules and civil rules, criminal procedure and civil procedure, to seek amends and compensation outside of federal court. I really don't want to have to deal with this. But Chief Hober, who's standing over or sitting over my left shoulder, has systematically came at me maliciously and accused me of several things that I did not do at all, to the point that my service animal was murdered, propagated by Monterey PD. My property was stolen, all because for 6 years, I kept Don Dobby Park clean of the nonsense you guys got going on down at Windows by the Bay with all the drug addicts, drug dealers, and the prostitutes running tents and half a dozen other places. I did this because out of civic duty. And not once have I ever had to threaten or use violence. But Mr. Hober maliciously had me prosecuted to the point where I had to go to a 12-man jury trial to be acquitted of attacking someone with an axe when I didn't. To the point that my service animal is now dead. And my property, all my ID, everything was taken. So I have to pay for all this stuff to get back so I can get a job. I used to have a job as a team leader or foreman for a construction company. And I have done nothing but try to be a productive member of this city since I've been here, the 8 years. I've retained a job. I've gotten a lot of veterans go to VA and whatnot and stop doing their bull crap at transit center. A lot of young youth to stop doing what they're doing, especially the young ladies who would only end up in a prostitution tent. But Mr. Hober would like to paint you a whole ugly picture about me. And that man has not once sat down and just had a civil, intellectual, intelligent conversation one time. He just wants to accuse me.
I appreciate your time. Your public comment period is over. If you want to have any follow-up conversation, and if you have an issue with the police department, you can pass your contact information to city staff and they can look at potentially following up with you on that. Alrighty. I think that was it for the chamber. I can't recall if we had anybody online. No. Okay. All right. With that, we'll go ahead and close general public comment. And we'll move on to the consent agenda. I don't have any notes for anything to be pulled, but I'm going to look to the council. Do you wish to pull anything? Councilmember Barber wants to pull number 10?
But just for clarification.
Okay. Do you need to pull it or do you just want to get the
Well, we can
clarification?
just get clarification.
A member of the public also requested to pull number 10.
Pull number 10 and number 7. Anybody else in the council wish to pull anything?
I had a question about 7 and 8. I don't need to really.
Well, we'll pull 7. So if you have a question about 8, why don't you go ahead and ask that now?
Okay. Yeah, right now, okay. So it's really related to 7 and 8, just kind of our traffic calming programs. So my question has to do with bulb outs. I know that has been part of our approach to traffic calming. And understand the principle behind bulb outs. My concern has to do with bikers, and I guess my question for staff is, as we move forward with bulb outs, is it possible to have cutouts so that bikers are not forced into the middle of a narrowed lane of traffic? Because as somebody who's had to do that, it feels scary. You're sort of pushed in, and the cars are either they have to wait for you or they try to squeeze by. And if other cars are coming, it gets really tight. So just wondering if somebody from staff could address that.
Good question. I've experienced the same thing myself, actually. It's a good question.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and Andrea Rainey, Public Works Director. We have looked into alternative designs, and so the issue that we have has to do with the curb ramps and the bulb outs and making all the grades, and then having drainage issues as well, sometimes depending on the design. But we're definitely looking into more protected bike lanes or doing class 1 trails, which is a multi-use. So basically making really wide sidewalks, like trying to do it around Fremont Street, so that we can have safer lanes instead of just bike lanes. But we'll keep looking and researching. There's something new every day. I just came from the East Coast and was taking a lot of pictures of some very cool different things that we might try here. So, but thank you.
Thank you. That'd be great if we could find a kind of alternative design.
Okay, perfect. We're not taking public comment yet. Stand by 1 second. So we're good with the council. We don't want to pull anything else. Okay, so it looks like we're gonna, from what I gather so far, we're gonna pull items 7 and 10. Let's go out to the public to see if there are any public comments and a desire to pull any other items. Sorry, I should have had you wait a second to not have you sit back down, but we can start with you. Is there anybody else in the chamber that wishes to speak on public comments? All right, nobody else in the chamber. Let's check online real quick. I'll do a countdown for folks to use the raise hand function via Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have none online. Sorry? What did I say? On the consent. Do we not need public comment on the consent?
Yeah, so which item are you asking for public comment?
This is public. I thought we always did public comment. I don't know. Okay. Why don't we go ahead?
This says Fisherman's Flats traffic calming plan.
Are you speaking to item number 7?
Item number 7.
We pulled type 7. So we're gonna approve the consent agenda and then we'll come back to item number 7 separately.
Okay.
All right. So let's go ahead and bring it back to the council. Is there a motion to approve consent?
I'll make a motion to approve all items on consent except for 7 and 10.
Is there a
I'll second that.
All right, moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. So let's go to number 7. And do we need a presentation or are we good to just go to Mr. Rowley? Can we go to public comment? Is everybody okay with that? All right. Mr. Rowley, I'm making you get your extra calorie burn today with your up downs here. I apologize.
For my left leg. Yeah, good afternoon. Tom Rowley, current president of the Fisherman's Flats Homeowners and Residents Association. This particular report is an NIP item. And I say NIP, that's how long this has been around. This is before NCIP. This has been around 7 or 8 years, was originally input by our former president, Hank Smith, who was a former Navy pilot, lived on Jocelyn Canyon Road and Via Martimo. And he was concerned about speeders on Jocelyn Canyon and in the neighborhood. Anyway, we've rectified part of that. We have 2 radar control signs on Via Sola, which has helped lower the speeds on the traffics. And this is kind of the main street and where most of the traffic going up to Foothill School, which is now, since it started, that's been made into a charter school. And probably there are about 7 classes. It's also a headquarters for Monterey County Office of Education offices in the former main building. So the school building is still there. They gave a 5-year lease 2 years ago. We're in the 3rd year now of the charter school. We know about the developments on Garden Road to build 4 major residential projects. One's due to open this year. There are 2 that are now vacant lots, and 1 is to be converted into residential. These are 4 major developments in our area that I believe will require, and the PK Diffenbaugh is going to have to realize, reopening Foothill School. Actually, it is the newest school from construction-wise in the whole MPUSD district. So the other thing is, the only correction I could find in this, and I read it all with a fine-tooth comb, and by the way, this much of it is garbage from Kimley Horn. And the other thing about Kimley Horn, they don't recognize that our neighborhood has hills and curves. And all the proposals they show nice flat areas, which some areas of Monterey are nice and flat. Our neighborhood is not. What we have left, one project left is the radar control signals to lower the speed on Jocelyn Canyon, where part of it is in the city of Monterey, the large part of it, and then the part that's in the county where they have speed humps, which the city does not allow. So they're still part of the project to be completed, the 2 radar speed signs. Those are the only projects that our neighborhood, in 4 separate meetings, 2019 was when the first 3 meetings were held, 2022 was when the final meeting was held, and we have discussed this many times at our executive council. So I'd like to thank you for finally getting this project put to bed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Did I follow my same procedures for going out to public comment? Was there anybody else that wanted to speak on this one? I don't think I did. Was anybody else in the chamber wanted to speak on this item? Is there anybody online? Let's go ahead and do a countdown for folks to use the raise hand function to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We don't have anybody online, so we'll bring it back to the council for discussion and deliberation.
I'll make a motion that we accept and approve, and then a comment under discussion.
Second.
Okay, and Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, the comment is, thank you, Tom, for being such a strong advocate for your neighborhood and your association. I acknowledge that there are potential other projects coming. And so what's really, I think, the most difficult to understand in planning with my head, as I've learned through the years of being on the city council, is that although we accept this plan tonight, we know that frequently we have to modify plans and we have to adjust and respond to the applicants of the future and as projects get approved. And it's the same kind of thing that has to happen with TAMZ, which is high impact on Highway 68 with some corridor projects that we know are coming. So we appreciate your comments, appreciate everything that you're doing to make sure that those that are in the decision making are aware of all of the other connected pieces, airport, Highway 68, signal light control, future housing, future school. You know, I wish we had more clarity in the future for the next 20 to 50 years, but we have to adjust as it comes. So appreciate this project being finally completed, and also just want to acknowledge the hard work that Fish Flats and Deer Flats do to make sure that we pay attention to you.
Okay, anybody else on council? All right, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We'll move on to item number 10. And who pulled that one?
I did.
Okay. Do we need a presentation or are we good to go to public comment?
I think we're good to go.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and go to public comment? Anybody in the chamber want to speak on this item? We have 2 in the chamber. Anybody else? All right, let's check online real quick. We'll do a countdown for folks to use the raise hand function via Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 1 online. All right, we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Thank you. Sharon Dwight. I am a resident of Monterey, own a piece of property, and I'm here not to address the pros and cons of this, but merely to state with the letter that is proposed, what I would like to see in the letter that isn't there is something that acknowledges that there is actually a democratic process that the city is going to go through before we actually have the stated intent. And it's as simple as is about to start the approval process for something in the letter that doesn't sound like it's a foregone conclusion. There is a democratic process. You have it on your agenda tonight, but I just think the letter needs to soften the way it's said. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Marcia Moreau, and I'm a property owner in Monterey, but also have a condo in a condo development that my daughter lives in, and transferring the fees from to the property tax bill works. It's kind of transparent if you're a homeowner. It doesn't matter whether you pay it in one pocket or the other. But for people who own buildings, it actually moves the cost from the tenant to the landlord, and it becomes a very big problem because in your, say, condo fee, you're paying it now. Now those people don't have to pay it anymore, so they want a reduction in the condo fee, but then the landlord has to pay it. So somehow the landlord has to get the money for the condo. So it's much more complicated, and I haven't been following what you're doing, so you may have already taken this into consideration, but I just wanted to make sure that you knew that it wasn't transparent to owners of apartments or condos. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's it for the chamber. So we'll go to the one public comment that we have online.
Go ahead, Esther.
Hi, everybody. I had my hand up earlier. For some reason, it turned white before I was able to speak. So I just wanted to point out the bulb outs comment that they really need to be more visible at night. We have cars that have run into them. They've ruined their wheels, and bulb outs are not the answer to everything. And if we are using them, we have them in my neighborhood and others. They need to have reflective something or painted. We've got to have a better solution. That's all. Thank you.
All right, we'll bring it back to the council. I before we go into deliberation on it, I did just want to bring up that the conversation around the condominium complexes or the complexes that have the, gosh, what is the fee called? The HOA, thank you. That is something that the Monterey One Water Agency has discussed, and it probably is going to be the most challenging group to adjust to the transition to the tax rolls, because a lot of them do charge it and include it as part of the HOA. And so to unclaw that and the challenge that that's going to create is something that is going to be overly communicated to the property owners that own property with an HOA. Doesn't mean it's not going to be an easy transition, but we will be transparent as much as possible in regards to what that transition looks like and what the HOA's ability is to be able to resolve that as far as options. Okay, with that, Dr. Barber, you pulled this.
Yep. So for some of the reasons you've already heard, I wanted to make sure it was clear to the public what this was and how it would work. Because I had some people asking me questions about it being a lump sum and it being an issue to paying everything at one lump sum and it being more money due at one time. But I want to make sure that it was clarified that there are monthly payment options through Easy Smart Pay, and that there are some other options as well. I believe it's 2 different options, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm looking at you, making sure that I'm not mistaken. But I wanted to be clear on that because I did have some people that came and asked about the one lump sum. The other thing was the HOA, and I was talking to some landlords on that. So I already heard you say that that's something that's going to be worked out. So how does that impact the letter of the intent? And I guess that's where Sharon's part of having it to be softened of the start of the approval process would probably be beneficial, so that we can see that we're still working out and negotiating some of the key points.
That's a question for staff?
Yeah, for staff.
So your question was about HOA? How does HOA work?
My question is about all of it that I just said.
So
about the 2 pieces that were just brought up, which was not only the HOA piece, which we heard from the mayor, that's something that Monterey One is going to be working through. That'll be one of the most challenging pieces of it, but also about the letter itself, the intent, because it actually is talking about writing and sending the letter of intent. So the letter of intent being able to be more explicit to that piece of it, so it can show that it's the beginning of that process as opposed to it being more definitive.
Yeah, so Monterey One Water explains what they want to do with the HOA in attachment 3. They say staff plans to provide additional notification to HOAs and property management companies clarifying the monthly amount no longer required from each customer unit per month to support sewer service billing. So
Monterey One Water is aware of HOA. They are aware of that because we as a city of Monterey about a year ago brought up the HOA issue and told them that they have to work on that. And they will have promised in their Q&A here that they will continue to work with the HOAs to notify them and how to do it. So in our letter, the other part that I wanted to address with Sharon was this letter does not trigger the Prop 218 process, which Sharon called the democratic process, because this letter does not really change anything with respect to fees or increases fees or imposes new fees. This letter just agrees that the collection mechanism that Monterey One Water wants to select will be now per the tax assessor through the property tax. And so this is just a letter that basically states that. So there is no requirement to have a Prop 218 process or have a vote by the public on that. That's basically just a mechanism as they are selecting a third party to collect the sewer fees. In this case, they selected it to be part of the annual property tax assessment, like many other districts have done that already across the state. So it's something that I personally do not really like. I want to share this with you, Sharon, but it's how the board of Monterey One Water has decided to save costs and delegate the collection out to the county. So that's where we go. And
Okay.
the attorney has another item.
Oh, okay.
Just one additional point. So the collection process, if it's, you have to adopt an annual report. So if the city of Monterey decides we're also going to join in and do this on the tax rolls, there needs to be an annual report. That'll also be done by Monterey One Water. The first go round, when you adopt this annual report, it does get delivered to all the customers, and then there is a protest procedure. It doesn't protest the rates, but you can protest the tax roll portion. So there is a process.
Okay. That's what I wanted to pull for so that the public could be able to have clarification of what that process was and what it looked like and that it even existed. So I wanted to be very clear on that. So I'm ready to go ahead and.
Councilmember Smith.
Do you want a agenda motion first and then discussion?
We can, however you all want to do it.
Yeah, I appreciate the agenda report, which gives the fact sheet provided by Monterey One Water. I do have concerns, and I was not in favor of this in the beginning, but obviously, my single vote is not going to stop this process, and the Monterey One Water Board has decided that this is for their own purposes, more efficient for them. The concern I have is when we have unique properties like HOAs, apartment houses, and condos, but I think that when you have multi-use commercial buildings, when you have a high sewage use occupant along with some low impact tenants, so that puts a great burden on the property managers to determine exactly what to pass through, and then dovetails into what the status of their leases are and how they spell out who's responsible for the utilities for that particular property with multi-tenants that are mixed use and commercial. So I've heard from many that this is a high maintenance process. They are going to really need and depend on the responsiveness of staff at Monterey One to be able to provide them with specific information on a monthly basis so that they know what they can pass through and calculate to specific subtenants. In other words, you might have a building that's got 12 tenants and 4 of them use 90% of the sewage and the water. Most of them have water meters so they can figure it out. But when you have a large sewage bill that comes, they need to know what that bill is going to be, and they need to collect that fee on a monthly basis because they can't wait for 6 months or for the end of the year for the property tax calculations to come through. I looked at my tax bill, and I think there's about 7 different addendums of specific charges that are on the property bill. I'm assuming that this will be at the county's discretion in the tax collector's office is how they label that amount and for what period of time that will be. So when they get the tax bill, it's for 6 months. In the meantime, they're going to be needing to call a service desk at Monterey One Water and ask the specific questions in terms of what is the total amount and what's the coding for that tenant. So if the tenant's a coffee shop, if the tenant's a bank, if the tenant's an office with 3 people at work, it's a different code, it's a different charge. So I hope that Monterey One Water is prepared to staff up, especially in the first 2 to 3 years, to be able to answer a plethora of those kinds of questions, because it's putting a burden on property managers and owners of property to try and figure out when they've got multiple different tenants that have a different rate and an interpretation of their leases. And if you're in the middle of a lease, you can't change it. So they can adjust, but it's going to be a tough one. So I hope that they're ramped up. I hope Monterey One is ramped up for a heavy dose of desk help, service help.
Anybody on this side?
So what is sort of the significance of this in terms of this procedure? If somehow the city council were to vote not to approve this, what would actually happen?
We would keep it on, we would keep our payment, our portion of the payment month by monthly as
for just the city of Monterey.
Just for the city of
so
Monterey.
So then Monterey One would have a different kind of billing procedure.
That's correct.
Okay, got it. I do have a lot of the same concerns Ed has. So I don't know. I'm still thinking about this, I guess. Kind of, I'm not sure where I stand. I have these concerns. I think Ed stated them pretty well, and Councilmember Barber also.
So if we would not go forward with that, we would basically creating our own billing system, billing and collection system, which we are not doing right now. So we are not collecting any utility bills. They get collected through CalM, PG&E, as well as sewer and.
So, excuse me, so you're saying the city of Monterey then would have to come up with, so this would create, if we were not to move forward, it would create additional costs for the city of Monterey.
We would basically have to, we would in all likelihood maybe outsource it to a third-party vendor, but we would have to do that.
No. And then presumably we'd have to pass that along to our resident ratepayers.
Clementine is eager to say something. I don't know. Oh, sorry. I thought there was somebody still online or so. I'm sorry. Yeah.
And I think it just overcomplicates it. I mean, I think that there could be an argument made whether or not there's support for going to the tax rolls or not for the wastewater fees. But the fact of the matter is that the agency of Monterey One Water is moving forward with their fees. For us to not do it, I think overcomplicates something that's already going to be complicated in its transition. And so, you know, I think the argument isn't as much as if we're in support of it as conceptually, but the idea here is, do we want to keep the fees kind of in sync with how they currently operate, where Monterey One does the bi-monthly fees for both the Monterey One portion of the wastewater treatment and the city's portion of the distribution of the wastewater. There was something else I was going to add. And if you weren't done, I'll let you.
I was just going to say, I mean, hearing that, then I think I am ready to move forward. I would have preferred, like the city manager said, not to be doing this because I think it creates complications. And I also don't kind of like the idea of that bill being put off on the property tax, where I think people maybe have a less of a understanding of what they're actually paying for. But I don't want to create a new responsibility for the city that will cost money that we'll have to pass along to our ratepayers. So I think I am ready to move forward.
So just a couple of thoughts as the rep for the city of Monterey on the Monterey One Water Board. First, I would say that Paul Shudo did come to the city of Monterey and presented on this. And I think that the agency has done the best job that they can in being transparent about the process and providing time for input. And so I just kind of want to share that overall it's a challenge when you're changing any kind of system, and this is a huge change, which is why I'll speak to later why I'm hesitant in regards to the idea of us increasing the fees for the Monterey portion this year, because we're doing such a dramatic shift with this change to the tax rules that I don't think muddying the waters with an increase in fees on top of it right now will allow us and our partnership with M1W to focus the conversation on what that shift and transition looks like. This is a big thing. And so to your point, Ed, Monterey One Water staff is well prepared to deal with the influx of what this looks like. The staff that they currently have that supports the bi-monthly billing process is going to be available as the agency transitions to the tax rules. But that's just kind of, I think, part and parcel of this transitionary process. And I will share that when staff was doing their due diligence and researching the methodologies, right? This didn't just come out of thin air. There was something about this, and it wasn't just about saving cost. It was about increasing efficiency and making it easier for the ratepayers as well. And a lot of other wastewater treatment facilities do it based off of the tax rules and don't have the level of issues that we have. I could go on and on about some of the arguments, but I just encourage folks to reach out to Monterey One Water staff if you want to speak to it further or have a further discussion on some of it, because there's so many different points. What your interests are might be different than what I could speak to today. But I will say one last thing that became a really big problem for the agency in being able to manage the resources that M1W does is when people weren't making their payments, which was a high percentage compared to what it will be when it gets added to the tax rolls. It was a significant amount of funding. And so we spent a lot of our staff resources on sending follow-up notes and then putting people's properties on liens, and then people being upset because now their property is on a lien. This will eliminate that process to a large degree because most people pay their property taxes. And so this will make sure that the agency has the funding it needs to provide the services that are essential, that we all take for granted, because it's stuff that happens underground and it's operating for the most part, and we don't really experience that. So I think this was the right decision. I know it's going to be a little bit tough, and we're going to have to deal with some growing pains over the next year or two. But I feel confident in saying that once this transition happens, I think that we'll all be the better for it. So with that, I will pass it to Dr. Barber, who I think wants to make a motion.
So yes, so since this, to tie this up, since this is about an intent, sending a letter of intent, and there's a bigger process goes behind it, I'm going to go ahead and motion that we accept and approve the consent agenda as is.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any other discussion?
Yeah, just a comment to wrap it up. I remember Paul Cumming, the executive director for Monterey One, and I appreciated his transparency and providing the problem that was outlining their agency. But I want to say that part of what I heard was they were motivated because they were having a problem with vendors that they had hired that could not adequately and efficiently collect. And they had some vendors that had repeatedly fallen short and had failed to perform. So to me, I understand what they're doing. They're trying to be as efficient as they can and collect all their fees. But when you have vendors that you've hired to collect fees and you find out your vendor is not as efficient as they're supposed to be and it's costing your agency, then internally you have to ask yourselves, who's watching the vendor to perform at the most efficient levels that they should be? So I'm not convinced that Monterey One is going to solve all their problems by moving the burden to property managers, property owners, and waiting for the county to do the billing. To me, it's I get a feeling that there's some smoke and mirrors going on here. And I want to be highly critical of this agency. I don't think this agency is operating in the best interest of the city of Monterey's residents. And I want to be careful that we don't just assume that they're getting everything right and accept their explanation as we move forward. I want to have an eye of being critical. I need the evidence. I need to know that our residents are not being taken advantage of. And I'm not convinced. And I don't know that this is going to work. I have to accept it because I don't want this burden to fall to the city of Monterey to have to encumber a whole nother process where we have to hire staff members so that we take over what Monterey One should have been doing efficiently in the beginning. So that's just where I'm feeling that we have not gotten a high level of performance out of Monterey One. And I hope it stops, and I hope it gets better. And this is going to be a big test. That if it doesn't get better, the residents are going to see it, and the residents are going to do something about it. Because I'm hearing from a lot of people that they are not happy with the process before and now with Monterey One. So that's my editorial.
Okay. Anybody else want to?
Could I clarify the motion? So the motion was about the consent agenda, but you already approved the consent agenda. So was that for item 10, to approve item 10? Okay. And the seconder agrees. The seconder agrees with that.
The second was Gino.
Okay. Thank you.
So I think you're to your point, Councilmember Smith, in regards to having a critical eye. Absolutely. And that's what this whole process is about, even with us sitting up here on the dais and having this public, transparent process with the community. I challenge folks to come forward and poke holes in what we are proposing so that way we come up with the best product for our community. So I appreciate your willingness to take a critical eye. I'll say that I don't think I've ever heard from you in regards to concerns around the process as the representative that I could have used that feedback to bring forward to the agency and in the discussion that we've had with the board. I think we're here now, and I don't want to tread too much on what happened in the past, but I think that there's opportunities for us to make sure that we lean on each other as colleagues and in representing the city of Monterey on various regional agencies to make sure that we can use that critical eye in the best way possible as we represent residents in the city of Monterey. You brought up the point around vendors, and that was an issue. It wasn't the only issue, and the agency wasn't leaning on that by itself to make the transition to the tax rolls. An option was presented to the board for us to just look at changing vendors, but the board decided through a public, transparent process that we wanted to move forward with the transition to the tax rolls. And then a final point that I would like to make is there's a really great benefit to low-income individuals in our community with this transition. It allows us to have additional flexibilities with the implementation of our payment assistance program that will allow direct assistance to tenants. So when they have the fee incorporated into their rent, they'll be able to be provided some additional assistance that they're not currently being provided through the new program that we're implementing because of the transition to the tax roll. So I just wanted to bring that up because I forgot to bring that up earlier.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I know that any one of us can always have a conversation with another council member that serves on the boards. And I know that the executive director would be responsive if and when I call. So I appreciate that. But it is, I'm not going to go through the history, but this agency has a history. And I'm glad that you're on the board to watch it. But I'm not totally satisfied with the outcome that we have with cost overruns, phase 2 projects, contracts. I could go on and on. Yep. And there's other advocates in this community that do voice their concern, that do approach the board and do make sure that they know the problems that are encountering with the agency and their projects. So just on this one item, I think we're ready to move on. I appreciate you listening.
Sure. I'm just going to quickly respond. The idea that the agency is failing the residents, though, I'm going to stand strong in saying that I think that the agency is well ran and does an amazing job at thinking creatively and innovatively and finding solutions for our region. And in fact, when we talk about one of the most important issues for this body, water, they're the only agency, the only organization, public or private, that has provided a substantial new water supply in our region. Are there cost overruns in projects? Absolutely. That happens all the time. Actually, in fact, that's happened with this agency that we serve on. So we can be critical around and nibble around the edges. But I will stand here today and say that the agency is headed in the right direction. And I think that the decision that we made to transition to the tax rolls was the right decision so that we can create efficiency and protect the residents that we represent. All right, with that, let's go ahead and do a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Motion passes 4-1. All right, with that, we will go to public hearing. Item number 11 is the first reading by title only of an ordinance amending chapters 22 and 38 of the City of Monterey Code establishing exemption criteria and noise performance standards related to emergency generators during power outages. And with that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Yeah, we'll keep it short. This is something that was born out of the last year's Pineapple Express power outages that we experienced, and so we have taken steps to adjust our rules and our city ordinances to allow emergency generators. To what degree and how do you do that? Chris Schmidt will tell us.
Thank you, City Manager. My name is Chris Schmidt. I'm a Senior Associate Planner for the city. And yeah, we're looking at an ordinance to establish minimum exemption criteria for and minimum performance standards during power outages. And so moving this along, the basic background information is how did we get here? I think everyone on the peninsula experienced some pretty extreme storms in the last couple of years that resulted in widespread power outages. And as we all know, power is very important for public safety and the local economy, often used for refrigeration of not only food, but also medicine, and also used for medical devices like oxygen supply, as well as other electrical systems. For example, the Super Bowl is in February. I kid.
We don't want to talk about that, Chris. Yeah. I'm not over the counseling yet.
So with the expectation that climate change will result in increased intensity of storms as well as wildfire risk, the city staff expects that the electricity utility providers will experience more problems more commonly in the future. And so in the last couple of years, the staff in the Community Development Department has received multiple inquiries regarding the installation of generators. Generators require building permits because they often are powered by use propane or natural gas, and they require a building permit because of that, as well as tying into the grid and the home itself. And so the staff has found that we've had a difficult time approving a lot of permitting a lot of these because of the noise that they generate. The manufacturers provide a specification sheet, and it is often an exceedance of what the city allows in really all zones in the city, depending on the location of that generator. Failure to meet those standards would prevent city staff from approving those. And just some quick look at the city standards. On the left, you have Table 1. This is found in your packet. The noise level standards range from 60 decibels in the open space and residential areas, up to 70 decibels in the industrial zones. And on the right, I had shown various generators by wattage, the furthest left column on that right table, in kilowatts. And I've specifically highlighted those generators and wattages that are used in residential zones because those are the most common applications that we've received. And what the manufacturers show is that 23-foot range is kind of how they specify how loud it would be at that distance. And the staff is able to estimate what that would be at 5 feet, which is a really common location based on the setback requirements and where folks want to locate their generator. And we're looking at a range here of 75 to 80 decibels for residential use. And what does that really mean? So on the left, I've copied the Caltrans typical noise level standards, and they have a range, starting at the rustling leaves 10 decibels, and then this was interesting, Walkman at maximum level at 100 decibels. And so comparatively, for a generator, we're looking at the busy street traffic to vacuum cleaner range of between 70 and 80 decibels. So what is the council looking at today? We have amendments to the zoning ordinance, which I've shown here. These amendments would exempt generators that are used during an emergency only, exempt that noise, and then as well as development standards that would prevent their installation within the front yard setback. And then additionally, when they're within 10 feet of property lines, they would have to have some sort of enclosure. A lot of folks have been proposing to use these enclosures that are marketed for this use, but the manufacturers of those products don't actually guarantee any specification of how much it'll reduce, and only say that it will be, approximately a 10 to 20 decibel reduction, and they don't guarantee that for legal reasons, I'm sure. So in addition to that, we have, well, this portion didn't get saved on the version that we've uploaded here, but we have new definitions for emergencies in the nuisance section of the code, as well as emergency generators to define specifically what those are, essentially stationary generators, and as well as exempting the use of generators as well as other equipment that would be necessary during an emergency. Tree equipment is most commonly a huge noise producer, so that's what would be exempt from this section. So with that, the staff recommends approval of this ordinance. The Planning Commission did review this ordinance in February and has also made that same recommendation. So thank you.
Chris, wonderful presentation. Appreciate you. Any questions by the council? Councilmember Garcia.
Thanks, Chris, for the presentation. Good to see you. Aside from the setbacks, what are the current requirements, if there are any, in terms of the actual placement of the generator on the property? Like, does it have to be a certain number of feet from the structure?
So that's a good question. So there are requirements that are required by building code, a specific separation from the structure for fire purposes. I don't know those off the top of my head exactly. I think they're in the 18-inch to 3-foot range for the generator from a structure. Otherwise, they're just subject, in terms of zoning, local city regulations, they're subject to the side rear yard setback requirements. Typically, on the sides, the minimums are 4 or 5 feet, but they do increase. The rear is usually 20 feet.
And in terms of, and maybe this is a question also for staff, in terms of the emergency period, how is that defined?
So the way that it's defined in the code is when there's a widespread power outage, essentially.
So the emergency would be over once power is restored?
Essentially, yes. And a lot of these stationary ones, they're actually tied into PG&E's grid, so they turn on automatically when they sense that power is not being supplied. So when power is resupplied, they'll turn off.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Smith?
Yeah, Chris, the overtone of this first reading is not so much the building establishments for the application for the generator, but this is only one piece of it that's setting the decimals. Or am I wrong? Is there another document that lays out the fact that a generator has to have a baffle over it, or it has to have a rooftop to soften and have that noise barrier? So how do we tie our decimal requirement in the ordinance to the actual execution by a subcontractor that somebody might call and say, put one in for me? How do we make those two come together?
Yeah, so the ordinance would require a baffle, as you say, when the emergency generator is within 10 feet of a property line. When it is further than that, I didn't include this as the within the table, but we showed 5 feet because it was closer. At a range of a distance of 10 feet, we're looking at like a 65 to 75 decibel range. So this ordinance would enable the use of these generators to be exempt from the noise ordinance, and it would result in exceeding the ordinance, but they would be exempt in many cases.
Okay. So what you're saying is that this is the start of the guidelines that a subcontractor would need to make sure that they bring in a generator that performs and complies with this piece, but they're still required to pull a permit.
Right.
And then there's an inspection.
Right.
And so the compliance piece is offered through the permit process and the inspection process.
Right. So I think there's confusion. I think you're asking how we have the generators comply with the noise ordinance. This ordinance would eliminate the requirement that they do, but only during an emergency, and then when within that specific distance they're required to mitigate some of that noise. So the expectation is that these would be used during emergencies. They wouldn't be on all the time. Neighbors would hear them whether they are enclosed or not.
Yeah, in a shorter duration until the emergency is over.
Sure.
But it seems to be silent on portable generators.
There is actually an inclusion in the nuisance section that discusses the use of portable generators.
Okay, so can you point to that? Is that in the whereases or is that in the attachment?
It is in the resolution under section 4. No, excuse me, section 3, packet page 149.
Yeah, the exceptions of C.
So under C2,
Portable emergency generators.
Okay.
Yeah, so under section C2, it says noise generated by any, so it would exempt noise generated by any standby machinery or equipment used to alleviate the threat to public health, safety, and property in emergency situations, including but not limited to portable emergency generators, chainsaws, etc.
Okay, good. Yeah, thank you. That's all I had.
Any other questions? What are your thoughts if we maybe look at some kind of compromise and allowing it for those generators at a lower decibel range? I mean, I know that some of the applications are coming in at those higher levels, but I imagine that there's going to be some concern from some residents in regards to having a loud generator going on next to their property, and they're not able to maybe afford a generator, and kind of that animosity being created between neighbors. What are your thoughts in regards to that, based off of the kind of applications that are coming in, like from a staff perspective? How do you see that if we kind of said, hey, you can get this kind of generator, but not these higher leveled ones?
So yeah, that's a good question. So we're kind of experiencing that now, where we're seeing someone locating it in a location that wouldn't meet the noise standard, and we're working through that application with them to find if there's another location on the site that could meet the standard. And because the staff can't really trust the manufacturer specification of the baffles of the enclosures, we're basically taking it as face value of what the manufacturer says it will be. The problem with saying that only generators of a specific decibel level could be used is on some sites are only 45 feet or 40 feet wide, and they'll never be able to locate one. So the reason staff is taking this approach to include a setback is to allow someone to locate it, close to their neighboring property and make some attempt to reduce that noise. And it's required to reduce that noise when it's within that distance. And of course, yeah, I mean, it will be loud for some neighbors. So that is where the staff's landed on a compromise.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Alrighty, we'll take it out for public comment. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? We have one. Is there anybody else? So we just have the one in the first and the second row here. All right, we'll check online real quick and see if we have anybody. Please use the raise hand function. We'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have one online. So we'll go ahead and start in the chamber. Sir, why don't you go ahead? Yes, please.
From a construction worker's point of view, you can build a doghouse. It's called a doghouse, which is a simple bin that would surround the generator. This would muffle all the sound because you can put soundproofing insulation inside the walls of the doghouse. It's just a box, wood box on a cement platform. And that can be sat at any distance from any facility or building in requiring and keep the noise down. Then you add a noise muffler on the exhaust pipe, because if it's, depending on what type of generator, if it's a diesel generator or a gas generator, you're gonna have exhaust, which most people don't want around here. Outside of the sound, I get it. But you're gonna have a muffler system which would decrease the sound and keep a lot of the more fumes out of the air, carbon dioxide, whatever. And it will knock off a whole lot of sound because it'll be muffled in a box. Depending on the diameter of your generator.
Thank you. All right, and we'll take it to the public commenter online.
Go ahead, please, Jean.
Hi, it's Jean Rash of Monterey Vista. And I appreciate the thoughtful discussion. I'm sorry about the feedback. I don't know what's from. The thoughtful discussion. I especially appreciate Mayor Williamson's noting of the inequities that might result. A gentle reminder that let's keep on toward reducing the electrical outages. And we need to get serious about an undergrounding plan. Please note that NCIP has 3 projects about undergrounding, and they're going to be reviewed on April 11th. It would be nice if, without breaking the Brown Act, you could participate. 1 or 2 of you could watch. There are 3 projects. One is put in by the city, one was put in by Old Town, specifically to address undergrounding Del Monte Avenue across from NPS, where the major outage occurred in March of 23, when the cypress tree from NPS went across Del Monte, taking out electricity to a lot of Monterey, some of Carmel, and a lot of Pebble, with up to 2 to 5 or 6 days of outage. One project is by myself and Ray Meyer, who is the chair of Monterey Undergrounding, and I was the original chair. And it's a long-range vision of overseeing undergrounding Monterey with a commission of residents, someone like the Planning Commission. People have been studying this project for years, and experts in the science of undergrounding. I hope to get William Pizzell, who's did undergrounding for his whole career. So we need to stay on it. We need to be looking at reducing the electrical outages. We need to start a program. It doesn't have to be overwhelming. It's just a distractor to say that it's way too much money. We can start with major arteries. We can start with fire hazards. We can start with roads that are going to be new or reconstructed. Thank you.
Ready. And I think with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for a motion and deliberation.
I'll make a motion to approve item number 11 as written.
Is there a second?
For purposes of discussion, I'm going to second this.
Okay.
But I did have a question for staff, which is the comment from the public here. Did you consider requiring some sort of a baffle container, as the commenter mentioned, or not? And why not, I guess?
So that is required as part of the ordinance. Any generator within 10 feet of lot lines is required to include something to mitigate that noise.
All right, thank you.
Any other comments?
I did have another comment, which is I just want to express my agreement with Gene Rash, and that I do think this is just another reminder that we need to be serious about addressing undergrounding, especially those routes that are frequently disturbed by trees that have major power lines on them. So.
Anybody else? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. Move on to item number 12, public appearance item, which is to receive update on state and the library, on the state of the library from Board of Library Trustees. And I'll pass it to Hans for introductions.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I was quietly hoping we would have that presentation maybe 45 minutes earlier, but Marcia has a splendid presentation that she want to share with all of us, and without further ado, go ahead, Marcia.
Thank you.
Pretty artwork.
Thank you, Mayor Williamson, City Council members, and the City Manager's Office for giving the Board of Library Trustees time on your agenda to speak with you about the library. I'm Marcia Moreau, a member of the board for the past 7 years and past chair. Before I retired, I served for 20 years at CSUMB as the science dean, and I still serve there as a member of their library board. I'd like to start by thanking Brian Edwards for the beautiful graphics and his contributions to this presentation, and my colleague Janie Silveria for helping me put it all together, and I hope you feel better soon. And also, another board member in attendance today is Bob Petty. So I'll proceed. Monterey Public Library Trustees are appointed by the City Council for a 4-year term. We're an administrative rather than an advisory board. We have responsibility for oversight of budget, hiring and evaluating the director, and helping to set policy. In the city charter, actually, one of the roles of the board, it says, is to solicit input on library needs and convey them to the City Council, which is why I'm here. So today I'm going to talk about, first of all, today I'm going to talk about, first of all, what the library does and what it means to the community. Second, the challenges we're facing. And third, the board priorities going forward as we recover from the pandemic and move towards being the library of the future. And I plan to do it in less than 10 minutes, as I promised Nat I would, which is not a problem for me because I come from New York. No, this is not. Oh, okay. So how do people use the library here? Of course, the library has books, newspapers and magazines, music, movies, informational material in all forms. But we also provide public access computers for the public and information databases for research, school homework, job planning, and other activities. Many of these databases are too big and too costly for people to subscribe at home, so they look to the library for this information. Also, the library provides programs for children, teens, and adults on a wide variety of subjects. So mom and dads bring their toddlers and preschoolers to story time, and often the library provides children's first exposure to books. After school, teens from Monterey High flock to the library to do their homework, work on projects, hang out with each other and with books. Adults can hear talks by guest speakers and local authors, join a book club, work on their genealogy, and relax with a good book. And we provide technology for those who need it, technology help, free from volunteers, and phone charging and Wi-Fi for those who need it the most. In short, we're a welcoming place for all that doesn't charge admission since we're supported by our community. Here's a great example. Yeah, okay, whoop. Okay. In February, a storm knocked the power and heat from many houses in Monterey. The library welcomed people in to keep warm, charge their devices, and feel comfortable spending the day. And as you can see from the numbers, a lot of people took us up on that. We have a number of ways of measuring our effectiveness, including surveys, and we also gather comments from patrons. And these are the quotes you're seeing here on the slides. We have many grateful patrons. So here's some basic fast facts about the library. Note 274,000 annual library checkouts. That points to a really literate community, I think. Okay. We augment our city funding with monies from grants written by our director, with fundraising efforts from the Monterey Public Library Friends and Foundation, and efforts like Monterey County Gives. Here you see our new children's area, furniture and new setup. And many of our programs, like the summer reading program for kids, are funded by generous donors. We also provide bookmobile and outreach services for those who have difficulty getting to the library, at community centers and parks for kids, and at senior living facilities for adults. The previous bookmobile, the big one, and the current brand new smaller one were primarily funded by patrons and the California State Library through a grant. And speaking of patrons, last year we had 3,915 volunteer hours from a total of 539 volunteers. They help shelve and retrieve books, help the librarians at Children's Story Time, work in the California History Room, digitizing material, and do many other tasks. We love our volunteers. But of course, we can't learn a library with volunteers any more than a city would have a volunteer fire department. Okay, California History Room. That's up on the second floor of the library, and Mayor Williamson mentioned it. It's a treasure trove of documents, photographs, and other materials representing the long history of Monterey. Check out that photo. The vast collection is very useful for students and teachers, writers and researchers, and the general public interested in Monterey history.
Marsha, tell the council what they're doing, just for kicks.
What?
Can you tell the council what happened there in
the photo?
In the photo. So
what's happening in the photo?
For St. Patrick's Day? Oh, the Centennial. Oh, okay.
Dorado Street was painted in gold.
And a little bit of a fun fact is there was discussions around doing something similarly during Monterey's 250th anniversary, albeit in an economically friendly way. But obviously that didn't happen because we were in the pandemic. So.
Yeah, too bad. Okay, so at that time, there have been several digitization projects here, locally funded or through grants. This slide lists some of the current efforts that are underway to make Monterey's collection more accessible worldwide. And actually, CSUMB service learning students are among those volunteers helping to digitize the collection. You'll notice the 1967 picture of Jimi Hendrix at Monterey Pop and the 1875 photo of the Chinese fishing village over by Hopkins Marine Lab. The California History Room contains history of the entire Monterey Peninsula, and we're continuing our work of preserving and presenting information for future generations. Okay, now we move on to the challenges. Foremost is the age and the condition of the library. Out of the 47 public libraries, I'm sorry, that's not right. In our region, almost all the libraries are either newer or have been renovated. Our infrastructure is sadly in need of upgrading. And you can see Monterey Public Library there. 1953 constructed, 1983 last major renovation. And the Carmel Library, which is older, is in phase 1 of a master planning operation right now. So in 2019, the city commissioned a study from architectural firm G4. The study, which was informed by community input, cited the pressing need for infrastructure upgrade in the library. It also explored options for the facility and recommended expansion and remodel of the current facility. And it outlined 3 different options for the expansion. I would say expensive, more expensive, and most expensive. It was endorsed by the city council in 2020, which was the last time we came before this body. Okay. So it's interesting to note where we are now versus where we were before the pandemic. While we know there was downsizing during the pandemic, it would appear that our library was harder hit than most other libraries and most other city departments. You can see it in the staff positions You'll noted the second line there, budget positions went from 18.75 to 12. In the hours open, pre-pandemic, we were open 7 days a week and evenings also. Now we're not open Sundays, we're not open Mondays, and no evenings. You can also see it in the percentage of the city's budget, which went from 4% pre-pandemic to just over 3% now. And the collection budget, which you can see it dropped in 2004, was over $244,000, and it's now $105,000. We all know what a book costs these days compared to what it cost in 2004, so we have the inflation figure too. And all the patron surveys we've done rate the collection as the highest priority. So it's pretty clear from these figures that the library recovery is lagging a bit behind. So the library right now, moving forward, is doing a strategic planning process under the leadership of Director Brian Edwards. There's a planning team of staff and a community input survey is being developed along with strategic planning website. And the board will be involved in the process as well. So, as my last, the third part, I want to mention the board priorities. So if you look at this slide, we've talked about two of the priorities already, the need for building renovation and the need to build the collection as a community priority. Now, about restoring services to better serve our community, the other two priorities. We're the only library on the peninsula not open Mondays. Mondays, students, especially teens from Monterey High, come after school to do their homework and the doors are locked, so they have no place to go. We need to be able to open our doors for these kids and provide them with the programs and resources they need. And eventually some evening hours would be good as well. And our fourth priority, in order to be able to recruit and retain staff in this hyper expensive community we live in, we need to hire full-time people. Recruiting half-time or three-quarter-time staff to come to Monterey is very difficult. But people don't even apply for half-time jobs a lot of the time, the really qualified people. Or they have, when they get here, they have to find second jobs or third jobs just to support themselves. And our recruitments are often a revolving door. People come, they have a half-time job, and another library offers them a full-time job, and they're gone. So they leave for other full-time openings in the area. So we need to add full-time core staff. In conclusion, our library, under the leadership of our capable new director, Brian Edwards, is beloved and heavily used by our community. We eagerly anticipate being able to move our priorities forward to build the library of the future. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Questions from the council?
I don't have any questions. I got a comment.
Yeah, why don't we maybe take it out to public and then we can come back for comments from the council. So why don't we open it up for folks in the public who may want to speak on this item? Can I get a show of hands, or folks, I ask for folks to line up to the left of the podium. I see one hand up in the chamber. Is there only the one person?
Me again. How you doing?
Oh, hold on 1 second. I'll let you know once you can start. Anybody else in the chamber? Okay, we have a second. Anybody else? Okay, we'll go ahead and close the opportunity for folks to join in public comment in the chamber, and we'll take it online and just see if you can use the raise hand function. We'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have one online. All right, sir.
Yeah,
why don't you go
in
ahead?
reference to having something for teenagers to go to, I would strongly promote this. In 7, 8 years, I've had to tell a lot of teenagers, don't hang out transit. Stop hanging out with this guy or that guy or that guy, because this is what's going to happen, and that's not a good thing. See, Monterey Police Department don't do that. I stepped up to the plate and did that. And there's a lot of these young kids that'll listen. Heck, you had some kids come down, I almost took a bullet in the chest at point blank range. It was a failure to fire. Had to take the gun away from the kid. Imagine that. Far more constructive to do something, especially at a library. I'm all for a library. I love library. For these youngins, then allow them to be associated with other things. Because you do have some people out there that do give a damn. And we do the best we can, even though certain individuals do not like how we handle certain incidents. But a lot of young kids seem to want to listen. And I just sit down like an uncle and have a conversation. Tell them what the reality is. Some listen. They go on to do something better. Others don't. I'm all for promoting whatever the library needs to do. Except, can you get them to settle down instead of pounding on the deck with the metal chairs you guys got up there, making all sorts of ruckus? That's about the only other thing.
Thank you. All right, and we'll take it online. Oh, I apologize. Bob, please. I apologize. I didn't mean to leave you off there. It was the delay in gathering hands in the chamber. It's good to see you, Bob.
Good evening. We've been residents of Monterey now for about 23 or 24 years. I've been a volunteer for the city for about 23 or 24 years. First volunteered with the police department when Ed was still on duty. And then with Kim Cole, I served almost about a decade, I think, on the Historic Preservation Commission. And now I'm proud to be on the Board of Trustees for the library. But I'm speaking as Bob Petty, not as somebody representing the views of the entire library board. I hope and expect, and I do believe my fellow trustees feel the same way, but this is just Bob talking now, that we hope to and actually expect to work more closely and more frequently with the city administration and the city council in maintaining the high quality library that we have had and to increase the capability of the library to meet the changing needs and wishes of our constituents, of the patrons, the people that come here. And I am encouraged in that direction by some things that were brought up at the State of the City speech on February 15th. City manager said that we're spending too much on too many assets, but at the same time noting that there are key city facilities, and I'm using quotes here from an article that was printed at length in the Monterey County Weekly newspaper. He said there are many city facilities that are in need. And then he went on to give some examples, and the very first example was the library. Also at that meeting, the mayor said, according to the article, that he feels the city should invest in a, quote, library of the future. And whether that means a new building or a new arrangement inside, you know, remodeling inside, or what, is a different discussion. But the library is important, it's essential, it's central to the successful operation of almost any city, including the ones that were presented in the PowerPoint of the same size and population as we are. And it is not one of those things which in the meeting I've referenced as being something we're spending on because we want to, but it's something we should spend money on because we need to and should. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I look forward to future discussion and planning together.
Thanks, Bob. Okay, we can now take it online. We have the one caller.
Go ahead, please, Esther.
Hi again, everybody. I just wanted to mention that I personally use the library a lot in a way that hasn't been really discussed much. There is a platform that they use for people to be able to borrow books, audio books, that you don't have to go into the library to do. So the library staff is always really, really great about taking suggestions on what books to order. And, speaking of, library of the future, I think we have to also think about digital books and digital access. So I just wanted to bring that up because, like I said, I use it all the time. I used to, unfortunately, I don't read as much from hard books anymore because my job is such that I'm driving all day, and I have checked out hundreds of audiobooks through the library's program. So I highly suggest other people do it, although it'll make what I want harder to get. But that should also be really factored into the budgets and the discussions, because it is really how the library of the future is ultimately going to go. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council for comments. Dr. Barber.
So due to the essence of time, I won't say a lot, but just thank you for all the work that you've done. I commend you for being there for our community. It's all the time, but especially during that hour where the storm hit and people having somewhere to go. That's commendable. A lot of people didn't know that happened. So I'm really glad that came out during your report. So thank you so much for your dedication, your commitment, and your patience.
Councilmember Smith?
Yeah, thank you very much for the board members and our executive director, Brian. Thank you very much. Excellent job. Thank you for sharing the information. Great slideshow. And if I need some help with my future classes and slideshow, I might call you and say, hey, PowerPoint, please. Good job. It's great to see these photos, and for a fee, right? So I love the fact that we have this tie to the history and the pieces of artwork, and the fact that the building has been there a long time, but actually the first library of California. Significant history, and we love that fact. A little piece of information: I was a Pacific Grove kid. We had a good library there. My wife went to Monterey High, and that was our rendezvous point when we were courting in high school. So spent a lot of time there. Now my grandson gets to go to the library and appreciates all the services that are there. So it is a piece of our community. It continues to be that. I wish we had a whole big pot of money and we could say yes, but obviously we know it's a high priority, and we'll continue to have the conversations that we need to have to see what the future of the library holds in the future. But it's a jewel of Monterey, and our residents and people that come to Monterey truly appreciate it. But thank you very much.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you to the board and Brian for all the work you do. I just wanted to highlight a piece very quick here in terms of your bookmobile and what that does, the importance of it for families and individuals of all ages who can't necessarily come to the library. You bring the library to them. And to see a list here, I hadn't realized that it makes the bookmobile makes regular visits to 10 different sites around the city. So that's awesome to see, and really appreciate all the work that you do in general. Thanks.
Councilmember Hoppe.
Yeah, thank you to the board. I think your priorities make sense. They seem reasonable, and I would look forward to working with you to achieving them. And I will just say that, for me, libraries and librarians have helped to make me who I am. I wouldn't be a reader if it wasn't for a librarian. And I certainly spent many, many, many hours in libraries over the course of my education. And I do agree with Mr. Petty that it's essential. We live in a democracy where access to information is very, very important, and democracies can't thrive if you don't have an educated populace, and not everyone's going to be able to have access to higher education. They need to be able to have access to self-educate. So really appreciate the work you do.
I echo everything my colleagues have shared. I think that it's important, speaking to my comments in the weekly, that we think about what the library of the future looks like. I think a lot of people can look at a library and make assumptions around the changing nature of the environment and how we interact in society. But clearly demonstrated through the presentation and other information that we've received in Friday folders from Hans, that the library stepped up in times of need. And I don't think that's a new concept. I think that you have folks that are looking at what public service looks like from a different lens, and is willing to step up and provide support to the community in a way that's not otherwise provided. And so I just want to give my heartfelt thanks to all those that are serving in the library for the work that you continue to do. And I just encourage you to keep the pressure on the council in regards to exactly what your ask is of us. The responsibility of approving the budget on an annual basis lies with the folks that sit behind this dais. And so by being able to present what that looks like to us in a public setting, make sure that we're held accountable to speaking to all the things that the council just spoke to. So I just encourage you all to continue doing the work that you're already doing and soliciting feedback and input. And don't be afraid of that confrontation, of that push and pull that exists within this process. And that's okay. It's what the process is for. But I want you to keep us accountable. So thank you all so much for what you do. All righty.
That's it.
And with that, we will do public comments on closed session. We have 3 items. The first is conference with legal counsel on existing litigation. It's a case, Potter David versus City of Monterey. It's a workers' compensations appeals board case. There's another workers' compensation claim, which is Brent Hall versus City. And then the third item is conference with agency labor negotiators for, I'm trying to skip some of the language here, negotiations with labor groups. So we have general employees of Monterey, Management's Employees Association, Monterey Police Association, Police Lieutenants Management Association, Monterey Firefighters Association, Monterey Fire Chiefs Association, Monterey Executive Management Employees Association. Yes, we have a lot of labor groups within the city of Monterey. So we're looking at opening up contracts with them, and that's what this item is about. So anybody in the chamber wish to speak on those closed session items that I identified? Anybody in the chamber? Seeing none, we'll check online. Use the raise hand function to a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And seeing none online, with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session. Thank you all so much for being here today. I'm distracted now. Okay, we're going to reconvene for our evening session. I appreciate you all for being here in person, and for those online, thanks for joining us virtually. I'm going to ask Councilmember Garcia to kick us off with the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Gino. All right, and with that, we'll go to general public comments. This is a continuation from the afternoon session. So this is for public comments for items that are not on today's agenda. So if I can get a show of hands, or if you can stand up to the left of the podium, if you're in the chamber. What we're going to do is we're going to capture everybody who wants to speak now, and then we'll close that opportunity for folks to speak. And then those folks will get a chance to speak, and we'll move on to the next item. So I see 2 folks standing. There's 1 hand up. Anybody else in the chamber other than these 3 individuals? All right, so we have these 3 individuals in the chamber. We're gonna go to Zoom and ask those to use the raise hand function, and I'll give a countdown for those to use that function to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2 folks online, so we're gonna go ahead and close the opportunity to join additional public comment, and we'll go ahead and start in the chamber. Yes, please. No, you're right there. You're good.
Okay, I don't know what the city of Monterey, Sydney Ramsden Scott. I don't know what the city of Monterey has done so far regarding the Naval Postgraduate School. The Navy's plan to build a Naval Innovation Center on the Naval Postgraduate School land. But I read the EA, and by the way, I'm very concerned that they only had to do an EA and not an environmental impact statement or report, which I think would be appropriate given that the building that they plan is within 1,000 feet of Monterey Bay, 1,000 feet of Lake Del Monte there on the property, 1,000 feet the other way to the east part of Lake Elistero. I wanted to call your attention, first of all, to the fact that in their environmental assessment, they say because potential impacts were considered to be negligible or non-existent, the following resources were not evaluated in this EA: coastal zone management, hazardous materials and waste, public health and safety, recreation, socioeconomics, and an environmental justice. So they did not address any of these things in their environmental assessment. So I just wanted to say that it's apparent because they say the Navy itself says that it'll take 2 to 3 years to build this structure, huge, enormous, 290,000 square feet, 3 stories high. It is going to take, as I say, 2 to 3 years by their estimate, and it would require the entrance and the exit of 50 construction vehicles per day off of Del Monte Avenue, which will necessitate rerouting of the traffic coming in to the Monterey Bay. And I think this will impact not only our residents, but tourists, people who are held up in traffic even more than they nowadays are, sometimes getting into the peninsula, will probably never want to make a second trip. And so anyway, I'm just very concerned about this. There's tons to be read, and I can leave papers with the clerk or and a map, an aerial view of where the sites are, the 2 sites that they have narrowed it down to, one of which is probably, I mean, it's their least favorite, and it's because it's historical. It would knock down the cottages associated with the Del Monte Hotel. And I presume that's me. So just wanted to say, heads up, guys. And if you haven't paid attention, pay attention now. Thank you so much.
And if you want to leave material, you can leave it with staff over here.
Okay.
Thanks, Cindy. Yes, Cindy.
Good evening. It's great to be back. Tom Raleigh, speaking as president of the Homeowners Association, Fisherman's Flats Homeowners and Residents Association, and taking a look at a couple items that have been lately on the agenda for you guys to look at that show, I think, a weakness in understanding what's happening in the community and not being willing to listen to organizations that have been around a long time that have made very strong recommendations on things not to do. I belong, as I'm still an active realtor, still have a real estate license, and one of the things our organization input was, don't put in the rental registry. but you guys ignored our organization and went ahead and did it. I think there was one vote or maybe 2 votes not to do it. You're spending a lot of money on things that are, quite frankly, frivolous. However, then the city manager did an excellent letter last year on the proposed change on the Monterey One Water on putting another bill on our property tax bills. Now, I'm speaking as vice president of the MPTA, Monterey Peninsula Taxpayers Association. We do not need more bills added to our property tax bill. And yeah, granted, the water management or the sewer agency had reasons to do it. Were they adequate? You guys just don't have a picture, a big picture of what's going on with the citizens and what they are paying for and what they have to pay for. And one of the things when organizations come down to you representing thousands of people and say, don't do it, you need to start listening to what they have to say. The city manager had a good feel for it in his letter. And you should have listened to him back then. It was over a year ago when they first presented the concept. It should have been killed at the beginning. Granted, you voted this afternoon to go ahead with that. And I concur with what you did because the wheels were already in motion. But you guys have to get up to speed on what is happening out in the community. Next Monday is our annual meeting and open house and elections, not open house, and elections, which will be hearing what's going on in our area of Monterey. And it's not all good news. So the thing is, you guys need to get out and get out of City Hall and learn what's going on in this town. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Eric Palmer at the Monterey Vista neighborhood. Just wanted to say my kids just got back from school break camp, and I just want to applaud the recreation department. These school break programs are a lifeline for working parents. We shop around every school break, and it's really reliable, and I really appreciate the low rates. We shop around, and there's certain recreation camps this summer, for example, where 1 week is the same price as a full month or longer at some of the playground programs. So there's been a time where our childcare has exceeded the price of rent, of my rent, and we've really struggled when those times took place. So these school break, one of my kids went to public school, which is wonderful because we saved money from going to daycare, but we have those reliable summer camps and the school break camps that always align with the school schedule. And I really appreciate it. He has minor special needs, so with routines, that's really hard. He really loves going to school, and it was a hard time for it to have him dropped off somewhere new. But what's really special is he recognizes kids from his classrooms, and we even gave him, there's certain days where he's given the option to stay home, and this time around, and he wanted to go to camp instead of stay home. So that goes to show how great that is. And I want to couple that with, I went to the Easter egg hunt program, and that was just really wonderful. It's probably like the 15th or the 16th I've gone to. And what was really cool to see was all the staff recognized my 3 kids from going to all the recreation programs. So they were happy to see those staff. And of course, I was happy to see them as well, since they're all longtime friends of mine. So thank you for creating that. I hope you continue supporting these programs. They really bring a sense of community, the holiday ones. They're traditions that we look forward to. So I hope you continue to support them. And then lastly, I know this is probably a long time ago, but I've been meaning to tell you all that Fremont looks fantastic from Camino Aguajito to Camino El Estero. Did a lot of road work there, and that's a really busy street. Good luck with the lighthouse. I know that's one of our busy streets too, and we're getting some road work there. Good job on the communications there, so that we're warned of when not to go down those roads. But Fremont could have been just like that, but it was done really well, the traffic control. And then the landscaping looks really, really good. I'm not sure if that was done by the city or just the Catholic cemetery side, but I also wanted to say good job on the new entrance sign on there as well. Thanks.
Okay, and we're gonna go online. We already closed the opportunity for folks to jump in at this point. So we're gonna go online. If you have public comments on any of the items that are on the agenda, you'll have the opportunity to speak on those though. No worries.
So calling first on Keith.
Hello. Thank you. My voice is a little shot. I wanted to speak on the cameras that the city is considering, and I'm hoping this is the opportunity for that.
Real quick, I'm going to hold you because I don't want to prevent you from sharing your public comment, but that's on the agenda. And so you'll have an opportunity to jump back in at that time to speak on that item. If there's anything that's not on the agenda though, that you want to speak to, that's what you have the opportunity to do now. Is there anything that's not on the agenda that you want to speak to?
I think at this time, no thank you. I'll wait for that opportunity.
Perfect. Thank you. And apologies for the confusion there.
And we do have one other caller. This is a telephone caller with the last 3 digits, 705. You'll need to dial. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, everyone. Lorna Moffett. And first of all, I want to acknowledge Teeny Shake and his incredible compassionate role in the homeless. I've called so many agencies and they just have a voicemail and they don't get back to you. And these people out here, they need sleeping bags and tents. They're freezing and rain. It's deplorable and it's so inhumane. And he is the one person I can call and say, Teeny, we need tents and we need sleeping bags. And he gets them through the Salvation Army. So I want to thank them as well. The other thing is I hope you will really pay attention to what the Naval Postgraduate School is doing, because our oceans are becoming slime. There's a green slime that is spreading over the oceans from the toxic pollution and from the greenhouse gases. And our Monterey Bay doesn't even have fish anymore because we're heating it up with all these buildings. We need a moratorium on buildings, and I don't think any of you are even thinking about moratorium building. You know, Gavin Newsom has had a moratorium on building in Marin County where he lives. So I think this city needs to get really strict and say, no, we are not building. There's nothing you can do about it because this is the most valuable marine sanctuary in the world. And at one time of year, all the fish and marine life converge here for the plankton feed. And that plankton is being affected by the greenhouse gases. And it's getting to the point where we're going to lose that. And when we lose the ocean, we lose everything. So we really have to treat this as the most valuable gift that we have here and be responsible. And the other thing is that the Naval Postgraduate School, in building that AI center, is going to be such a huge target in war. This will be one of the main targets these people that are against us are going to strike. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay.
And there was one other hand that was raised too late after you called the end of the time.
Okay. Okay. Well, I apologize that we're not going to be able to get to that individual as well. I just want to reiterate that how we function in regards to public comments now is we try to capture folks at the beginning of the comments period, and then we close that off. And so once that's closed off, nobody else can jump in. And so it's not that we don't want to hear your comments, but we have to treat everybody fairly. And so I apologize that we're not going to be able to capture your comments right now, but we will have the opportunity to allow folks to speak on any of the agenda items that we have on this evening's agenda. And I apologize, we're not going to be able to get to engage in a conversation right now. Okay, and with that, we will give announcements from closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council considered a conference with legal counsel on a workers' compensation matter, case number ADJ 129435150. On a unanimous roll call vote, confidential direction was given to legal counsel. The second item, similarly, conference with legal counsel for existing litigation, a workers' compensation matter, claim number 21 M as in Mary ONO61. On a unanimous roll call vote, confidential direction was given to legal counsel. And then finally, the City Council met with its labor negotiators for multiple bargaining units, GEM, MIA, MPA, PLMA, MFFA, MFCOA, and MEMEA. And there was no reportable action.
And EIEIO. I'm going to do that next time, actually. I didn't think that I could just use the acronyms, but when I do it beforehand to ask for public comment. Okay, noted. Thank you, Chrissy, for the report out there. Now we will go to public appearance items. Number 13, receive community feedback and direct Monterey Police to proceed with automated license plate recognition, or also known as ALPR program implementation. And with that, I'll pass it to Hans for introduction of staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The police chief will present to you. We conducted public outreach over the last few months about ALPR. ALPR is automatic license plate readers are in the news here and there, and we have also some most recent examples from areas that are very close to our city as well. So the police has conducted, as you directed, public outreach, and we are presenting to you today the various steps that we have taken. We will share with you the comments we have received and our responses to the individual concerns or comments, as well as asking you finally for direction to implement ALPRs. And with that, I hand it over to Chief Hover.
Thank you, City Manager Ulcer. Uslar.
Yeah, it's not ulcer. It's not ulcer, Chief, but if you like to.
Uslar. Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members.
This can be a
as I'm, yeah, maybe I should just say Hans. As Hans related, we are coming back to you tonight to give an update on automated license plate recognition, otherwise known as ALPRs. We wanted to relate the community feedback that we received. So you know that on November 21st, we provided an informational item to all of you describing the ALPR technology. And then we held 2 town hall meetings in the evening on January 22nd and February 8th to obtain community feedback. We also created the Have Your Say Monterey webpage specific to ALPRs. And our recommendation to you would be that we proceed with the ALPR program implementation for the police department. So just to refresh your memories, on November 21st, we provided you information about the benefits of implementing an ALPR technology solution, the statutory requirements related to ALPRs and how our Monterey police policy addresses those requirements. We provided a proposed path toward implementing a fully functional ALPR program that includes both fixed and mobile solutions. And you directed that we engage with the public to obtain information and feedback from the community and report back to you, which is what we're doing this evening. So at the 2 town hall meetings, the majority of the public who spoke at the meetings were supportive of the implementation of the ALPR program. There were concerns raised, included right to privacy, data sharing, transparency, audits of an ALPR system, and the police department accountability. 16 people attended the 2 meetings and 8 viewers were online. Of those who spoke, 7 were in favor, 4 were opposed. As I related, we started a Have Your Say Monterey webpage. And at that location, when we received emails and letters, we posted them to that site so that they could be seen by anybody that was interested. And an overwhelming majority of those emails were in favor of implementing the ALPR program. concerns included intrusion into personal privacy and constitutional concerns. As far as the emails and letters in support, there were 18 emails and letters opposed, 4. There was also a comment section, comments in support 2, comments opposed 4. Neighborhood businesses that wrote in support included the Monterey County Hospitality Association, the Portola Hotel and Spa, Glenwood Neighborhood Association, Casanova Oak Knoll Association, Cannery Row Business Association, Del Monte Beach NCIP Board, and Fisherman Flats Homeowners and Residents Association. Groups that wrote that were opposed was the American Civil Liberties Union, Northern California, Monterey County chapter. And I want to point out that we made a bit of a mistake in that there was a letter of support that was attached to the agenda report that should have been on the Have Your Say Monterey Bay. So I've included, there should be a hard copy on the dais at each of your workstations of the letter that was opposed from the ACLU. Going a little more into depth, and this chart is also in your agenda report, I want to go a little more into the concerns and how we are addressing those concerns. So starting with the concern that the ALPRs may identify vehicle occupants through use of facial recognition technology. The way we're addressing that is that our system would identify vehicles, license plates, and or makes and models of vehicles, not vehicle occupants. Facial recognition technology is not utilized as part of this system, and it's not a proposed aspect of this ALPR project. Next concern, the ALPR system could capture personal identifiable information. What we're doing to address that, the ALPR system would not capture personal identifiable information. It would only capture the images of vehicles and license plates already visible in public. Next item, the ALPR system may be used by unauthorized users, not by law enforcement, and for unauthorized purposes. As the way that we're addressing that is that the Monterey Police Department, all Monterey Police Department users would be provided with training related to the legal requirements, privacy concerns, policy mandates, and system usage prior to being provided system access. Only approved staff with a right and need to know would be authorized to access the ALPR system. Next concern, there may not be enough checks and balances to ensure the collected data is secure and the system is secure. The Monterey Police Department command staff will perform regular audits of the system to ensure the collected data is secure and being used in accordance with department policies. And the system will be further secured with the city's identity and access management system and the city's cybersecurity monitoring solution. Next concern, it's uncertain how the public would remain informed about how the city is using the data. And the way we would address that is to demonstrate and promote transparency. We would launch a public ALPR transparency portal, which I have a slide that will show what that looks like. Next concern, the security of the data is a potential concern, including who has access. The data would be encrypted and securely stored with an encryption government-rated cloud provider, and the MPD will own the data and will determine who has access. A requirement for the selected vendor would be that they not share or sell the data. And finally, concern that the LPR cameras would capture data on private property and non-public locations. The way that we would address this, and I want to clarify this after I go through this, but ALPR's cameras would only capture data in public locations, the public roadways. What I want to clarify is they will collect data from vehicles that might be in a driveway, but they're in a place that might not be on the public roadway, but they're in public view. And so sometimes those would be captured as well. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands that. But they would be photographing the vehicles on public roadways and not engaging in legally defined searches. And additionally, the vehicle data will only be stored for 30 days unless that information is associated with a case report, investigation complaint, or citation. So we showed you this in the first presentation that we gave, but I think this is a really good aspect of kind of showing what's collected. So you see that the ALPR camera takes a photo. It uses computer algorithms to read and convert that image. And I'm going to talk about something that happened in our own town last week that explains how all this works towards the end of this. It provides vehicle details like make and model and a license plate. There's not people, facial recognition, no traffic enforcement, and all vehicle footage is searchable by vehicle attributes for up to 30 days. So on the right side of your slide, you see where it shows plate, make Toyota, color gray, last visited. That's the last time that a photograph was taken of that car or that vehicle, and it shows how many times it was seen, in this case, 3 of 30 days in that example. So I talked about a transparency portal. So what I did was I went online and took a picture of a transparency portal, and it's a little hard to read, but this is a vendor that provides this portal that relates different information, number of owned cameras, external organizations with access, hot lists alerted on, vehicles detected in the last 30 days, hot list policy, hot list hits in the last 30 days, searches in the last 30 days, and then on the bottom there, it's a link to the actual policy for that agency. And so this is updated with the most current information, I think daily. This says on the top as of Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024. I want to bring your attention back to what I discussed about previously, that state legislative mandates related to the ALPR system are incorporated into our policy. That those legislative mandates were passed in 2016. As we progress with technology, the legislature does the same. And so they've enacted these protocols to ensure that we're addressing these issues. Those include maintaining reasonable security procedures, implementing a usage and privacy policy, that the ALPR operator shall maintain a record of that access, only be used for authorized purposes, that the end user shall maintain reasonable security procedures and practices. And Monterey Police Department Policy 433, automated license plate readers, ensures that the Monterey PD is in compliance with all of these statutory requirements. I also want to bring your attention to the fact that the current policy has track changes in it, and that was after I discussed some of the concerns with a representative from the ACLU and made almost all of the changes that were requested in that policy. Again, the benefits of an ALPR system: it will assist the Monterey Police Department in locating vehicles that have been used in criminal activity or are part of a crime. It will assist in apprehending those involved in crime, recovering stolen property, and deterring crime. As I've related, the ALPR records both plates and alerts on plates. And like any technology, our police officers are provided information related to vehicles that might be utilized in some sort of a crime, but we're humans, and so we can't remember all of that information. This is a technology that helps us do that. The alerts notify an officer of a vehicle on a hot list, but the alert doesn't mean that the officer then, after they get the alert, has to confirm that information once they have the alert. So if the hot list shows, it dings and shows that the car in front of them, ABC 123, is stolen, they have to do a secondary aspect where they ask communications or get on the computer and confirm that that information is correct, as well as confirm that the license that the reader is looking at is the same license of the car that is in front of them or that it hit on when they were driving in that area. ALPR technology assists, as I've described, in solving and deterring crime. It's a force multiplier. As I've described, it's proactive, it's investigative, and it deters. It's proactive in that it provides real-time alerts when a stolen or wanted vehicle enters Monterey. It's investigative in that ALPR, they will record plates of vehicles in Monterey, leading to investigative leads after a crime has occurred to assist in solving crimes. And finally, deterrence. The presence and publication that there's an ALPR system will act as a deterrent for multiple issues, specifically retail theft rings, auto theft, catalytic converter theft, auto theft, etc. So this is a map of, and these aren't locations that are in stone, but that when we looked at this, we looked at the best way to accurately see what's going on, or vehicles that are traveling through the city of Monterey, and identifying where they're going, where they're coming from. This is a rough map of that, and we had suggested 35 cameras in 32 different locations. Agencies utilizing ALPR systems in Monterey County: Carmel by the Sea, Pacific Grove, Salinas, Sand City, Seaside, Marina, Monterey County Sheriff. And this last week, the state of California, Governor Newsom is implementing 480 cameras in Oakland. You might ask, what does the governor have to do with Oakland? Well, he sent the California Highway Patrol to assist in policing the city of Oakland, and he just announced that they are going to implement 480 cameras to assist with that. In San Francisco, a month or two ago, Mayor London Breed announced that she was implementing 400 cameras in San Francisco. They have the same technology in Berkeley and in Santa Cruz. And I just bring all of those up to point out that this is a technology that's being used all over the place with the safeguards that I have described. So I just want to talk about two stories related to ALPRs. The first one is the one that I alluded to. And on the right side of the screen there are three suspects. And there was a retail theft ring at the Sunglass Hut on Cannery Row on March 28th, just the other day. And what occurred was that we got a call of three masked men that had entered the Sunglass Hut on Cannery Row, and that they were robbing the Sunglass Hut. So we immediately sent officers there. This happened at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a very busy time. And the subjects took about $30,000 worth of sunglasses in garbage bags and ran to a parked car. We were able to get on scene. The subject had already left, but we didn't have a description of the car. We just had three people in hoodies with garbage bags. Our officers were able to work with one of the businesses on Cannery Row very quickly. They were able to get video of a vehicle leaving at a fast rate. And that vehicle was described as a silver Chrysler 300. An adjoining agency that shares a radio channel with us heard that. So they have this technology. So they looked at their ALPR technology and observed a vehicle that matched, because the video that we had, we couldn't see the license plate, but they were able to see a vehicle leaving at that exact same time going up David, and they hit two of their cameras. And from that, they were able to get a license plate. They then put the license plate into the system. And 15, 20, 30 minutes later, what happened was that vehicle started hitting on General Jim Moore on the street in Marina Seaside area. So the Marina Police Department and CSUMB started looking for the car because they knew it was in their area and located it. They made a car stop on that car and arrested the driver. They got the driver out of the car, started dealing with him when a passenger jumped into the driver's seat and took off. So now those officers had one subject in custody, and they started a pursuit northbound on Highway 1, and the vehicle got away from them. As they were chasing them, as they got on the freeway, they threw out a couple of bags of the sunglasses. About a half an hour or 45 minutes later, the CHP was called because in Santa Cruz County, that vehicle ran into the back of one vehicle so hard that it pushed it into another vehicle. When the CHP got there, the subjects that were in that car were gone, and there was evidence of the sunglasses and that kind of thing in the vehicle. So that example shows, and by the way, the person that was arrested, the driver, was from Hayward. So what that shows is it shows kind of all the aspects of what this technology can do. It can show that we didn't have a license plate, but we had a vehicle. It then is able to give us a license plate, and that's after the car has gone by, right? So it's catching things after the crime has occurred. Then that plate is put in, and 15 minutes, 20 minutes later, now they're starting to get hits, and they know that the car is in that area, and they're able to locate it. On March 3rd, 2024, you all heard that there were 11 shot and 4 killed in King City. The suspects involved in that car got out of a stolen silver Kia before opening fire and used it as a getaway vehicle. Silver Kia was stolen out of Pacific Grove and identified through ALPR cameras in both Pacific Grove and South County. That Silver Kia has since been recovered, and as you all know, they're still working on that case. But this is to point out that crime comes to our peninsula from all over the place, and this is a clear indication of that. Our recommendation is that the City Council approve the procurement and use of automated license plate recognition technology, fixed and mobile, by the Monterey Police Department for all the reasons that we've described. We believe that extensive community outreach suggests that the Monterey community favors the implementation of an ALPR system, and I am available for questions and direction.
Thank you, Police Chief. Questions? Dr. Barber. Y'all made me dizzy for a second.
Thank you so much, Chief. I appreciate that very thorough presentation. So I just have some questions because I see the benefit very clearly. I mean, it's very obvious how it is, but I also know some of the concerns from the privacy that you brought up already and that came through the outreach. And some of the things I even think of in purpose of the city itself, like has this particular, because I've been reading up on some of the what is the ALPR? I'm going to get that mixed up. Okay, ALPR, where have they been sued? Has the city been, the cities of these usage been sued? Or like what kind of litigations? Because I've seen some, I know I saw some with ACLU, but I've also seen some that I had researched before about some of the litigation. So I was curious about that. Curious about insurance that would back this up if there was an issue with that. And then I think you made it very plain that there's no facial recognition in answering the questions from the outreach. So curious about any of those pieces.
So I'll answer the easiest one first is there's not facial recognition. And then going back from that, I think the question was, am I aware of civil suits? I'm not specifically, but I am positive that there's been civil suits that have involved ALPRs, or just like there is with any type of policing action, because civil suits occur all the time, and especially in policing. And so that's certainly something that we're concerned about. But that's why we have all these policies and practices in place so that we can address those and mitigate any exposure that we might have to civil suits related to the enforcement of the law. But quite frankly, anything that we do is potential for a civil suit in what we're doing in enforcing the law. And so that could apply to anything. And that's why it's imperative for us to hire the right people, train people, hold people accountable, and make sure that they are complying with those policies and procedures.
And so I understand that like everything that you do or most people do could, fall into litigation. I'm always about how to mitigate risks, right? So I'm just curious of what type of, safe marks or checks and balances. I know you have the website that you're going to be doing updates, but checks and balances, because what I'm seeing in some parts of it too is that if sometimes some of the marginalized populations are feeling like they may be targeted more than they are already, and so I think and not here, but it could be used somewhere else, and I think that's what there's a lot of citizens that have talked about, or not just maybe here, but it could be used somewhere else, right? And so I'm just curious about checks and balances there and what your thoughts are.
Totally sensitive to that and everything that we're doing in enforcing the law and all of those aspects that you're describing. The best way that I can explain as to what I am doing with that, whether it's this or anything else, really gets back to the people that we're hiring, ensuring that they are trained, and ensuring that we're holding them accountable. And so with anything that we're doing, with any kind of action that police officers are taking, we're making sure that they're held to account for their actions, and they're aware of that. And so when we institute policy, that policy is there to direct them how to do the things that they should be doing. And if they don't comply with that policy, sometimes they make mistakes, then we address that and we do anything from training to termination, depending on what the violation is with those different policies. So that doesn't just apply to this, that applies to everything that me and my command staff do in ensuring that we're having a professional organization and that we're functioning the way that we should to ensure that we are doing our job of serving the community. But a big part of our job is enforcing the law. And with that, we have to make sure that we're doing that properly and appreciating all of the constitutional rights and the respect of everybody. And so all of that is through that process of hiring, training, keeping people accountable. And, you know, we always throw out this training thing. To me, it's not just training, it's what is this organization built on? I mean, I can train you all day long, but if you know what my expectations are, and that is that everything we do rests on a constitutional foundation and respect for people and respect for humanity, that guides what we're doing, and people understand that at the Monterey Police Department.
And I can appreciate that because I know how you are, Chief, and you run a tight ship. I know that. But we're, you know, just like you said, depending on who else is there, right? That they may not be like you with that same type of character, but that's what you're trying to make sure that you mitigate and being proactive in who you're hiring, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for the presentation. I'm going to preface my questions and later comments by saying that I appreciate you always looking for other tools and resources for your department to maintain the safety of our residents. Just a few questions. In the staff recommendation, there's mention of extensive community outreach, suggesting that Monterey community favors this. Can you or perhaps staff define what extensive means? Extensive community outreach?
Certainly. So on one of the slides, we specifically related that we did the town halls and that we did the Have Your Say Monterey. And we had media releases that announced that. We put that on our Facebook. I believe that it was also there. I believe there was an article in the paper, but I might be mixing it up with something else that we did. And so all of those things of emails and Facebook and media releases are to try to have community be involved in that and holding those two town hall meetings, announcing that we were going to be here tonight. So this is the fourth time that we've talked about this publicly. I'd like to have more community involvement, but the extensive community outreach is what we're doing to try to get the community to weigh in on this.
Okay, thank you. My next question, it's in the attachment that was included in the agenda. So there's a paragraph here, and I'll quote just part of it. If a vehicle is entered into the system because of its association with a wanted individual, officers should attempt to visually match the driver to the description of the wanted subject prior to making the stop, or should have another legal basis for making the stop. Can you interpret for me that last piece in terms of the other legal basis for a stop?
So if a officer gets a hit and the car comes, the beginning of that paragraph is describing if the officer can, there's a description of the car and the person, that you should try to see if the person inside matches that description. Sometimes that's very difficult because people have tinted windows or the officer's behind the car, they're not in a position to see that. However, officers, if they have a reason to stop a car because they've done some sort of a driving maneuver that's illegal, or there's other issues that are illegal with the car, that gives them the reasonable suspicion and they can then stop the car for that reason.
Is that a common practice?
It's a legal practice that officers utilize for enforcing the law, yes.
So officers in this specific example could be looking for a specific vehicle because the person who owns it is wanted, but they can't make the visual confirmation, so they'll look for a busted tail light to pull over.
Well, that's what that's relating to, and the law is clear that they can do that. But what it's saying is that hopefully they're going to be able to figure out that that is the person in there. But that is something that police officers do. In this instance, let's play out the sunglasses issue, the case that I just described. Let's say that we didn't have the actual license plate, and the officer saw a car that was described even without that license plate. Because that crime occurred, because it was violent, and because it's close in time and that vehicle description was put out, that starts to create reasonable suspicion and some probable cause that the officer can initiate a car stop. What they would try to do in that case, even without the license plates or these hits, is they try to look in the car if they could to see if that person matches the description. But if they can't do those things, and it did have some sort of violation on the road, or as you've described, a busted taillight, yes, they could stop it for that reason to confirm whether these people perhaps now they can see, or they could see the bags in the back of the car that potentially have sunglasses or those kinds of things. So yes.
Okay, thank you. I have more on that, but I'll save it for my comments. I'm sorry, just a few more. Also, same attachment. Trying to paraphrase here. Department members alerted to the fact that an observed motor vehicle's license plate is entered as a hot plate in a specific BOLO, B-O-L-O, list are required to make reasonable effort to confirm that a wanted person is actually in the vehicle and or that a reasonable basis exists. Can you describe to me what you interpret as reasonable?
So what that's talking about there is it's going one step past that you got the hit on the car, and in addition to the car being stolen, it also might be involved with somebody that is associated to that car. So reasonably trying to see that person is kind of what I was just describing. Mm-hmm. Could the officers get into a position where they could see it? But what happens is oftentimes that's very difficult to do. So they might need to stop that car and not have the opportunity to go up and check to see that that person is the same person that was potentially associated to that vehicle. But that's why it talks about if there's other reasons to stop the car, then the law says that they can, through case law, that they could stop the car for other reasons.
Mm-hmm. And last question, same attachment. In terms of training, the training shall at a minimum review the automated license plate reader policy. In your view, that would be the training?
So the training would encompass going through that section that you're looking at there, but in not just reviewing that, but going through examples like we're doing right here and talking through different examples and looking at some of the cases where there have been things that police officers have done wrong, to point those out to the officers and describing to them the things that they need to make sure that they're doing with scenarios that really happen so that it comes alive. It's not just what's on the paper.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, Chief, thank you for the detailed report. Because you were talking about some of the constitutional rights, I think I would like to hear your perspective. I think the public would want to. You talk about that the license plate reader system is augmenting the tools and effectiveness to be able to conduct police investigations. If you could talk a little bit about where the Fourth Amendment comes in, search warrants, and how the inevitable process beyond the stop, beyond the contact, where that leads you. If you could talk a little bit more about the constitutional threshold of Fourth Amendment, where it takes us into the searches of the vehicle or searches of homes as an augmentation of the tools. I think the public would like to hear a little bit more in terms of, well, what do we do with this information? Okay, the license plate's been read and we think we have the vehicle in X location. To complete the complete investigation, what happens next?
So there's all kinds of aspects to come into what that situation might be. So this is a pointer system. And so if the things that I've already described, if an officer gets a hit on a car and that car is reported stolen, they first have to confirm that the license plate they're seeing they got the hit on is actually the license plate that's in front of them. After they do that, if the car is stolen, they can stop the car, and they've confirmed that that's happening. And they then can take the person out of the car because they now have probable cause to believe the car is stolen and that person is driving that car. Now, there's exceptions to the Fourth Amendment. So we always hear about the search warrant, and that is the best way to search. But the case law talks about exceptions to the Fourth Amendment and getting a search warrant. One of them is subject to an arrest. So you could search the car if you arrest the person. If somebody is on probation, if somebody is on parole. If they're on probation, they have to have search terms. Those are all things that you have to confirm before you do that. If you were to get consent, you could search that car. And that's because the courts have realized that when police officers are doing their everyday work, it wouldn't make sense that every time that they want to do some sort of a search, they have to go talk to the district attorney, write a search warrant, have the district attorney okay that search warrant, go to a judge, have the judge review that search warrant and say, yes, you now have enough to search. So through case law, there are about 7 different exceptions to the search warrant. That's one case where we know right now that that car was a stolen car that was in the system. There's a whole lot of other aspects, though, that we can use this for where it's just the beginning of an investigation. So let's say that we have a shooting somewhere and that license plate comes up. We might not find that car immediately, but we might have information about that car that then the detectives go and start running the car's plate. They start looking at who's driven the car. Sometimes people loan cars to people. Sometimes friends have those cars. And now they do what you see in the movies where people are doing a full investigation related to that car. And that was just the first pulling of the feather to figure out all the rest of the story, which might lead to other information through witnesses or other suspects or other evidence that creates a place where they get a search warrant. And now they go serve a search warrant at somebody's house and find more evidence of whatever that crime is, maybe the gun or a casing or a bullet that might be related to the gun that's involved in the shooting. So this is much bigger than just what we're getting on the hot list and just those initial stops. So I described where there's 2 aspects to this. The one is where we're getting hits with the patrol officers. The other is gathering information for investigations that points us in the direction, which it's not enough to go do a search at this point, but we have to do the investigation to develop that probable cause, to go to the DA to say we want a search warrant, to go to the judge, that the judge now says, yes, you have enough. I command you to go search the house based on the information that you have given to me.
Yeah, and I appreciate that explanation because it is complex and it's hard to understand some of the nuances. But I wanted to kind of go back to what Councilmember Garcia was asking in that the BOLO, which is be on the lookout, is the traditional, like we're looking for this vehicle because there's been something come over the radio. It's wanted in some respect, but it's a high threshold to get the vehicle located and then the actions that take place after that. It's not necessarily always going to lead to an arrest. It's certainly the starter point to be able to, as you said, a pointer. And I appreciate the long explanation that it's taking the investigation to, in many times, other cities and maybe even out of the county, because it's giving you a point in a first step in direction.
And you've raised a point in my mind that I want to explain as well. That BOLO, the be on the lookout, the camera was able to enhance what the police are doing because it's captured and told us that that vehicle's in that area. That same thing could happen though if during briefing tonight, the sergeant in the briefing reads that same BOLO and gives a description of the car. That same process would be gone through by the officer to make the determination if they can stop it, if they can't stop it, if there's reasonable suspicion, if that develops into probable cause. So all the camera is doing is alerting the officer to something that the officer might be driving by that car and have forgotten about the BOLO. It's telling them, hey, there was a BOLO that's in the system. Or maybe that was from a week ago and the officers had many BOLOs since then, and it's alerting them to the BOLO that they already heard about 2 weeks ago. So it's just enhancing what the officers are able to do, but it doesn't trump all of the aspects that the officer has to go through legally to ensure that they're complying with the law before they do any kind of a search or arrest.
And if I could follow up with the question, most officers are wearing a body camera and audio visual now, or will be in the short view, have that equipment on them.
They have had in-car video since before I came here 9 years ago, and they've had body-worn cameras. I think 2 years after I came here, we implemented body-worn cameras. Yes.
So that traffic stop that we talked about hypothetically would not only have the evidence of the license plate reader or the reason to stop, enhanced by the observations of the officer, but also the activities of the officer in that contact is going to be recorded with audio, with body camera, and the vehicle that is equipped, the police vehicle is equipped with that.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
First of all, Chief, I really want to thank you for doing what I think is a good job of public outreach on this. And, you know, I asked you to do that, and I think you did a good job. I think you did a good job of reaching out to some of the groups who had concerns, and I appreciate that you've tried to craft a policy to address those concerns. I do have a couple questions. So in the letter that we got from the ACLU, they expressed concern that information acquired through the ALPR could be shared with ICE or somehow used in a ICE immigration enforcement action. But as I read the policy, I think it said pretty clearly that the data couldn't be used in that way. Could you speak to that concern, and do I understand that correctly?
Yes, absolutely. And that was in the attachment. And actually, that was one of the, I had some of that language in there, but the language that was requested is now in blue in track changes in section 433.9, releasing ALPR data. So I already had in there that we would not share it with federal immigration agencies, including Immigrations and Customs Enforcement and Customs and Border Patrol. And then what we added, what I was requested to add, was the MPD will not share ALPR information with out-of-state or federal agencies, including out-of-state and federal law enforcement agencies, nor ALPR data be shared with any law enforcement agency for the purposes of enforcing prohibitions on reproductive or gender-affirming care. And quite frankly, when I presented to you before, I had done some research right before I came in here, and the state legislature had tried to pass a bill related to this where they didn't want law enforcement to share with out-of-state or federal agencies. And that didn't pass, but in my mind, if that's something the legislature is heading toward, I thought that that would be something that I would put in here. I will relate that the California Chiefs of Police is not in agreement with that, but at this point, if that's what was requested, I don't have a problem with having that in the policy.
Thank you. And then I just want to make sure I understand this, but the general use of the ALPR is not a search, because you're not a search in kind of the technical legal sense requiring a warrant, because you're just sort of acquiring metadata, as it were. You're not searching a specific license plate. But so I just kind of want to clarify. Let's say, for example, because this is, I think, the kind of concern folks might have, if for whatever reason there were, I don't know, a civil rights protester, there was an activist or someone like that, this technology couldn't be used to sort of track the movements of that individual person without a warrant. Instead, if the car they drove, you know, were flagged as having been a part of a crime and then it popped up, yes, but this technology would not be used to track the movements of any specific individual. Is that correct?
So you asked 2 points there. Could it be and would it be? So the answer to could it be, if somebody wanted to track somebody based on the license plate reads, they can do that. It would not be because in the policy, it says you can't do it. And if it does, it can result in not only administrative, but also legal consequences related to that. So the policy specifically has sections in it that say it will not be used for that very thing. It's only for official purposes related to criminal activity.
And then, Chief, it's sort of a philosophical question. I did a lot of reading about this technology, and I did a fair amount of research. And there was one article I read that I thought kind of asked a good question. How do you see this fitting into the philosophy of MPD? And because I'll just be honest, I do have some concerns. I have some ambivalence about this. I mean, one of the things I love about our police department and about your leadership is the community engagement aspect of our police department. So how do you see this kind of technology sort of fitting in with or helping as opposed to harming that philosophy of the MPD?
So, I think that the philosophy of the MPD is understanding the constitutional protections, being professional, ensuring that we are enforcing the law according to law. And as a result of this, that's already there. Last night, somebody asked me, so I was walking out of the police department at about 10:30, and there was a sergeant and a couple of officers, and they said, "Hey, do you think it's going to pass?" I said, I think so, but I don't know. But they asked me, well, what do you see the future? Just like you're asking me here. And I told them, this is a tool for us to use, but we have to ensure that the way we're using it is proper and that we're not doing anything that would create issues with the community because we're using this improperly. And we need to look at things that officers have done wrong and make sure that we're talking about that so we're doing this correctly. So to me, this is another aspect to the bedrock of the Monterey Police Department, which is built on ethics. And while I appreciate some of the positive comments toward me, I will tell you that I inherited a very great organization that is built on the bedrock of ethics and work. I was lucky enough to inherit that. Now, I won't tell you that I don't reinforce and make sure that that's occurring through my leadership, but the men and women of this organization are impressive.
Thank you very much. The last question that I have, it's really kind of a continuation of the concern I think you may have heard from some of the others and this is really my biggest concern, is the risk of misidentification. And, you know, a car is flagged, a car is stopped. It turns out either that the car is misflagged or that the person driving the car is a completely innocent person, but, you know, they happen to be in that car. And I just wonder if you could go through again, what can we do to make sure that that doesn't go sideways and end up being an unfortunate incident?
So 3 aspects, I think. The first is the policy talks about what kind of car, when we will enter a car into that system. And there's specific reasons that it can get entered in the first place. So that has to do with what kind of hot lists we're going to allow and develop to put in here. The next part of that 1B is that for somebody to put something in here, while the organization says these are the kinds of hot lists, a supervisor has to check if somebody wants to put a car in there and verify that that meets the parameters to put it in there. That's the first part. The second part is that if a car is in there and there is a hot list and there is a hit, that those things that I've kind of described where they see the light, it dings or the computer advises them that there's a hit, that they check the license plate that it's hitting on and compare that to the vehicle and make sure that that license plate is the same. 2B is they don't just take the word of the computer. They call it into dispatch or they go into one of the criminal justice systems to confirm that that hit is still good. So that's the second part. The third part to the concern, and all of these concerns are absolutely, they're true, and we need to be aware of them, and we need to understand them, and we need to make sure that we're talking about them. But the third part of that is that our officers understand that sometimes things appear one way and that's not how they are. So a lot of what we do, whether it's this technology and policy or anything that we do, is to understand, because again, let's say we don't have this technology, just take this technology out of it. We had the bolo on a silver 300 Chrysler that's in the same location. Generally it's on the peninsula and it's close in proximity to time to when the Sunglasses Hut hit. And my officers look and they're like, that looks like the car. They could stop that car, but they also understand this might not be the car. And so the third part is that cops got to be thinkers and they got to be thinking about all of these things. And I think that we've done a really good job. Like, I keep going back to this because this is my belief, that we hire people that we've done a good background on. We find out about what they're about. We tell them what we're about. We then put them through a training program and we hold them accountable. But the basis and bedrock of our organization is service and ethics. And they understand that. And the service part is about people, that we need to make sure that we're treating people correctly. And sometimes this person might not have done whatever occurred. And I think that our folks understand that.
I appreciate that. And in a way, you've kind of identified how even under the current system, we could have misidentification and maybe even more likely, how many silver Pontiacs are there out there? And maybe you end up, stopping a car and being, suspicious of it. And it's not the car. Whereas this technology might actually allow you to be more precise and accurate in identifying the actual car that may be involved in the crime. So thank you very much. Let's extend to my questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Again, Police Chief, I have two questions. One of the discussions that came up at the last council meeting was concern around, and I think it was Jean Rash brought it up in her comments, around being captured. Let's say you're a pedestrian, you're kind of an innocent bystander, have nothing to do with maybe a potential incident. I know there was concern raised around that. Is that mitigated at all in regards to the process that we've taken since the last council meeting? Are we able to hone in more? I think that was a concern that seemed hard to mitigate, but I just kind of wanted to check in on that.
There's different solutions for the ALPRs, and with the vendor that we would look at, those pictures are going to be taken. So there is a picture of a person that might be standing there as a car goes by, but the metadata that's captured and goes up to search, it's not going to include information about that person, because when my officers are searching, it's only collecting the information surrounding the car, the license plate, the bumper stickers, and that kind of thing. So while the picture of the person might be a part of that, when they're searching the metadata, it's not searching facial features or people. So I couldn't, even if that person is captured, I can't go in there and search the metadata for a old white guy with glasses in a police uniform. So it doesn't search that data. The metadata is just searching the information surrounding cars.
Okay. And then the second question, you were speaking to earlier about, in one of the case studies that you were speaking to, about getting the data from another local agency. And so my assumption is that we see in the report, we're not going to be sharing it with any outside state or federal agency. But I'm assuming that there might be some potential for us to do some sharing with other agencies outside of the city of Monterey. Is that accurate to say?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Do you want me to explain that a little bit?
Sure.
So what happens is nobody can have access to our system in Monterey unless I have an agreement with them. So like if these other agencies that have this on the peninsula want me to share information with them, there has to be an agreement, an actual written agreement for us to share that information. So I pick and choose who I'm going to make that agreement with. And I'm going to choose the people that are in our area or that are within the state, and disclude the ones that it relates in here that we would not share with.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for that. That's all my questions. I think it was a good, robust conversation so far. Let's bring it out to the public. So I'm going to start in the chamber. And again, I'm just going to reiterate for those that may have not attended a council meeting recently, what we do is ask everybody who wants to speak to identify themselves at the beginning of the public comment period. We'll identify you. Once those folks are identified, we'll close it off. We'll shut it off so nobody else will be able to speak other than those folks that were identified at the beginning. So I'm going to offer the opportunity for those in the chamber who would like to speak on this item. Please identify yourself by either standing up to the left of the podium or raising your hand. And it might be easier if you're able and willing to stand up at the podium, because I see a couple of hands. And once those folks are standing, I'll ask again. In the meantime, we'll also check with folks online. If you can use the Zoom raise hand function, I'm going to do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 4. Okay, is there anybody else that's sitting that wants to speak on this item?
I think Tom, I counted 9.
Just Tom. Okay, 2, 4, 6, 8,
9,
12, 13. We have 13 folks. We've allocated 30 minutes for public comment. Does the council have any feedback on that, on the length of time?
Based on the calculation, roughly 2 minutes, 18 seconds, but up to council. So.
Does the council have feedback on it?
That's impressive. Yeah, 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Okay. All right. So everybody's going to have 2 minutes to speak. So we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Good evening, council members, city staff, chief. I'm first going to ask for more time because I wasn't able to speak earlier. My name is John Sovereign. I've been a resident of Monterey for the past 5 years. I'm now a sworn appointed officer of the city of Monterey. Thank you very much. Most of you have probably seen the film Minority Report. Anyone not seen Tom Cruise in Minority Report? I don't think any of us want that future. At the same time, I think you've probably also seen the movie RoboCop. None of us want RoboCops on our police force. And I would suggest that what I would prefer to call vehicle identification and tracking system be considered military grade technology, subject to higher level of review than what the state has recommended and what you've proposing, Chief.
John, sorry, real quick. And this is for everybody, just for general awareness. When public comments are made, if we can pause that for 1 second. When public comments are made, they're to be directed at the council.
Okay, sorry.
No worries.
I would suggest that this is, as everyone has, I think, admitted, this is powerful technology, it's complicated technology, it's complicated law. I would suggest that the best remedy or approach to this would be to purchase this technology, start training on it, and for 1 year run a pilot and ask the ACLU to monitor its use. How it's being used is the most critical thing. I have a few things I want to say also, unrelated. 2 months ago, I came to the council when I heard that the city manager believed that time?
That's your time. Unfortunately,
I call on the council to extend the amount of time for this important subject.
John,
there is many people here.
John,
there are many people here tonight.
I apologize, but the time is limited, and I have to be respectful of everybody. Everybody gets the same amount of time.
So I'm just going to say one more thing.
Please, no,
John, I am.
John,
you have said that.
Hey,
this
please, Chief.
You do not.
All right, we'll take the next public commenter, please.
Well, first of all, I promise to stick to 2 minutes. My name is Mark Kelly, and I'm a member of the Hospitality Association, but I also live in Monterey and have for 6 years. And I've had a chance to go on several ride-alongs with the Monterey Police Department. And their ethics are, I think, in my mind, not questionable. I'm kind of a little bit puzzled by what we're doing here because we're the only city I didn't see Delray Oaks, I guess, but the only other city on the entire Monterey Peninsula that doesn't have this. And I would think that this has been examined by all the city councils, and not that this council shouldn't be on doing things on its own merit. But it's a phenomenal tool for interagency cooperation. And we do have a really vibrant community here in which people come from other places who don't want to do nice things for us. And I think this is a tool that allows them, our Monterey Police Department, to better cooperate with the other agencies on the Monterey Peninsula for the sole purpose of making sure that I who live here and others and my neighbors, if something happens and a car is stolen or someone does something that would be even worse, that there's a chance to get that plate, and we can share that plate with the other areas, other jurisdictions in the community. And I just find it really puzzling that we would want to find ourselves on an island where the other agencies are able to cooperate with each other when license plates are taken for proper purposes, and we're the one city that isn't able to cooperate with the rest of them if we have something that happens in our community so that we can share it with them. And that just doesn't seem to me to make any common or practical sense. I respect the council, and I certainly hope that we don't find ourselves on the outside looking in for a really productive and significant technology. Thank you.
Sharon Dwight, resident of Monterey. I'm going to say I agree with his statement. I think that we don't want to be left behind. I like the idea of coordination, cooperation. Having said that, I'm late to the conversation. I've been writing down some questions. That's what I'm going to share. First of all, are these motion sensor cameras, are they running all the time? Is the storage of all of the license plates that have been photographed, or only those that were selected because it seems that there is some reason to remember that data? Is this like the speed, our mater maids who are taking photographs? I mean, we have a technology that is doing that now. How is this different than that? Are there any emissions that this is giving out, or is this like the speed cameras that we have? Where is it being monitored? Who is monitoring it? I mean, we've not talked about that at all. And the last thing is, as a computer programmer, I'm nervous about storing really sensitive stuff on the cloud. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Michelle Welsh, a board member of the American Civil Liberties Union Monterey County chapter. And having only 2 minutes, I won't reiterate everything I've said. I do hope that you will read the letter that I wrote, and everything that I have represented in there has citations to the source and the authority. But what I want to do is zoom out for a moment to the larger picture. When our founders instituted the Bill of Rights, and it was ratified in 1791, they had no idea, they had no concept that this type of thing could ever happen. But if you look at the reason and the value and the purpose behind the Fourth Amendment and the requirement to get a warrant before someone is tracked, before someone is surveilled, comes from the value that our government respects our privacy, and our government doesn't treat us as if we are all criminals in order to catch those who are. This is a massive surveillance system. And as we saw in the excellent presentation by Chief Hober, it's now pervasive in our whole community. And people are being filmed by 35 different cameras all throughout your city. And those photographs will sometimes capture someone who is inside the car as well as the license plate itself. But let me just say, and this is pointed out in my letter, there are other effective ways to go about policing. You would think sometimes listening here that police have never been able to apprehend anybody before this technology. That is not true. But there would be no way to put someone on every street corner with a camera to take pictures. No staff could ever stand there 24/7 and take pictures of everyone, all of us. And we all deserve better than that. So I ask you, when you consider this, to think of the underlying values that you are projecting. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Rick Aldinger, resident Government Affairs Committee Chair for MCHA. I've always been proud, happy to be able to describe our community as a safe place to live. I think that's been one of our strongest attributes. And unfortunately, it's kind of sad that it's becoming harder and harder to be able to describe our community that way. It's a sign of the times. That being the case, I want to feel safe living here. I want our visitors who come to enjoy our community, our area, to feel safe here. And I think that this technology is a responsible way to help achieve that, to push back against the rise in crime that we're seeing. These cameras would be a deterrent, but more than that, if we, as it's been described here, if we're the only ones who aren't using this technology on the peninsula in our area, believe me, the criminals know that. They know that we are a soft target, and they'll be targeting us because of that. And so I think it's imperative that we do whatever we can to make sure that doesn't happen. I am concerned about personal privacy myself, and I would say that the chief did a really good job of addressing those concerns, my concerns, and making me feel okay with how he's going to administer this technology and do it for the public good, for our good and the good of our community. And so I urge you very strongly to adopt this technology, use it to its fullest capabilities, to make sure that we're doing everything we can. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council members, Gary Curcio, I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Monterey County Hospitality Association. MCHA hopes that this council will approve this evening and at the maximum level with the 35 camera option 1. I'm a bit troubled by the majority of the questions and concerns expressed by this council tonight. Our police department is asking for us, for our support, and for this council to give them the tools they need to make us and our visitors as safe as possible. And the majority of these questions seem so negative to me. We have to have some trust in our officers in our police department to do a great job. All of the surrounding communities, Carmel, Pacific Grove, Seaside, Marina, Sand City, Salinas, they're all using this currently. Let us close the loop. Let's be part of this, not against it. And let's demonstrate to our police officers that we're with them because they do a damn good job. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Janine Chickarot. I'm Managing Director at the Portola Hotel and Spa. And I'm sure there's not one person sitting in this room that feels good about this. But the reality is it's the day we live in today. I think back 11 years ago when the Boston bombing happened, and this had to do with cameras. If we didn't have that cameras, and we didn't have the technology, we wouldn't have caught those people the way we caught them and as fast as they caught them. And it took 4 days to arrest those people. The fact that Monterey, as people mentioned before me, is the only city that isn't currently on the system, that is a huge red flag. The reaction time is slowed down because of Monterey not being in the mix. And we are the largest city on the peninsula. We are the most vulnerable. I work hand in hand with Chief Ober and his team on a regular basis to protect our residents and to protect our hotel guests and our visitors. And there's a lot of things that happen in the city I wish didn't, but it's again, as I said earlier, it's the reality that we live in. In my mind, there is no reason not to take this step and protect us as best we can. Again, I don't like this any more than anybody else does, but it is the reality that we live in today. I saw Tyler's bicycle when I walked in. I thought, damn, I wish I could ride a bicycle without a helmet like I did growing up, but it's not where we live today. So I hope you will seriously consider and make the recommendation tonight to move forward on something that is not an easy decision to make, but something that's necessary to support not only our community and our residents, but also your team that does an incredible job. And I thank them on a regular basis for what they do to partner with us, as well as fire. Fire is there and very, very responsive and taking care of all of us. So thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, City Council. My name is Stan Williams. I'm a Monterey resident. Been here for about 4 years. I live in District 4, registered voter. By this proposal, the MPD is imposing over 30 ALPR cameras to be placed in areas of Monterey. The Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution protects an individual's reasonable expectation of privacy from warrantless government intrusion. This technology has dramatically increased police officers' surveillance capacity, overcoming the practical limitations and civilian oversight that historically checked such powers, and in doing so has provided access to categories information previously unknowable. The city of Monterey have to be more careful to guard against the power of technology to shrink the realm of guaranteed privacy by emphasizing that privacy rights cannot be left at the mercy of advancing technology, but rather be preserved and protected as new technologies are adopted and applied to law enforcement. MPD has stated that they have addressed public concerns, but not in a fully transparent way. MPD said facial recognition technology is not utilized as a part of the system and is not a proposed aspect of this APLR project. Actually, the company that they're going to be using does have the ability to do to have the facial recognition, and MPD has facial recognition software that will be used with these cameras. And even if my car was not on one of these hot lists, the historic location data from the APLR system in our city would invade a reasonable expectation of privacy without a policy. We are requesting a list of people who have access, how it will monitor data sales restrictions and APLR policy process for data destruction, and a visible fixture at each location, like a flashing light or anything that that their APLR system has at their location. I have a lot more to share, but
I appreciate it. Thank you for understanding our restrictions and the time limits here. I appreciate your comments.
Good evening again. Tom Raleigh, President of Fisherman's Flats Homeowners and Residents Association. Our neighborhood is 100% behind this program. We also represent the folks that are in Monterey Woods, but I do not have a response from them, from their organization yet. But I can tell you that we believe that this is a tool and that the police chief wants it. And the other cities have it, and there's no reason not to provide it. You've established the rules for its use, and we believe that they'll faithfully follow those out. So let's proceed with this and do it as soon as possible. Thank you.
All right, and with that, we'll take it online.
Calling first on Jean.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Jean, Monterey Vista. I appreciate all the sensitive comments of the council. Phenomenal. And I have a couple safeguards I would like to suggest that I have shared with Chief Hober. I would like to see that the audit process include the city attorney. And I don't mean she's handed a written final audit report. I mean that she sits down with the reviewing police persons and looks at the films, looks at the recorders, follows what has happened on the 10 cases, and she is the expert of due process and constitutional rights. That would give us one safeguard. Nobody's worried about Chief Hober and this administration. We're worried about the future. The other suggestion I have is that this program be established by ordinance, by law, so that any reader surveillance program be controlled by the city mandate, not Monterey Police Department policy. So when I look at the draft, I see a regulation or a policy by MPD. I would like to see it an ordinance. Therefore, any changes in the future would have to be brought before the public and reconsidered. I'm afraid that there will be changes that the public doesn't know about. Perhaps there's a lot I don't understand, probably a lot, but when I read it, that's what I come up with. I also think that perhaps the same way we had a 5-year sunset on the rental registry, perhaps we should have a 5-year sunset on this, not because it's a bad idea, but so that the community is forced back to the table to see how it's working and how we're feeling about it. Got lots else to say, but good night.
Next is Esther.
Good evening, everybody. I just wonder, the police department did a lot of outreach. I attended both of the meetings. There was not a huge amount of attendance, but I would say that 80% of the concerns that are being brought up by the people who have questions tonight would have been able to have them all answered in advance of tonight if they had attended either of those, because they also had in attendance the vendor that is part of the program that was answering very specific questions like this. And I'm pretty sure that those meetings are on YouTube and can be watched. The fact that our city has low crime by comparison to other cities is what we want to maintain here. And what we are seeing is that the crime is coming from elsewhere, whether it's catalytic converters being stolen or retailers. Most of those crimes they are finding that are from people that are coming here for a reason. We would benefit tremendously by having this system in place to know who's coming and going when we need to track them. I have complete confidence in this police department, as most of you have heard me say before. The chief said that he inherited a great department. I absolutely agree with him. And I knew Chief Penko and I met Chief Hober when he brought him on. And it all trickles down. And I am 100% behind the police department getting every necessary tool for them to keep ourselves, us safe as well as themselves. And this is something that there's absolutely no reason why everybody else surrounding us and major cities everywhere else has. And we look like the silly ones for not having it. So hopefully we do pass this tonight. Thank you.
Next is Keith.
Thank you for, I better just make sure I get my words out. I say yes to this program before my throat gives out. Safety, our public, our businesses, our schools, our churches, our beaches, our trails, just walking around the block. We got to maintain our safety. This gives our police force an opportunity to at least stay a step ahead or get more information. We seem to be taking away all their powers instead of enforcing and reinforcing their ability to perform for us and take care. And we seem to not want to give them the equipment they need. Criminals got everything in spades. We need the support of this camera system. It helps in many aspects. The cameras are a step in the right direction. Safety for all of our public and our businesses and our community is paramount. Without our safety, we're all huddled up in our homes. Everybody is getting cameras. almost everyone's got a ring system or some surveillance system on their home. Why? Because of crime. What's the number one thing talked about online or in cafes or when you're walking? You're talking about safety, how unsafe it's becoming. Let's gain some safety aspect, get these cameras in and assist us in being safe in our beautiful and wonderful Monterey. Thank you.
And our last speaker is Richard. I do want to say there was another hand raised after you cut off time, Mr. Mayor. So the last speaker is Richard.
Good evening, Monterey City Council. Richard Rossello. I want to start with a small correction. When I enthusiastically endorsed this program, it was under my name, not my neighborhood association name. I cannot do that without a vote of my members. So this is my personal endorsement. I will reiterate what Esther said. I'm in full support of it. I've been following Carmel, PG, and Seaside reports for years. And the number of crimes they have solved is everything from rape, robbery, break-ins, assault, graffiti, stolen vehicles. It is a force multiplier. The defund the police movement has resulted in a violent crime surge in the United States. It's every community. Shootings, robberies. Criminals have everything in their side. No bail. Citations for drugs, for drug dealing, for ghost guns, citations. We need a constitutionally safe community. And I see this as a way to do it. And I'll do everything I can to help you with funding the installation of these cameras. But this is my personal opinion. And I hope you see public safety is a primary goal here. And Chief Hobart has gone way above board. We're the last community. And I want to know why anybody has an objection to a safe community. Thank you for your time.
Alrighty. With that, we'll bring it back to the council and close public comment. I think there was a few questions that were asked during public comment that we might want to turn to staff on, trying to get a response to some of those. I have written some of them down, but I imagine I saw the police chief scribbling away too. So let me know if you need help with.
If you
want to run through
what
mine?
specific?
Yeah, so I have motion sensor running
Okay.
all the time.
So they take pictures of every car that goes by them, whether that's, I think it probably is a motion sensor, but it's not selecting different ones. Every car that goes by, it's taking a picture of. I think there were questions about how it's powered. These are, most of them are solar powered, but there might be some that need some other types of power, but almost all of them are solar powered. And the storage is in a government encrypted cloud.
And then I also have all license plates are stored, or is it only the ones that are flagged?
All are stored for 30 days. And then at the end of that 30 days, they are taken out unless it's associated to a crime or some sort of investigation that we are conducting or a citation.
And then there was the next question was, how is this different than our meter maids of what they're currently doing?
So the folks that are working in parking, it's my understanding that they have the technology for parking so that I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure that what's happening is it's reading the plate, and then when they come back by, it tells them if it's been there for longer than the time that it was supposed to be there. So the technology is similar, but they're not getting hits and that kind of thing.
And then the next question was how it was being monitored, who's I actually can't read my handwriting. I mean, I can't read my note. It's not English. Who's being monitored?
Who's monitoring?
Okay, yeah. How's it being monitored and who's monitoring? Which I think some of this was spoken to earlier, but the question was posed in public comment. So how is the, and I think the question was maybe leaning more towards the system. How is the system being monitored? You were speaking to the website and the transparency there. I'm trying to help lead to maybe where some of the answer could be there, but who's being monitored? How is it being monitored, and who's monitoring it?
So it's being monitored by, it would be monitored by our command staff, just like we're monitoring many things that our officers are doing. There's that we would have an audit process that I think somebody talked about as well. And through that audit process, we would look at it to ensure that if people were accessing, if our people were accessing, that they've complied with that access, which includes the reason for it. And it's very similar to any criminal justice information that we have, that it's a need and a right to know only, and that when they are looking at those items, they have to put the case number or the reason that they're looking at those things. So hopefully that answers.
I think you answered all the questions that I had noted. Did you capture something else?
Yes, and I think that it wasn't necessarily a question. I think that someone asked about was capturing people inside the car and facial recognition capability.
So I don't know. I think somebody stated that the technology has facial recognition, and the vendors that we're going to look at, I don't know that they don't have facial recognition technology. What I do know is we're not going to utilize that facial recognition technology. All that we are going to do is use ALPR for license plate and cars. Now, it could be that they don't have facial recognition. I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is.
Okay.
Yeah, there was one other, if I could offer. There was a speaker that was talking about viewing photographs and monitoring it, and as if maybe it's a red light photograph that's captured. This system is not sending a whole bunch of photographs across the desk for people to look at. If you could just talk about, I know it goes to the cloud, it's secure. As an example, 30,000 cars that go down Lighthouse Avenue, it's capturing the license plates, but there's no system in-house where photographs are being looked at.
Correct. So, and I think I explained this a little bit before, where there's the opportunity that a camera could take a picture of a person, but that data is going up into the cloud and not. So when we search it or look at it, it can't. I gave the silly example of the old white guy in the blue uniform, that it's not searching for that. You keyed something. Oh, maybe part of the confusion is if entities use red light traffic cameras, those do have to capture the person's face. This doesn't do that. And that's a very different technology. I'm not suggesting that we have red light traffic cameras. This is just automated license plate readers. But there's legal reasons that if cities install red light cameras, they can't just get the car because you're citing the driver. Right. Then they have to have a picture of the driver. We're not doing that here.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, there was a suggestion from Gene Rash, and I just wonder if the chief and city attorney could respond to that. I think the suggestion was to include the city attorney on the audit team. What do the two of you, what's kind of your reaction to that? Would you have a problem with that? Is there a reason why that couldn't work? Or?
So I guess I very much respect Jean and her perspective. Quite frankly, I don't think that there's a reason for the city attorney to sit there with me or us while we do our audit. Quite frankly, I don't think that that's the city attorney's purview. It doesn't mean that I don't send her stuff to sign off on. I could certainly, I would say that no, I don't want to do that. But if you directed me that I need to send her the memorandum of the audit, certainly I could do that. So that would be my reaction. I don't know what the city attorney thinks about that. And quite frankly, it's not that I don't want to be transparent. It's that I do a lot of stuff a lot of things that I'm responsible for as your chief of police. And quite frankly, I think that me doing my job includes that you trust that I'm holding my organization accountable. And if I'm having to send everything that I am doing to be checked by the city attorney, that's not something that I think we need to do.
Okay, thanks. City Attorney, how do you feel like that would be an undue work burden? I guess I'm not even 100% sure what all would go into this audit process, but.
I'm not 100% sure either, but I would do whatever the council would like me to do. And the police chief and I work regularly together. So if there's something that he views, whether it's in this context or some other context, he knows that he can contact our office and we give advice, whether it be on a traffic stop or a misdemeanor citation or a policy, right? I mean, so if he's going through an audit process and there's something concerning and he's not sure if there's a violation of policy, I'm sure he would consult with my office.
Chief, is part of your concern that you, in doing this process, you may have to hold your officers accountable, and that may involve the use of discretion in terms of figuring out, is this the right response, and wanting to make sure you have their trust? Is that part of it, or?
No. My job is to hold them accountable. And so the folks that work at the Monterey Police Department knows that they'll be held accountable. That's my job. So I have no issue with holding people accountable. I just, I feel that that's my purview to do. But as Chrissy's related, I mean, if you direct that you want for me to send something over, certainly could do that. But to answer your question, no, I have no, that's my job, is to hold people accountable.
Okay. Did you have anything else while we're going around? Questions, comments?
Questions?
I mean, it's to the council now, so I just figured we might as well make our round while it's with us and come to some kind of decision tonight.
Yeah, so I'm ready to make some comments if you don't mind. Maybe I'll start it off with thank you, Chief and staff, for giving us a very robust platform for us to hear from the public and to review something that is very important. But we are the last city on the peninsula to join in this. And I think it's important to highlight a couple of things. We haven't talked much about another very vital partner in our local efforts of criminal justice and keeping this community safe, and that's the district attorney. So any license plate red that's going to lead to a stop and an interaction, ultimately leads to an arrest or a warrant, that's not where it stops. It's just like every other criminal process. The DA gets the report, looks at the evidence, and has a discretion, statutory discretion for filing. So it's not that the officers, by virtue of the license plate reader, is able and capable of taking this on their own and doing wild and crazy things. We have built-in accountability, and especially with a professional agency like Monterey PD. It's a high threshold. It isn't just a policy, but it's based and predicated on sound case law and common sense. That's, as the chief has so appropriately highlighted, it's the professional standards and the accountability piece that all of the leaders and the supervisors and the entire organization live by. And we see that. The evidence of it is very clear to us. But they operate with a high professionalism. This is a balanced and measured approach, I think. I think it's using technology with some limits, with an appropriate balance. And there's some very specific cases that we heard about tonight, we heard about last night, or last time, about the effectiveness which led to leads that might not have ever been presented to the investigative process, which held people accountable for very bad things. So I think it's important to not lose out on the opportunity to capture appropriate leads. And as the chief called it, it's a pointer. It basically gives a fast start for patrol officers, investigators, to know which direction the case goes. Perfect example is a couple of days ago with the license plate or the sunglasses hut case. And there are many others that I personally know about. You know, the evidence is what really puts people in trouble. When the evidence is gathered, when the evidence moves forward and follows the case, the DA's office is an integral part of this. So I think people need to not be in fear of the first step of the policing because of the oversight that is built into our criminal justice system. But I see this as a great augmentation for the investigative practices. And I think all of the community input, and even the ones that have spoken that have problems with it and identified some key problems, I think that what overrides me is in the best interest of the community with safety. I don't think there's any way we should not embrace this, because any community that thrives does so because it's a safe community. And to not take every implement and effort to ensure that we have the appropriate tools with our police department, I think would be foolish. And so I'm in support of it. I think it's the right constraints. I think it's the right balance in the policy. And I think it's a great benefit for our community.
Okay, who would like to go next?
You want to go? You look like you're ready to go.
So,
Not everybody at once. Now. Come on.
for me, this is a really difficult decision. I hear some people saying, well, other cities have done this. There are other things other cities have done that aren't so good. And so I don't think that is, to me, a compelling argument. I think, you know, Monterey, we do things our own way, and I think generally we do things better. So I heard some folks say that this should just be a no-brainer. It should just be easy. Why haven't you already done it? What's wrong with you? Why are you asking tough questions? This is a big deal. You know, public safety is essential, but so is protecting civil liberties. And I know the chief knows that, and I know our police department knows that and believes that. Like, you know, those are two complementary, but sometimes competing interests. They're both very important to the history of this country. There are lots of places in the world that are safer than the United States. I wouldn't want to live in any of them. Right? You wouldn't have many liberties. So anyway, I think folks just need to understand we're trying to find a balance here. I do really appreciate the fact that I think the chief and our police department have worked hard to try to come up with a policy that does respond to those dual concerns. I already said earlier, I think my biggest concern would be, you know, a misidentification, but I think the chief actually gave a pretty good answer. And there's the possibility of misidentifications now, which could actually be more likely because the information is less precise. As far as the specific concerns about privacy, I mean, I've thought a lot about this. The reality is when you're in public, you don't have a privacy expectation. And a publicly visible license plate, it's hard for me to really completely understand the privacy concerns there, except to the extent that it could be misused in terms of doing some kind of surveillance that is not warranted. And you know, and there I think there are some protections built into the policy so that if the system's used, that's identified. And the officer has to, as my understanding, provide a log explaining the reason for that use and all of that other kind of information. And that's where the audit comes in, because then at a certain point, that information is going to be reviewed by our police leadership. I will say I would be more comfortable if this just has to do with kind of like power, right? And we saw about a decade ago the abuse of technology and surveillance by the federal government, where people's private emails and text messages and whatnot of American citizens were being observed and read in ways that were not proper. And so there is something, sort of the more eyes that are looking at the ways this information is used gives us greater protection. So, I mean, I heard the chief's concern about that, and so I'm kind of weighing that. I certainly would be more comfortable if, someone else, and I think probably the city attorney would make sense, were somehow involved in the audit. And maybe that would be, I think the chief said maybe he could share the report with her. So, I also am very aware of the benefits. We've heard some of the anecdotal benefits. I've done some research on this. I'm not sure there's really any objective evidence that proves that communities that employ this are safer, that it prevents crime per se, but clearly it can be useful in investigations, and there's just no doubt about that. So I'm inclined to support the staff recommendation. I'm interested in maybe if we could amend it to include the city attorney receiving the audit report, maybe on an annual basis from the chief.
Dr. Barber?
So I'm very much inclined about what Councilman Hoffa said about the comment that was about why we were asking all these questions. It's our job, right? We trust our police, force. That's not a question, but we do have to do our due diligence of all people who live in Monterey and their concerns as well. So we are doing our job by asking those questions to make sure that everybody is safeguarded and gets, and not only just safeguarded, but gets the information. But I do think it's a very important step in technology and moving forward. But I also understand the issues with the privacy. It's a concern for a lot of people for a lot of different reasons, because it's new, it's different. Anytime you think of technology, AI, different things like that, it's things that we are not used to, aware of, and know about. So a lot of times there's going to be that transitional period of being able to make sure safeguards are put in place. So I hear about the safeguards that Chief talked about, and I know he would be the type of person to make sure to enforce that. But I think that with the citizens, that we want to make sure that everybody has that safety net, that if I would like to see if they would come back in a year and give an update of how things were going. I don't have a problem with starting this, because I think it's a way to move forward to be able to help, but I want to make sure it's not hindering at the same time with privacy and the safety of other people being, misidentified or what have you. But I would really like to see a report come back to us here in the chamber in a year to see where we are. And I think it was Gene Roche that was talking about if there are changes, who makes those changes? How does that go? So I think I would be interested in hearing that, like if there are changes that happen after it's installed that needs to happen, what's the process of implementing those changes? So.
Councilman Garcia.
So my line of questioning earlier was really trying to hit at what Councilmember Hoffa verbalized so well, and that's the misidentification or the concern of that. I think Ms. Welsh also included some examples, Ms. Welsh from ACLU, some examples that weren't really talked about this evening. Like, for example, in San Francisco, there was a flagged ALPR scan that led to a wrongful detention of a Black woman at gunpoint, triggering a multi-year civil rights lawsuit. Another case here, Walnut Creek detained the director of a nonprofit at gunpoint after another unnoticed license plate reader system error. So we're not talking about those tonight. and I wonder why. And I think also that we just looking at the attachment, there are various points of concerns for me. And just to quote the very last one, anyone who engages in an impermissible use of the ALPR system or associated scan files or hot lists may be subject to criminal prosecution, civil liability, and/or administrative sanctions up to including termination pursuant to and consistent with the relevant collective bargaining agreements and city and department policies. My concern with that statement is that by the time we get to those points of having to dismiss somebody because of their actions, there will already have been an innocent victim. So, I think I'm not necessarily opposed to the technology, but I'm not sure that I'm quite there ready to support it, knowing that there is a percentage, even if it's a low percentage, of there being an error made. And those were words that were used here tonight as well, that we all make mistakes. So, it's nothing against the police department. It's just trying to figure out what's the best way to keep our citizens safe. Thank you.
So a lot has been said tonight, and trying not to repeat too much, but to summarize a little bit here, I think it's fair to say that everybody on the council is in support of public safety. How do we define public safety and what that means to people? It varies. And so when Councilmember Hoffa was speaking to people's civil liberties, there's a conversation to be had there about that creating safety for people. So that leads into this broader conversation in regards to what we're responsible for here as public servants in regards to this broader conversation around public safety. So I do hear value as it relates to the implementation of the system, but I also have some concerns, and I truly am torn. There's not many things that I come in here on and feel this level of unease in regards to a pathway forward. But my heart and my mind lean into a space of giving ourselves a little bit of pause here, because we're talking about a space where technology is advancing faster than we're able to create public policy for. As has been stated by many folks tonight, we're the second to last city on the peninsula to implement this. So this has been around for some time, and technology is advancing so fast. We have AI now, and what does it look like for the future? This is a first step if we implement this, and what does that mean for future decisions and future councils, and how much easier this makes it for us to stretch into the space of civil liberties. And I think about data spillages. You were speaking to data spillages earlier, Councilmember Hoffa. My data was potentially breached as a federal employee. In 2015, there was the data breach of OPM, and 4 million people's data were breached, and that was on a private federal government server. And so there is risk here, and this isn't to say that I don't think about the officers that are out there protecting our community and making sure that they have all the resources that they need to be able to do their job effectively. I think that this council has been more than supportive of making sure that we provide the right set of tools and policies. Pretty much almost, I think anything that the police department has requested has been almost a kind of a blanket support for. But I do have pause here. It seems like there might be support for it tonight from what I hear from my colleagues. But I just wanted to, I feel like I do have to register my support of not moving in this direction at this time. I'm going to try to do a quick look through my notes real quick to make sure I got all my points across. The conversation around information sharing, you know, I can't imagine that we wouldn't be sharing this information with other local jurisdictions. And so I trust our police chief and I trust the framework that our police department has in the city of Monterey. I don't as much trust outside of our agency. I don't have any control over that and what other agencies might do with the data that they might be requesting and how that might infringe upon civil liberties. And in particular, I think about disadvantaged communities being most at risk. And so, in as much as I don't want to make this about a race conversation, bias is a thing that truly exists within society, and we have to be able to fully recognize that and appreciate it. And if we don't, then we're lying to ourselves, and we're doing the public a disservice of solving deep fundamental issues that exist within this country. And so I just think of an example, and it was given in the letter from the ACLU. What if the city of Seaside, and I'm just using it as an example, what if the city of Seaside asks us for information and there's something going on with a group of officers that exist within the Seaside Police Department, and we've given that information over, we've played a part in violating somebody's civil liberties. There was also comments made in the ACLU letter about, you know, people's civil liberties and their ability to practice their First Amendment rights, and what infringements exist, potentially exist on those. People attending church, you know, the comings and goings of where people are going, and just the misuse. And as much as I agree with your conclusions, Councilmember Hoffa, I think I agree. I think that our police department is going to do the best job that they can at implementing a system that is imperfect. But the risk, this is all a risk assessment. The risk of this happening in the wrong way, and Councilmember Garcia just spoke to this. By the time we've fired somebody, we've infringed on somebody's civil liberties, and the harm that can come from that, not just for that one individual, but for the larger community that sees themselves in that person. That's what I worry about. I think I will pause. There and maybe open it up to see if there's any other discussion or if there's a motion.
I think I'm going to make a motion in a second, but first of all, I just want to say, I think, again, this is something that people can, honest, good people can come to different conclusions about. So completely respect what you said. I would just offer this, which is, you know, there's a risk assessment, but there's also a cost benefit. And I think you have to look at it from that point of view as well, and which is why I think I'm ultimately, you know, if we add some of these amendments, I'm supportive. So there's the risk of a misidentification. There's a risk, excuse me, of a potential abuse of the information. But there's also risk associated with crimes not being investigated, not being, you know, laws not being enforced that could have been enforced with the use of the technology that could lead to harm to people as well. So, I mean, there's potential harm that can happen if we aren't able to solve crimes as quickly and efficiently as possible. So I don't expect that to change your mind, but I just offer that. So I'm going to make a motion that we approve the staff recommendation with a couple of amendments, and I may not get this quite right, so I may need some help from staff, but that the audit be shared by the police chief with the city attorney, and that any changes to the policy would be brought to council, and that in a year there would be a report by the police chief on the program, and we have another public forum at that time.
I'll second that, but I want to clarify one of the tenets of that motion, which was the sharing of the audit report. Is this after 1 year and sharing that report with the city attorney?
Yes. Okay. I think that's what I heard the chief say he would be okay with, and I think that makes sense.
Yeah, an audit report.
Yes.
I will second that.
Okay. Good.
Point of clarification, that year was bringing it back here as well.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just want to make sure. Thank you.
That's what I heard. And I don't know if anybody else has any other comments, but I wanted to kind of, and I love this discussion because this is what really the heart of public policy means, being able to communicate with those ideas that you don't necessarily automatically align with. I've got a short story, and I'm going to make it very short. Years ago, when I was in the business, a young cop stopped a guy, very cooperative. It was his vehicle. As they do now, you radio for warrants check. Radio communicates with warrant control. They look up to see if this person has a warrant. They do. They tell me he has a warrant. Bail was $20,000 or something like that. He's got his identification, his license plate, the vehicle's registered to him. That's the person that they're telling me has the warrant. Visual confirmation, physical evidence match, this is the person. I arrest him. Goes to our jail. I get there. He says, it's not me. I didn't do this. I go, okay. So I read him his rights. And he says, I swear to you, I did not do that. So I called the sheriff's office, got a copy of the report, read through the report, and it became obvious to me, with verification of some steps and investigations, within an hour, I had the guy, but that wasn't him. The person that did the crime was his brother, who had used his ID. So it's not just that you take the first step. The officers are into the business of verify, cross-check. And that's how the system works. It can't work by just, well, the cop knows what he's doing. He went to the academy. His word's good, and you move forward. That's just not the way the business works. It's verified. It's supervised. Internal policies. And I would also say in the audit report, it's probably going to be very similar to what happens now with the CLETS audits. When an officer goes to records and asks for a criminal records check on somebody because it's an investigation, that's logged in. You have to have a need to know. A supervisor has to approve of that. So those are audits that come up every year with a variety of probably 5 or 6 different technology systems that support the criminal justice law enforcement at the lowest level. So I hope my story doesn't bore you, but I think it's to the heart of the matter. It's all about verify, cross-check, and it's all about what the evidence shows. And that's only the first level. The next level is the supervisor, then the DA. And so I feel very confident because the system's been around so long. In 2010, when I worked at a different place, we had automatic license plate readers. So this isn't really new technology. This technology has been around a long time. And it helped our crime rate. It helped us catch some bad guys. and there was a few mistakes, and it was clearly cleared up at the beginning of contact, because the officers in the field are not just looking at the license plate and just believing what they were told on the radio. It goes way, way further to verify. Do they have the right car? Do they have the right person? Is this the right description? Is the radio information right? Is the other agency that's trying to find this car based on the BOLO? That's why you see officers stopped on the side of the road for 45 minutes. That's what they're doing. So I just think it's not new technology to fear. I think it's technology to appropriate, ask the questions to make sure that our policy is completely structured the correct way to protect the civil liberties of everybody. And I think this does that.
I appreciate the discourse, and to your point, Councilmember Hoffa, I think completely civil people, good intending people, can have a difference of opinion and mean well in regards to what we're doing. So I appreciate the discourse as well. I think the point that you raise around cost benefit analysis is part of it, and it's what's interesting around cost benefit analyses is that they can be changed in a way to fit a person's argument, you know, to support it in the way that they kind of are leaning. And you know, I could make an argument in the other way around that. So you know, obviously this is a tough one, and I appreciate the dialogue. I appreciate the police chief bringing this forward and creating an opportunity for us to have a conversation around what this looks like. I do know that a lot of the issues around crime in the state of California in particular are linked to some legislative initiatives that have occurred. And I think Democrats and Republicans agree in regards to the impact on that, and trying to find a way of cleaning up some state policy to help mitigate some of the impacts to crime, which is, I think this is somewhat of a result of, right? We're seeing the retail thefts have increased. And so I think that there are some broader systemic things that we can do at the state level that can help mitigate this. I'm just not sure, you know, it'd be helpful to see data to support the fact that, you know, that the system would actually decrease crime. But I'm not seeing anything that directly points to that. So it makes it even more challenging to put certain folks' civil liberties at risk. So with that, is there any other comments?
The only comment I will share is that the most frustrating part in a process of criminal justice is to know you have a whodunit, but you don't have the right leads to get you close. And when you have technology like this, it gets you in the right direction. And then that's when the work starts. I think we're probably ready for a vote.
Awesome. All right. With that, all those in favor? Oh, should we repeat the motion just to make sure it's clear in regards to what's being voted on?
Sure, yeah. What I've got is that the City Council would be directing that the Monterey Police Department proceed with automated license plate recognition program implementation, that the audit report be shared with the City Attorney by the Police Chief after 1 year into the program, that any changes to the policy be brought to the City Council, and that the Police Chief bring a report to the Council a year into the program.
Okay. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Nope. Motion passes 3-2. With that, we will take a Monterey 5.
May need 10.
Or 10. Pick your flavor. All right, so we're going to call the meeting back to order. We're going to get to item number 14, receive a report on sewer utility master plan, also known as SUMP. Good name.
Good deal, yeah.
Very, very relevant. And with that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff introduction.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our senior engineer Tom Hardy will introduce the topic to you.
Thank you, Hans and Mayor, council members. Long night tonight. I was looking for a great story, like sunglasses. I got nothing. I'm sorry. Engineers. We're talking about wastewater, so try and make it quick.
Well, I could follow up and say,
we're here tonight.
You won't have anything.
We're here tonight to talk the first item. We have two items this evening. The first one is to discuss the physical attributes of our wastewater collection system. We have the sewer utility master plan. We're calling it SUMP. We're trying to highlight just the reason we're building a case for the rates, which we will discuss at the next item this evening. So we're trying to keep the system in a serviceable condition. We're trying to be able to perform our preventative maintenance. There's just a lot of reasons to keep the system in good shape. Rather than babble on and on, I will introduce at this time our consultant from Akel Engineering Group. Tony Akel is the president. Has prepared the sewer utility master plan. And Tony, there you are. Welcome.
Thanks, Tom. I do want to be sharing the screen.
Yes.
Just want to make sure. And then, all right, will be addressed. All right. Very good. Thank you, Tom. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm here to give you a brief report on a 450-page document. And we'll go quick. I know it's been a long evening. And I like SUMP. I've been doing these for 30 years. This is the first time we called it SUMP. It's a sewer utility master plan. It's a defensible planning and statutory document. What does it do? What's included in it? It provides a capacity adequacy assessment of the city sewer collection system that is underground to meet the level of service expected by our existers and to service future developments and growth. Master plans address typically the following. Number one, what sewer infrastructure, what pipelines, what improvements are needed to be constructed? Then, when do we need them? How much do they cost? And then the most important question is, who pays for them? Is it to service existing users, to fix existing problems, or is it to service growth and serve future developments? That's the big questions. Next slide, please. And real brief, this is an exhibit that shows a cross-section of a typical home and all the water that we use, and it gets conveyed to a pipeline under our front lawn into the pipeline that is circular shaped in the street. That water is called the sewer, that's underground, under the pavement, continues in the street. And where does it go next after it leaves your house? The next slide, please. It's collected from houses and it continues and goes by gravity. When it goes by gravity downward, it's called a gravity main. And when it needs to go against the grade, up a hill, as an example, we need to put a so-called pump station that can force it up that hill. And when you force it up the hill, it's called a force main. So it's called, you have gravity mains and you have force main. We like gravity because they don't need energy. And the next slide, please. A little bit about the Monterey system. We have 98 miles of gravity sewer, so most of the pipelines are going downhill to be treated. That's the way we would like them to be. We have about 1.6 miles of force main. Those are the pipes that we force up the hill. And then we have 7 lift stations. Those are the devices that force that water to go uphill. So about 100 miles of pipeline underground. The master plan, again, 500 pages. It's organized into 8 chapters that look at the general plan because it supports the general plan. It looks at some judging criteria and level of service. It describes the system. It quantifies the flows that go into the system. And inside the master plan, the central to this is developing a computerized model that evaluated the capacity adequacy of the system to find the bottlenecks. And recommending improvements is in Chapter 7, and then finally the costs. Next slide. The first, one of the most important tasks is to be able to support the general plan, the existing uses of the sewer system, but also where are we going? Where do we see ourselves growing? How are we going to grow? What kind of land use will grow? So the general plan is important to this. Next slide, please. Not only the general plan was a 2019, so-called 2019 general plan. As we were working on this master plan, we realized there's a 2031 opportunity housing areas, it was called the Monterey 2031, that we have to address. They're currently being adopted. The general plan is currently being adopted, but we looked ahead and we integrated that into this plan. Next slide, please. And again, as I mentioned, there's a central computer application that we used that evaluates the pipelines that are underground. It's all in a computer, but we just don't go and use a computer. We want to make sure the computer mimics reality, mimics the heartbeat of the system. So we installed what are called flow meters in the field to monitor the flows. And after a few months, we collected all that information, all the data, brought it in, and made sure that the model, the computer model we have, mimics reality. The next slide, please. And this is a couple of graphs that shows how we compared the model data to the field data. And when we were able to make the model behave like the field, we consider this model is validated, verified, we have confidence in it. It's called a good calibration. Now the hydraulic model is used to the next step, which is evaluate the system. So the next step we did evaluate. We looked, how does the system perform during dry weather flows, when it's not raining? Wet weather flows is when it rains. Some of the water also trickles into the pipelines. And so we have to look at that and see if it impacts the adequacy of the pipelines. And we don't find this very much. I've been doing this again, as I said, for 30 years. Over 400 of these studies. I don't find too many systems that have a clean, almost clean bill of health from a capacity perspective. This was the case here. The pipelines, the lift stations were sized adequately and have served you for a very long time and are serving the existing user for a very long time. So this was good news. Next slide, please. We also looked at sea level rise. This is something that has become very important in coastal towns. And your staff have done an analysis in 2016, looking ahead. And in that analysis, they quantified the impact to the city of Monterey. By 2030, there's going to be a sea level rise of 8 inches. By 2060, 28 inches. And by 2100, and that's a long ways from now. The focus in this plan is only on the 2030 horizon. And those are shown in purple lines on this exhibit. You can see those the purple colored lines or manhole, the dots. Those are going to be impacted, we estimate, by 2030. So this plan made sure we account for that and develop a budget to make sure we start working towards that, towards this mitigation. Next slide, please. This is a map on the right side that shows in red lines the pipelines that we are recommending as new pipelines. They're in red but also highlighted in yellow. Those are new pipelines we are recommending to service growth areas or opportunity areas, Monterey 2031. The brown lines are existing lines, but as a consequence of the growth, they are bottlenecked. They were not designed for that growth. So those need to be upsized. They're too small for that growth. They need to be upsized. Next slide, please. So after all these evaluations, we summarized them into 4 groups. Group 1 is those are improvements that we need. Improvements, capacity improvements means resolve bottlenecks, pipelines that are too small, that need to be upsized. So capacity improvements to support the general plan, which is the 2019 general plan. Group B, but same thing, capacity improvements that are needed for the opportunity housing areas or the Monterey 2031 general plan update. Group C, they're called renewal and replacement program. And what that means, infrastructure, the pipeline was built 10 years ago, and they're aging. And at one point in time, they're going to give up on us. But before they collapse, pipelines evaluate to make sure we classify them into poor conditions, focus on those pipelines and replace them before they collapse and because it becomes very expensive to fix them if they have already collapsed. And the last group of improvements is, as I mentioned, are the sea level rise improvements. Planning for the future, planning for to mitigate those areas. Finally, the capital improvement program, the costs. We assigned costs for each one of those groups, with Group A at $6 million, which is the general plan for 2019. Opportunity housing improvements, 6.2 million. Group C, the old aging pipelines, 15.9 million. Group D, sea level rise mitigation, 7.1 million, for the only focusing on the 2030 horizon. The total cost, about 34 million in January 2024 dollars. In summary, the existing system is in adequate shape from a capacity perspective. Improvements that are mostly developer driven. And the deliverables is this the 450-page report that you have, in addition to the hydraulic model that we developed and we use for this effort. But this is a tool that can be used for many, many years to make decisions on the collection system. One thing I want to mention, that this was a collaborative effort with your staff. I cannot say enough praise to your staff and the level of in the process. They guided the process all the way from your engineering staff, management staff, your finance staff, and your operations staff and planning staff. What are the next steps? The logical next step, now we know what we need. The next step is to develop rates and capacity fee study. Who pays for them, and how are we going to finance the improvements? But your staff plan, and as part of this effort, in conjunction with effort, that we'll talk about next. But so as part of the next steps, there will be pipeline condition assessment, and they are currently in progress. Your staff are ahead of the game, and lift station condition assessment, and also finally master plans typically get updated every 5 years because things change, regulations change. And with that, I conclude the presentation. Back to you, Tom. Okay, next time. Any questions?
Yeah. It is now. Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for the presentation. Questions at this time, Dr. Bar, you have your? Okay.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I just wanted to get a clarification on the, what is it, the repair of the pipelines. I think it was 14 million, and the sea level for the 7.1 million, and you need 30 for the 7.1. Is that saying that the mission improvement was done by that time, or whether that is something that that they are going to do prior to then, but it's just a part of the 2030 plan? And then for the 14.9 with the room replacement,
So it's the first step as sea level rise will be more effort needed to as well. Part of the question, I forgot.
Oh, so the renewal replacement.
Oh, yes, is just to replace the existing, as we have a sewer collection. A lot of it's over 100 years old, and it's going to be tired. So we will be implementing that. One of the industry standards I've learned since working with Tony is that the cities they plan for 1% replacement per year of their sewer systems. So we have a mile sewer system altogether, and we're trying to get enough revenue to be able to replace about a mile a year, and that's a goal that we have. It'll take us a while, I think, to build up to that level.
So you have a timeline for that. But what I'm hearing from the sea level rise is not really. So I'm hearing mitigation improvement, but you're saying you're not going to do anything up until that 2030. Is that understanding?
We are.
With this in 1 minute.
Sorry, the 7.1 million is what we estimate it will cost to repair the system to provide that is when the sea level rises.
Some actual improvement.
Yes.
But not necessarily 2030.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Garcia.
Thanks, Tom, and for rotation. I don't have a sense of where pipelines are really in terms of actual thing. And I don't know if this would even make a difference in terms of the cost estimate, but has the team about also the possibility of addressing some of these upgrades or replacements when other infrastructure is being addressed? The picture is they're in your streets, right? That kind of thing.
Yes. Yes, and that's what we do. We have a street project that we're aware of. We're going to look at the pipe and the infrastructure that's underneath there, the manholes. If there's a lift station nearby, we'll look at that and say, do we need to upgrade it? And then at the same time,
the question was on cost, and in the costs, there's we also account for some contingencies. We account for during construction, the contractor might face unexpected events, so we account for those. During the design, maybe different alignment needs to be done. Maybe there's difficult construction. So we try to estimate. We try to look. Remember, this is a plan for the future, not for next year. It's not going to happen right away. We account for those costs so that they don't have to come back and say, "We're sorry, we're short on this on the cost for this project. We don't have enough money to fund it." We want to make sure there's enough funding allocated so that those projects can successfully be implemented.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Hoffa.
Yeah, I think I saw approximately 6 million was sort of driven by future development. And I'm wondering, is that anticipating, let's say, a full completion of our arena goals, or kind of what is the assumption there? And then secondly, would some of that or all of it, any of it be paid for by developer impact fees? Or yeah, if you could just kind of address those two things related to the future development.
Yes, and we'll get into this in the next agenda item where we're talking about cost. But yes, the assumption is that the $6 million for we call it opportunity housing would be for the arena units. And as we'll learn in the next agenda item, that's not being proposed at this time with the rates. That is something that we'll put on developers. So the existing ratepayers will not
Okay,
paying for that.
that's good. That's good. That's what I was hoping to hear. Thank you.
And I can clarify as well that every project that is listed in this plan has a portion that is attributed to existing developers and a portion that is attributed to existing users if existing users are resulting with that or benefiting from it. And this is a requirement of AB 1600. So there's always a nexus applied to the developer, and this makes this plan very defensible.
Could I just ask a follow-up question? Because I think it was a good question that Councilmember Hoffa asked. What is the difference between sorry, let me get there real quick. No, I can't find it. Yeah, the 2031 figure and the developer impact fees. What's the difference in what those costs cover?
The general answer, in the way that I can understand it, is that the general plan numbers assume like a steady increase of, I think it's less than 1% of population for the city of Monterey. The opportunity housing costs that we listed, which is also about $6 million, would be to meet the arena requirements on top of the normal population growth that would happen.
Okay. Councilor Smith, did you have any questions?
No, I'm going to save most of it for later because, as I understand it, this is the report of the plan, and this is not a request for money.
Correct.
So I'm going to hold my gunpowder for later.
All right, let's take it out to the public. Is there anybody in the chamber that wishes to speak on this item? We have one. Anybody else in the chamber? All right, let's check online. We'll do a countdown to use the raise hand function to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have nobody online, so we just have the one in the chamber. Mr. Raleigh, please go ahead.
Yeah, Tom Raleigh, I spoke at the last meeting, Vice President of MPTA. One of my other talents is oceanographic degree from NPS, and the figures he gave on the sea level rise are questionable, and the whole thing goes downhill after that. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, and with that, we'll bring it back to the council. Any last minute comments on this before we move on to the next agenda item? All right, well, Tony, thank you for joining us and helping to provide this presentation for us today. Appreciate all your support in this conversation. Yeah, this helped.
Yeah, my pleasure, Mr. Mayor.
All righty, and with that, we will move on to item number 15 to receive a presentation on wastewater sewer rate and capacity fee study. Direct staff to initiate property owner notice, hearing, and protest process as required by Proposition 218 for rate and fee increases. With that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff introductions.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And as Councilmember Smith pointed out, that's the agenda report and the staff recommendation to adjust the sewer rate appropriately based on the research outcomes of the plan that we just presented to you. And Tom Hardy will start the presentation.
Thank you, and we'll get right into it. Again, one of the items that we hope you'll realize after this discussion is just our sewer utility is currently entering an underfunded state. We're trying to generate the revenue that will help us operate the system. Right now, when we're short, it puts a burden on the general fund, which we're trying to resolve because we have an opportunity, we have a funding mechanism that allows us to generate funds for maintaining the sewer system. Again, we're trying to do this just to keep our system in operating, like good operating condition. There's a slide on the screen right now. This is just a measure historically, starting in 2008. The city found in 2014 that the sewer overflows. This is where there's a blockage in the system and sewage actually comes out of a manhole or a broken pipe. Were increasing year over year. So we invested a lot, I think $17 million or a lot of money to make improvements to the system, which have really paid off because the number of overflows that have occurred in 2020 are much less than they were back in 2014. So it makes a difference when you invest in the sewer system. And I'm trying to get there we go. So with that, we're just trying to plan again for the future. It will reduce the number of sewer overflows, which provides environmental benefits. It's fewer potential fines from our regulators. The increase, our repairs costs will remain as low as possible, and we'll be replacing the aging infrastructure. So at this time, I'd like to introduce Doug Dove, who's a principal with Bartle Wells Associates, who are public finance advisors. Doug is a certified independent professional municipal advisor. And he is working with Bartle Wells, who was also the firm that managed our rate study the last time we did this process in 2011. So Doug, take it away. Welcome.
Thank you, Tom. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Doug Dove, principal consultant with Bartle Wells Associates. And I'd like to just give you a brief overview, summary of the results, the findings, and recommendations of our wastewater rate study and capacity fee study. So I'm going to just go through a little system overview, talk about the master plan costs, talk about customers, how we work through the financial plan and then the alternatives and the sewer revenues and expenses and debt, and then get into the proposed rates and capacity fees, and then talk a little bit about the Prop 218 process, which is required to increase utility fees such as sewer rates, and then the next steps and schedule. So next slide, please. Oh, can you go? Yeah, there we go. So just an overview, the sewer system is owned by the city of Monterey. That includes, as Tony Akel mentioned, about 100 miles of pipelines and 7 lift stations and also about 2,000 manholes. And so that is the city's collection system, which is used to collect wastewater from homes and businesses and transport that wastewater to Monterey One Water, which then treats the wastewater and disposes of it. So the city's system is the collection system. And so the city's rates kind of piggyback on Monterey One Water's rates. And right now they're billed bi-monthly to customers in the city. And the current budget for the enterprise for the city of Monterey's collection system is about $2.6 million. You have about $11 million in debt outstanding, which is some clean water state revolving fund loans, low interest loans that were used to fund rehabilitation of aging pipelines over the past 10 years. And as Mr. Akel presented, the 10-year capital improvement plan is about $34 million. And so we've been working with Public Works staff and Akel Engineering over the past year to develop the financial plan and the projected rates that we're presenting tonight. Now, the Sewer Utility Master Plan, the SUMP, that's a great name. As I mentioned, it's about $34 million. About, let's say, 12 million, 12.1 million is what we call the growth related portion. And that includes A and B, the general plan scenario, and the opportunity housing scenario. So that 12 million is earmarked to be funded by developers. And so when and if developers fund the new developments, those projects will be needed and they will be funded by the developers. Items C and D in the capital improvement plan are projects that benefit existing users, and those will be funded through the rate increases. And so the biggest one is C, the 10-year renewal and replacement plan. Your system, some of it is over 100 years old, and it needs constant maintenance, upgrade, and replacement to keep it in good operating condition. And so the largest chunk of capital cost is for that ongoing renewal and replacement for 10 years worth of replacement. And then D is the sea level rise strategic plan projects, about $7 million. So our financial plan was a 10-year plan, and we have funded the renewal and replacement and the sea level rise strategic plan over the next 10 years. Next slide, please. So you charge a rate for operating and maintaining the collection system. Monterey One Water also charges a rate for the treatment and disposal. And our study is only looking at the city's charge. It does not involve Monterey One Water charge. So the city's charge currently is $10.77 per month. And that's for a single family home. And then other businesses and multifamily are charged proportional to their flows. You also charge a capacity fee for new connections to the system, and that is to pay for the share of the system that will benefit the new customer. And so your system is, I think, valued at about $77 million. And so a new customer's share of that existing system is about $3,515. That's your current charge. Next slide, please. So we've pretty much covered this. Your last rate increase was July 1st, 2015. So you've gone almost 9 years with the same rates. And as a result, we're now seeing a bit of a deficit in the sewer fund. I think it's about a $400,000 annual deficit. And so that's why we're here recommending some rate increases. Next slide. You have about 9,179 customers in the system, comprised of residential, commercial, industrial, and some other. And based on the AMAG projections, we built into our financial plan a growth rate of about 0.23%, which is pretty low growth. But that was based on the AMAG projections. Next slide. So when we looked at the financial plan, we decided that ratepayers should fund the projects benefiting existing users, while developers should pay for expansion-related projects. So growth pays for growth. And we used a pay-as-you-go approach for the most part, basically cash funding the capital projects. But we did have a couple of small borrowings to smooth out the rates. And that the first borrowing was in 2029, and then the second one I think is 2031. And right now because of the deficit, we're a little bit below our fund reserve targets for the sewer enterprise. And so in our plan, we're going to meet those reserve targets and exceed those by year 3. Next slide. So these are the revenues projected for the system. We're starting at about 2.5 and gradually increasing those up to about 5.5 over the next 5 years. And so that was the plan to phase in 5 years of rate increases to get us to the point where we're fully funding this capital program and all the operating costs. Next slide. So the expenses are not quite as smooth. You can see the expenses jump up in 2029, that 8.4 million. We did use about a $3.5 million debt issue to smooth that out so we could phase in the rate increases so we didn't have a big spike in the rates. But those costs are going up, and a lot of it is, as you can see, the capital expenditures. And I did want to clarify that we are funding the sea level rise projects over the next 10 years. So those will be done by 2034. Next slide. As I mentioned, you have current debt of about 11 million, and that we're projecting another 3.5 million in 2029, and then another 3.5 in 2031. And those would most likely be additional loans from the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, which is a very low interest loan program provided by the state. Next slide. So our recommended rates, we're looking at an increase. The first year would go from $10.77 per month for a single family dwelling up to $14.11. And then $16.93 the next year, $19.47, $21.42, and then $22.92. And to put that in perspective, the city of Pacific Grove currently charges over $33 a month for their collection system. So you've got a very favorable rate, and we need to increase it to fund rehabilitation, repair, and the sea level projects. Your capacity fee, currently $3,515 per single family home. That's a one-time fee. That needs, we're recommending that it be increased to $4,016. And then after that, that would be increased based on the change in the construction cost index for construction over the next 4 years. So those are the rate recommendations. Let's talk a little bit about Prop 218. Next slide. Well, first let's talk about the regional survey. Right now on the sewer rates, Monterey is second lowest in the area for sewer cost. And with the increase in that first year, you'll still be the second lowest in the area. And you can see the costs range from about $49.45 a month total up to about $87.15 total. And a lot of agencies use this Monterey One water for treatment and disposal, and those are all shown with the dark bar on the bar chart. The lower dark bar is the Monterey One charge, and then the upper lighter part is the local agency charge. So yours currently $10.77. We're recommending that it go to $14.11 as of the 1st of July. Next slide, please. So then on the capacity fee, again, a lot of agencies partner with Monterey One Water. So there's two parts of the capacity fee, the local agency fee and the Monterey One water fee. We're only looking at the local agency fee, and your current fee is about $3,500, and that would go up about $500 to the $4,016, still be right around the average of the agencies in the area. So next slide, please. So to increase utility rates, Proposition 218 requires that the rates be based on a cost of service analysis, and that they can't exceed the cost of providing service, and they have to be proportionate and fair and can't be arbitrary. And so we've done a study, and that was included in the packet, a rate study that allocates those costs fairly. And also, when you go to increase rates, there's some procedural requirements. You have to mail a notice of the rate increases to property owners, hold a public hearing at least 45 days after that notice is mailed, and then rates are subject to majority protest. So if there's 50% protest, then the governing body would not be able to go forward with that particular proposal. Next slide. So the next steps and schedule here, we're at this first step with the city council presentation of the rate recommendations and possible authorization of mailing of the rate notices. If that authorization is given, then all the notices would be mailed by April 19th. And that would begin the 45-day notice period. After the 45 days, June 4th will be the city council meeting to conduct a public hearing, count the protests, and consider adoption of the rates. If adopted successfully, the new rates would become effective on July 1, and they will cease to be collected as bi-monthly bills, but they will become collected on the property tax roll with the Monterey 1 water bills. And that's a more cost-effective collecting the rates. So I'll turn it back to Tom.
Thank you, Doug. So staff tonight is just recommending, thank you for receiving the presentation, but directing staff to initiate the property owner notice, hearing, and protest process as required by Proposition 218 for the proposed wastewater or sewer same rate and capacity fee increases. Any questions?
Thank you, Doug, for the presentation. Councilman Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Doug. Just one question. I'm looking at table L. Could you confirm for me that I see the current rate is 1077. Am I reading this correctly that in about 2-3 years, the rate will practically be double?
Yes. Yeah. And as I mentioned, the rate is relatively low, and Pacific Grove is currently paying $33 a month, and so we're proposing increasing it to about $22 a month at the end of 5 years. But it is an aging system, and these increases are needed to fund rehabilitation replacement projects.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Bravo.
Yeah, I guess, Tom, the one part of this I'm struggling with a little bit is the portion related to the seawater adaptation. And I'm just wondering, so I remember when we had that study done, I think it might have been 2018 or something like that. 6 inches rise by 2030. I don't know if we've got any kind of baseline from 2018 to now, but have we seen that? Can we document? Do we know how much ocean level rise we've seen in the last 6 years? Because I guess I'm just struggling with that additional 7 million. If our sewer lines are really genuinely going to be threatened in the next 5, 6, 7 years, that's one thing, and then I would support it. But I'm just struggling a little bit with, I know someday it's probably going to have to happen. I know we're going to have to do adaptation. I guess I need some more certainty that it is an immediate threat right now that we really need to be funding right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure if you can speak to that or.
Actually, what we're trying to do is just plan for it. So if we had funding available to do that, It doesn't mean that we would necessarily do these improvements. If they're not needed, there's no reason to spend the money. And that might be able to be something that could offset taking out one of those other loans. I see Tony just hopped on too.
And if council, I guess just to follow up, if council wanted to move forward with a rate increase, but we didn't want to include that part of it, would we have to come back? Would staff have to come back then at another time? So we could do that, but it would just mean a delay. Is that correct? Okay, thanks.
Well, we have to come back because we have to recalculate the rate increases. So yeah, we can get the direction, but
We can get the direction and staff could just send out the notices with those adjusted rates without coming back. But if you wanted it to come back,
yeah,
it could.
I bet the council wants to see the rates.
Most likely.
But what you need to consider, Councilmember Hafer, is really solid planning. I hear what you're saying. What are we doing? And I haven't seen it flooding yet, right? And so 10 years from now, people will sit there and say, "Why haven't you done it?" When their feet are wet. We have had 2 winters where I can tell you that Del Monte was not flooded, and I think Trisha is here, right? So we had actually 2 winters where we didn't have the water infiltrate on Del Monte. In the previous years, regularly we had water coming up and flooding Del Monte and going over the beam, that not going over the beam, but destroying the beam. So it is a risk calculation that you want to do. A lot of outside agencies, you heard it tonight as well from the consultants, that we are thinking way ahead. And I mean, it's a good rational discussion that we can have. It does it make sense or not to something has to be done with respect to sea level rise. You can also build a large wall, which I actually am a proponent for, that we pay for, between Wharf 2 and up to the townhomes there. That would also be an investment and would probably also be something. Somewhere you have to pay for it.
So Hans, just to clarify, so what you're saying is we honestly don't know how much the ocean level has risen, but in the last couple of years we haven't seen flooding in this effect, but in prior years we have.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
And we made this part of the presentation, if you recall, in 2018 when we talked about the loss of Lake Elistero becoming a lagoon and becoming oceanfront property.
Dr. Barber, and then Councilmember Smith.
So just a follow up to the sea level rise part, because over in New Monterey, that's always coming up. So to me, that's important to if we're going to talk about those things in planning, that's an important thing to plan. Secondly, there has been flooding in that area, especially during the last two storms. So I'm not sure how that's not coming on radar, but it has, and I've seen that myself. So I think it is important for us to do the planning of it, because I'm hearing that, and that's why I asked the question about the 2030 when I saw that. So when I found out that basically you said 2030 was it's the plan for 2030, but it's not going to be done by then. So that makes a difference. That means you're basically planning so that you're not finding yourself in a position where you're like, oh my goodness, now we need to do this and we don't have any money because we haven't planned for it correctly. I know we have a reserve, but the reserve is very minimal according to what things need to happen. So I do want to point that out. Also had a question of the capacity fee of the $3,515, the one-time fee. When is that paid by the homeowner?
When it's not necessarily the homeowner too, but when there's a new house that's constructed and you first connect to the sewer system, it's a one-time fee for new flows. If there were a small, just some kind of retail shop that suddenly changed to a restaurant use where there's a lot more water usage, a lot more wastewater flows, that would be assessed the capacity fee as well, or connection fee. but because it's based upon the flow that's coming out of the new use. So it'd either only be for a new use or a new use, period, including a new house or building.
Okay, and I think my last question is dealing with the $400,000 a year deficit. I guess I'm understanding that correctly, what we were deficient in. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what brought about this particular from the study of the increase. And then, of course, I know the A and B being developer because of where it's going, dealing with growth, and C and D being from household users. So, and I'm assuming that we've just done this study now. The last time we did a study like this was when?
2011.
2011. Okay. And so between the 2011 and now, we basically lost sight of $400,000 a year. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I forgot that Tony came online regarding the sea level rise question, and I just wanted to jump back real quick to see if Tony wanted to add something in there. I apologize, Tony, for jumping over you there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it was addressed. I was going to make clarification about the 2030. It's a plan. I think Vice Mayor also alluded to that. It's a plan. It goes all the way to 2100, but our goal is to have at least plan for it. By the time we get there, if things start to happen, it might be too late because we don't have the funds that have been collected. Same thing with the other buckets that are in this plan. These are buckets that are needed, and to make sure that the collection system continues to be reliable, continues to be upgraded as needed before things collapse, before it's too late. I think you are in good hands with your staff. They've done the right thing. This is we're in the right place, the right time. There will be a time, if we don't take action, there'll be a time when we cannot catch up with replacing old and aging pipeline. There might be a time when we might not be able to catch up if the sea level rise catches us by surprise. We're with other communities. We're planning ahead, and I think you're on the right path.
Okay, thank you for that, Councilmember Smith.
So a lot of thoughts in terms of planning for sea level rise. The concern I have is, and I think you were trying to get to it, Alan, was are we too aggressive in the plan for collection of funds to be able to be in a position at 2030 and shortly beyond, because the charts we're talking about an 8-inch sea level rise in the 2030 timeframe. So I don't know if that's accurate or not, and I don't know if anybody on the earth can really say that they've got the best data, because we've heard figures less and more. If it's an 8-foot rise on Del Monte, I don't remember if that is in the next 6 years. If we had an 8-foot rise of the ocean, or 8 inch, yeah, God forbid 8 foot, 8 inch, yeah. If it's an 8-inch rise, what's the impact to Del Monte?
Del Monte Avenue?
Yeah, Del Monte Avenue.
Yeah,
if the ocean is 8 inches in rise,
it would become underwater more often, for sure. I don't think 8 inches would make it underwater like constantly. It's got to be feet to get there, but it'll become flooded more often.
Of course, it's timing of the lines, alignment of the stars, the king tides, the full moon, all of that. So the concern I have is that we acquire too much debt too rapidly to a tight timeline that isn't clear, that can be supported with data. I don't want to lose $400,000 a year in our maintenance collection fee, because that doesn't make sense. But what I want to point out is a couple of the bad things about this. When we get into the numbers, we would be talking about, if we approve this increase, for a hookup for a sewer fee for a single family dwelling combined with MW1 fee of $10,000 for new construction. Now that's just one fee. Add to that school, junior college, all the other utilities, TAMSI, MST, and it goes on and on and on. Before you have staked the frame to pour the foundation, the checks are written in the numbers that pop your eyeballs. That's the answer of why nothing ever gets built here. We start with probably $75,000 of a fee for a single family dwelling. So what do we do about it? We can't really back off from collection of the user fee, but we have to be aware of the impact. This is a dilemma for why we can't get anything built. It's part of it. It's a big part of it. So when we make these decisions, the consequences are we drive the costs further and further. That makes it untouchable to build and deliver housing. I have a concern that how much authority do we have over the costs that increase at MW1, which on the current chart, it's $44 bi-monthly, correct?
Monthly.
Monthly, okay. So it's monthly at $44. And then we add to that a proposal of maybe just short of $15, so 14 and change.
Yes.
Monthly. What constraints or controls do we have to make sure that the rate for MW1 does not rapidly increase? What controls that?
If I could just jump in,
Yeah.
the agency is actually talking about doing another fee study for the next 5 years and looking at increasing the rate over the next 5 years.
Yeah, exactly. So have we done a value engineering study that shows proof that it's not like we've got another choice? It's the only sanitation sewer treatment agency. But are we comfortable with the fee that they charge us right now, $44 a month? Do we know that that's the right fee? Have we done any, or has anybody else done an analysis of their fee that is the right fee, the right fare? No. It's just an independent agency that just stacks it on and stacks it on and stacks it on. So we've only got $10 and change of the fee, and they've got a whole lot more fee. In addition, they've got debt service because they've got loans for phase 1 and phase 2. So we don't have any cost containment of either one of these, when you think about it. And there was just an increase in MW1 2 years ago. 2 years ago?
Last year.
Last year.
So 4 years ago, we did a fee study for the last 5 years, including this current fiscal year. And so we're in the last year of that 5 year, and now we're looking at doing it again for the next 5 years.
Yeah. So I point those out for, I don't have a solution, but I just want to point this out, that we have runaway costs in a utility. And runaway costs with utilities for PG&E, gas, and electric. So it is a very, very dire situation forecasting for the future. The other thing I was looking at is the debt service that we currently have is based on a low interest, and there's 2 loans, and it looks by the chart that it would be satisfied in 2038. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
And it's a low interest. And so in today's environment, we don't think that that's worthy of pursuing any refinancing, bundling, or retiring that debt in some other manner. The current loans.
Yeah, that's dirt cheap money we got through state evolving loan fund. There is nothing on the market that could be used to refund. I don't know the interest rate, but it's
in the range of like between 2 to 4%.
Yeah, it's a very low interest.
Yeah, and that's good to know. But I know that if we had to have another loan, that's cheap money at 2.5 or 3%. That's good if we need that money. But I don't want to overcharge to anticipate an urgency that isn't clearly defined. If there may be funds that could come to us at a cheap rate once more data is known on the sea level rise. So I'm very uncomfortable overcommitting to too much funding, but I do want to close the gap on the $400,000 leak a year, if that makes sense. So I'm very unclear in terms of what percentage of the raise that we are anticipating would pay for the future project that's impacted by sea level rise. So the theory is you want to have money when you need the emergency, but you don't want to have too much money that you don't have working for you that's earning interest. But you can always get money at a cheap rate if it's an emergency, we hope. So it's just a philosophical piece that I'm struggling with, is to not have too much money sitting on the sidelines before we need it.
I just wonder if I don't think we're in the position of having that problem right now, especially if we're talking about increasing rates in addition to also financing. I think if anything, the question might come to whether or not we need to finance as much if we find ourselves having more than what we need. So I think that there's a conversation to be had there. And you made a comment about phase 1 and phase 2, and I just want to make sure I draw a distinction for everybody that what is being done with Pure Water Monterey project and the expansion is completely separate from the wastewater fees that are being collected. The cost of the cost associated with the Pure Water Monterey base project and the expansion are in a water purchase agreement with Cal-Am, who pays for that cost through our fees that we pay for our water, which is separate from the wastewater fees that we're discussing tonight. So I just wanted to make sure that I drew that distinction.
Yeah, I'm aware that there's supposed to be a division between the two.
There absolutely is a division between the two, and you can look at the financial reports for the agency, and they'll back that up. Did you have anything else? I had 2 questions I wanted to ask before we went out to the public, and I just wanted to make sure.
I just wanted to. There's 2 things. Yes, I think we need to close the gap of 400,000, but on the part 2, I'm concerned that we are too rapidly trying to solve a problem that's not very clear yet in terms of how much money we gather for the reserve.
So, which leads to my first question, which is with M1W, when we talk about doing our rate study for the 5 years, every year in our budget, we have to approve increasing the rates for that fiscal year. Is that the same for the city of Monterey? So if we approve the 5-year proposal tonight or through the process over the next few months, that's it. The city and the public will have no ability to be able to change the direction in regards to the fees.
No, exactly. So you approve then, not you. The Prop 218 process brings forward the rates for the next 5 years, and if the process concludes with yes, we are okay with that, then the rates get increased year after year after year with no additional involvement by the public.
But I'm assuming that it's part of the budget, and the council, representing the public, will have to.
No. You can refuse to go with the increase, yes, but then you would, I don't know if you would overturn a public vote on this one. So let me ask you a different question. I understand the concerns that the council has, but when we presented to you the 2016 sea level rise study, and when we showed you what the science at that time gave us forward.
Hans, sorry, real quick. I'm not pushing back against
No,
the
I
idea of
get
doing
this.
it. I'm actually in support of increasing the rates. I'm not pushing back against that
Got
because
it.
I know that we need to fund the services. I'm clearly procedurally just wanting to clarify because we've had this conversation with M1W and the conversation was similar concerns. If we find ourselves raising more than what we need, can we be in a position to say, hey, we don't need to increase in 2026. We don't need to increase it to $16.93. Maybe we'll only need to increase it to $16. So I think the Prop 218 process, as I understand it through M1W, allows us to increase it up to that amount, but we have an ability to do less than or none based off of the budget that we approve on an annual basis. Okay, so I just kind of wanted to maybe get to that a little bit, that knowing we have that flexibility.
Yeah, it's not locked in and required.
Yeah,
but we could always back it off.
I'm pretty sure that would need to be built into the notice. You know what I mean? So similar to how we have the cannabis flexibility in setting the amount of the tax. So it's all a part of the wording. So it can't be done on the fly next year unless if it's in this notice.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then taking the conversation in a completely different direction, if you wouldn't mind pulling the slide deck back up, and there was the slide that was speaking to the number of customers that we have.
Yes.
And I can't remember the number that it showed for residential customers, but I think
9,000.
it said like 9,000, which 6,000, which is what threw me off because I know
the fee.
No, this is it. This is it. The residential data 6,560.
Yeah.
That kind of threw me off, but maybe where there might be confusion in my head around the numbers is that multifamily residential only counts as one customer in that case, or am I not reading this correctly? Because I know that there's way more houses in the city of Monterey than that number. I think there's something along the tune of like 15,000 homes or something.
Household.
Uh-huh.
You're confusing houses with household.
Can you help me draw the distinction? Maybe it's late and I'm getting a little bit. That's what I'm saying. So this is incorporating, so multifamily is counting as one in this data figure. Okay, I just wanted a clarification. That was a clarification question. Thank you for that. Okay. All right, let's open it up to public comment. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? We have two in the chamber. Let's take it online just to check. Using the raise hand function, I'm gonna do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have one online. All right, so let's go ahead and start in the chamber. Not everybody at once now. Yeah. We could start online. We could change it up a little bit.
My leg is stiffening up. Good evening again. Speaking as a citizen, I mentioned very briefly that I have an oceanographic degree. When you've discussed this before and the study was given, I believe his name is Tom Lee, who is a retired engineer, Fleet Numerical, gave the place that you contact for accurate data on sea level rise. He announced it here. And that 8.8 inches is off the wall, totally off the wall. So the thing is, the flooding we had on Del Monte was caused by failure in pumps. It wasn't due to sea level rise. So get that out of your head, okay? Remove that. So the thing is, you're talking pennies, quite frankly, on going from 1077 going to 2292, considering our current inflation put on us by our federal government, the 2292 probably is low. And so the thing that I'm thinking about is what the city manager mentioned. My guesstimate, now this is my guesstimate, that a wall along Del Monte Beach is going to cost you in the figure of $1 billion. That's with a B. And coming up with the money to put that in sometime in the next 20, 25 years, it won't be on your watch. It won't be on any of your watch. somebody is going to have to figure out how to come up with a huge sum of money. Every coastal state and coastal county is facing the same challenge, how to solve the sea level rise. But we are an older city. We have more history to protect. And I think building a wall or a dike is absolutely necessary. So this is pennies. What the sea level rise is, you should get accurate data. So I call this to your question. Thank you.
Sharon White. I wrote up a bunch of stuff and I don't think I can get through it, not in 3 minutes. Basic question. Nobody's talking about using any CIP money to help. What I want to point out is that you have 2/3 of the residents in this city who are renters. More than half of our demographics, if I remember correctly, are retirees. How the heck do you think they're going to pay for this? How are they going to pay for it? I know it needs to be addressed. I don't question it. I'm really glad you're looking at the details. Is the sea level rise really going to be that far? We need to do things, absolutely. But I'm looking at the mechanism that we are apparently going forward with, having it go on the property tax bills. All of a sudden, the property owner is going to be responsible, even if it's a rental property and the renter's been paying their way along. Now, all of a sudden, you're going to have a $1,200 bill this year, $1,200 bill on the property tax based on 12 months of current costs plus what Monterey One Water is doing. $1,200 will hit that property tax. What you're doing is some social engineering that's going to go awry. We've got a lot of homeowners. We've got a lot of moms and pops who own rental properties in this town. They are not going to be thinking ahead, especially if the tenant has been paying it, and all of a sudden it's going to hit their November bill. They're not going to be able to pay it. And then you're looking at each year more and more. This is really wrong. It is so wrong. Please consider, have some CIP help. Thanks.
All right, and we'll take it online. Just two.
Go ahead, please, Esther.
Hello again. So interesting to hear somebody other than myself bring up renters in this. Utilities are basically monopolies and none of us have a choice. And we are getting hit by every single utility, to come to us with increases. The Monterey One Water increase and the whole next increase is so huge that this might only be a couple of dollars more, but combined with everything else, it's really not going to be something that people are going to be able to stay here. And we've gotten to a point that when people are looking for places to live, they're looking at what utility costs and who the utility companies are, just like they usually do when they look at what school districts they want their kids to attend. So in addition to losing people, we might not gain people to move here. I grew up on Miami Beach, and Miami Beach has been dealing with sea level rise for a decade. I don't know the details. I'm not an engineer, but it is something that we have to look at. I don't see how low income and renters are going to be able to cover these costs. I'd like to see a way that they are not passed along to the renters, because this is part of owning a property. It is not something that the renters have to pay for. Anybody who owns a property, anybody who buys a property should know that these are costs that are attached to it. and it's part of owning a property. I'm wondering if there is a possibility for any state or federal funds to help with this. There's, infrastructure money out there. I don't know what the process is with these agencies. I'm curious to find out what the plan B is if the protest vote doesn't allow this to go forward. Because whatever that plan B is, which I'm assuming you have, and I'd like to hear about it, that plan B might very well need to be considered as plan A, because this is just not sustainable to keep coming around every utility and asking for more and more and more from people who are not getting increases in their incomes at the rate that they're being demanded more money from utilities. So I'm very curious to hear about plan B, because in that notice, you need to explain that protest vote. And I guarantee you're going to have a lot of people that are going to be protesting.
All right. With that, we will bring it back to the council and close public comment. It's 5 till the time that we're supposed to typically end a council meeting. So I would entertain a motion from the council to extend us for sake of avoiding having to continue to do multiple votes. I would just say give us a solid half hour and get this done.
So moved.
By 11:30. All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. We'll take it out to the public. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on the motion? Anybody online? Do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Bring back to council. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. All right. So we have the discussion in front of us to the council for a motion and deliberation. Who wants to start us off?
Question. Before we go to a motion, I'm reading the recommendation and the staff work. What would come back to us? Is there an opportunity for once it comes back that we are fine-tuning some possibilities of where we had talked about the loophole or the language where we have an opportunity to back it off within that future years of the 5? Or is that something that would be automatically built in if this comes back from staff?
We can build it into the Prop 280 notification, so we can
have the flexibility.
Put the flexibility into that. It doesn't have to come back to council.
Okay. So the timeline then would be that it would leave the council and then it would go directly to the property owners with notification.
Right.
Okay. And then the activity of that is there's no public vote. It's just that they have a right of protest.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Well, I think a couple things do need to be said, especially after hearing the public comment. Number one, compared to other utilities in the area, again, the city of Monterey's sewer rates are among the lowest and haven't been raised. Was it since 2014 or 2012? I can't remember. 2015. Okay, so almost a decade. So I don't think the problem that was alluded to in terms of outrageously rising utility rates can really be attributed to this agency. That being said, I do have some concerns about the size of this increase, and I'm just wondering. I think I would feel more comfortable with staff coming back with the 7 million or so related to ocean level rise maybe not being included. And I think if we started to see that becoming more of a problem, a council in the future can always go to the public and ask for that. I hear what you're saying, city manager, but I do also just have concerns about this being too big of a increase over the next few years. So I don't know. That's kind of where I'm at.
Okay. Either of you want to share?
So for me, I hear what my colleague is saying, and I can understand that with some of the data that seems to be conflicting dealing with sea level rise. However, I think it would be beneficial and show good stewardship if we had something in there. Maybe not the 7 million, but if we had something in there, I think to take it out altogether would not be, it would not be a good precedent to start is for something like sea level rise that we've been talking about all this time. Even though all the data, maybe some of the data is conflicting, it's still actually out there and existing, and we know that much. And like you said, I think even in the report about how even up all the coast, sea level rise is something that all coastal cities are aware of and trying to address. So I think it would have us be in a better position to have something there. So that's kind of like where I am.
Yeah, the first thing that hit me, as I mentioned earlier, was just the increase is just, I think, way too significant for I think a good portion of our residents. But I also agree that sea level rise is happening, so we should start preparing for that. And that conversation is not new. So I think I'm at this point leaning a little bit more towards what Councilmember Barber just said. I'd be okay supporting that.
Okay, I'm going to take this in a completely different direction, but it shouldn't be a complete surprise because I was trying to push for this at the last council meeting when we were talking about this. I just have concern around us doing it at this time. I'm in full support of us looking at increasing the rates. And in fact, if I can get some support from the council in this, I think that there's even a discussion around how do we adjust the rates to make sure that we're still getting the same revenue in the end if we can delay this a little bit. The fact of the matter is that if we delay, our ratepayers aren't going to be receiving that increase now, but maybe there's an expectation that they receive that when we, I think, are ready. And the reason for this is because we are dealing with this huge transition to the tax rolls. I think that there's already so much discussion, this discussion around wastewater fees and how they're managed is taking up all the oxygen in the room. And I think us adding this additional layer, I kind of get a sense that there's a lot of different spaces that and arguments that I'm hearing from the council in regards to where we reside on the topic and how best to address it. I'm not opposed to us increasing the fees. I just want to make sure that we can allow a healthy transition, as healthy as possible, knowing that the conversation we were having earlier this afternoon around the impact that's going to have to M1W and making sure that we can answer questions and deal with the nuances associated with HOAs. And it's a huge transition for the entire community, for the entire region. And we're the only agency looking at increasing the fees. And the fact of the matter is that this issue didn't just present itself all of a sudden. We've been struggling for the last several years on this. In fact, we haven't increased rates since 2015. I think what is prudent and good public policy is to increase rates likely every year, but make small increases, incremental, so that we're adjusting with the time and it's not felt as impactful. You know, imagine if we were going to the community right now and saying, hey, we only need to increase the rates 20 cents or 50 cents. It would make our job a lot easier sitting up here and asking the ratepayers to bear that additional cost, and them, I think, maybe being able to fully better appreciate that, because there is cost, there is increasing cost to what we do. So I just kind of wanted to respond to a few of the comments during public comment as well. There was the comment around tenants paying it and switching to the tax rolls, how that would put the burden on the property owners. Even if the ratepayer is the tenant right now under the Monterey One Water current paying system, the property owner is still liable. If the tenant doesn't pay the fee, the property owner is the one that gets the lien on the property. So they're ultimately liable. And I just wanted to kind of clearly stipulate that there's a liability with the ownership of the property. I also want to speak to the fact that with the transition to the tax rolls, yes, there is going to be an increase to your property tax, but your overall annual expenses as they relate to your wastewater utility isn't increasing unless this agency increases our fee associated with wastewater. But besides that, there's no increase to your rate. And in fact, the system that we're going to can almost make it better for you if you use the monthly pay system that the county has implemented. Right now, you pay if you pay your fee, as opposed to a tenant, you pay it bi-monthly. But the county just adopted a system that allows you to pay your tax, your property tax on a monthly basis. So you can manage that in whichever way you want. So I just wanted to clarify that a little bit. And then the idea of using our CIP funds, to me, it's more of a one-time thing. If there was a one-time thing where we needed it, then maybe we could look at what that looks like. But when we're looking at long-term systemic needs to fix our systems and the increasing costs associated with that, with hiring consultants to help us support not just the reports, but also the execution of the work that needs to be done in tearing up the streets. So I don't think that that's a prudent policy decision for us to take, especially when we're already struggling with setting enough funding aside for our CIP projects. The change in fee, I'm trying to read my note. Change in fee structure at M1W to benefit low-income households. I think what I'm trying to say here is when next year, when M1W talks about the implementation of the next 5-year rate study, part of that process is looking at changing the fee structure so that it does end up benefiting low-income ratepayers more. And the idea of that is there's not a clear understanding of what direction we're going to go in here, but it looks at maybe basing it off of your water rates and how much water is used, or how many water fixtures are in your house. There's other ways that we can charge fees. And if you can imagine, smaller, more affordable units have smaller water fixtures, so it could potentially provide some cost savings there. And then the last point that I want to bring up is we've partnered with M1W to provide payment assistance program for our portion of the water rates. And last council meeting, we just approved the rental assistance program, which includes utility assistance. So if folks are truly struggling with being able to cover the cost of their utilities, they can apply for the programs that we've provided in the city of Monterey to help support them. So I just want to make sure that we're covering them. I'm very conscious and aware of the impact that this has, and I'm in a position where I don't think about an increase to my personal budget from the perspective of what's being proposed here in the way that others would because of their economic situation. So I'm very conscious of that. But I just wanted to make sure that we use every opportunity to share with folks the services and the programs that we've established here in the city of Monterey. And so I'll close with, I would ask that we defer this until we allow the implementation of the tax rolls, and we come back to this at a later date to make sure that we can do the full cost recovery. And I'm very hesitant to do this on a normal basis. I'm very hesitant around the idea of kicking the can down the road, but I want to make sure that we have a successful implementation of the transition to the tax rolls.
Are you talking about like maybe coming back in 2 months or a month or you're talking about a year? Because my concern would be, we heard our consultants say that if we don't begin to make some of these improvements, that we could reach a point where there's catastrophic, failures, and then it's going to cost a lot more, or the whole system could fail.
Yeah, I mean,
So, how long are you talking about waiting? I think I would need to know that.
Yeah, ideally, I think we line it up with when M1W does their fee rate structure. So looking at next year would probably make the most sense to me. But if there's a compromise, to me, I think the most important thing is looking at after the implementation of the transition to the tax rolls. And to your point, I hear the consultants too. The catastrophe could have happened yesterday. It could happen tomorrow. We don't know when that's going to happen. And I think I want to make sure that I'm giving good public policy to make sure that we can be prepared at any time. We just heard about this for the first time last month in regards to the increases of rates. So now all of a sudden there's an urgency. I take a little bit of pause that this is very much in alignment with M1W having reached out and having implemented the Prop 218 process because of the transition to the tax rolls. And I wonder if we would be doing this in such a rushed position if that wasn't happening. So
I hear what the council is saying loud and clear. I don't think we should make our fate dependent on what Monterey One Water does. If Monterey One Water does go ahead, as you said, about a rate increase, it will be even harder for us next year to do a rate increase, because they will have a substantial rate increase probably, and not 20 cents or 30 cents. What I hear the council say or what I hear from the council is, yes, you understand that we have to adjust the fees. That case was made. If we defer it a year, if we defer it 6 months, we have to restart the whole rate study. We have to do a new rate study, and if you want to take the sea level rise out, okay, then that adds cost to the rate study as well. We cannot just create a fee that we estimate. We have to redo the whole process. So what I hear the council say is, some of the council members can understand why we have to look at sea level rise. The mayor has concerns about implementing it right now for the optics of Monterey One Water, which you are concerned about, that the optics will look like as if the property tax now gets increased through our own rate increase. I understand that. So my suggestion is, why don't you make the decision tonight with the guidance of implementing the fee increase 6 months from now? So again, if you're concerned about that, we can go through the process and put in the notification. Also, those fees will be effective, let's say, making it up right now, December 1st or January 1st, 25. But if we go defer everything, as you say, we have to spend probably another $100,000 to $150,000 to work with a new consultant, because this consultant also goes in retirement now, and create a new wage study, not wage study, I'm sorry, sewer fee study. So I hear what I heard council members saying. In principle, you understand it. I heard the mayor clearly expressing his concerns of the timing. I heard some council members understanding the sea level rise. So my suggestion to the council is to consider go forward and say, yes, we do the rates, but the rates should start December 1st or January 1st.
I think that's a good idea.
So if I'm looking at the staff report correctly, net revenue and expense shortfall, the list is here. 2017, we were positive 988. 2018, positive 892. 2019, negative 1,079,000. The next year, negative 654. Then we were positive 1.2 mil. Then we were negative 399, negative 67, negative 544. So to me, what's the driving value to make a decision? It's if I've identified a deficit and a problem, and even a delay of 6 months, if we anticipate it's 400,000 a year, that means it's a $200,000 hit to the general fund. And then it'll delay beyond that to before the funds start rolling in. So I really can't land on something that says I'm committing to a shortfall to the general fund with, what is it, a $4 increase on our portion. And I don't like the idea to be subservient to another municipality. We do our own thing. We do it based on what the driving principles are in fairness, and we do have the study that gives us the guidelines. So I like the option of moving ahead, give the notices, with the caveat that we write it in that we are cognizant of we don't want to overcharge when necessary related to future capital reserves. But we have to keep up with the current demand of what it's costing us to operate the system. So I think I'm ready to move ahead with an increase, but it's built in where we have the option to where we back it off after 2 years if we see more clarity in terms of what's happening with the environment, sea level rise, and capital improvement projects as it's impacting.
So I wonder if the city attorney can help us. I mean, I would support that too. I don't know how the rest of the council feels, but how would we want to phrase a motion to that effect?
I think it would require a new fee study.
Really?
Which part of which?
Well, based on the suggestion Councilmember Smith just made, I think that approach would require another fee study. If you're saying you want the flexibility to decrease it in any given year as a part of a subsidy, that's what you'd be doing. Because the current rates are based on the fee study, which is the need. And so any reduction to that rate is subsidized by the general fund.
So wouldn't it be that, yes, we'd move ahead with that in, let's say, 2 years. And in 2 years, we're getting information from Tom's department, the analysis of, okay, the money, we're seeing the money stack up and we're not anticipating the great need we have. We would go back out and do a fee study at that time, wouldn't we? In 2 or 3 years.
Right. I think that's what I was
Yeah.
saying.
So we wouldn't do a rate study now to reflect a different motion.
No. If you want to, I think what you're saying is if circumstances change and then you want to adjust the rate, it'd have to be based on a fee study.
Yes, I think we're saying the same thing.
Okay.
So a couple of things. I feel like we're kind of backed into a corner, right? I feel like there should have been a conversation with the council on whether or not we wanted to move forward with the fee study at this time, because now it's like, well, we just spent all this money doing a fee study. If you don't do it, then we have to do this all over again and spend more money. So I feel like, I mean, we're here, but I'm debating in my head how I want to approach this. And then the other thought is, I don't know if if we're going to do it, I don't know if delaying it satisfies the point that I'm trying to make, because we're still going through the process of communicating with the public at the same time. And I just want to clarify, I'm not talking about basing it off of what another agency is doing. I'm talking about based off of what this agency is doing. We are going to the tax rolls too. We just voted on that earlier. So I'm talking about the communication that we're putting out to the community around our portion of the M1W fee switching to the tax rolls. And our agency is working closely with M1W to make sure that the communication is in sync as we distribute that communication as part of that Prop 218 process. There's a Prop 218 process that we're engaging in despite this fee increase. So that's kind of what I'm saying is, like, there's a lot going on already. And we're engaged and involved, right? We're like engaged to citizens in this room, and we're having an extensive conversation. There's still a lot of questions and confusions around even how we're going to move forward here. Never mind residents that aren't paying attention at all and are going to have to deal with a lot of the changes. So I'm struggling with it, honestly. Like, I appreciate you, Hans, trying to find a way for us to move forward here. And I'm finding myself kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Like I feel like I'm almost compelled to support us moving forward at this time, even though I disagree with the idea of us doing it. So,
well, and I think I was going to just say that I think that's the struggle with public policy when multiple choices can be right, but to me, the principle is to leave a deficit continuing to occur every month adds to the problem.
And it's been happening and so all of a sudden right now, okay, I think.
Yeah, no, but the rate study helps guide us, but also it's an increase of what our portion is. And I think that message is easy for people to understand. Every year we have a deficit in our system of $400,000. So our rate is increasing to cover that deficit and to provide a safe, continuous system that does not put us in jeopardy of damaging our environment with leaks, ruptures of a 100-year-old system. So I think it's serving our public good in that we're explaining why we have to do a rate increase now.
Let me let Dr. Barber go real quick, and I know Hans wants to jump in as well.
Dr. Barber.
Yeah, real quick.
So my thing is, if I know I heard someone talking earlier when they asked, I think when Councilman Hopper asked about if there was a change in the sea level rise portion of the 7 million, if that was changed, that it wouldn't have to come back to us, they would actually readjust it. I forgot who said that, and then they would just go ahead and put that in the actual notice to the homeowners. Is that still true, or is that something that would have to do a new study with? I just want to be clear on that.
If I'm understanding correctly, I think you're saying if you wanted to subtract out of this fee the sea level rise cost?
No.
Okay.
If we were going to decrease it, not take it out.
Yes, that's what we can put in the note in the Prop 280 notification. Yes.
That could actually put in the
Yes.
Okay. So for me, and I understand it's a lot of conversation around it, and nobody likes an increase, no matter what it is. And we may think it's pennies to some people, but to other people it may not be pennies, right? When you look at it compounded. But I feel that if we decrease the sea level rise part, because I think I keep hearing that part being a part of it, I don't know how much that decreases the individual household, but that could do nothing but help because it's going to decrease it somehow. Could we do that? And could we look at it for 3 months as opposed to 6 months?
Can we look at this again in 3 months?
No. Could we implement that? How you were saying about the 6? Could we say to implement it in 3 months, but then make sure that decrease in that, not the omission, but the decrease in the sea level rise be a part of that? That's just one of my suggestions.
Again, you can implement it 3 months after July 1st, because right now we're proposing July 1st, and you can say you want to implement it August, September, October 1st.
I would just,
but again,
I would just offer that if we're going to approve moving forward with it, that we don't delay. Just start collecting the fees. That's my point is more about us communicating the increase of fees, not about when the fees actually hit. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Well, I think Hans might have a.
I made it.
It's good.
Let me just try to make this motion. There's a motion on the table. Is there a second? All right. Any other discussion? Did you want to add anything at this point, Hans?
I'll tell you later.
Okay. Anything else? All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion passes unanimously. Wow. It was good discussion. Okay. Let's just say that. All right. It's a long night. Council comments.
I've got quick.
Yes, sir.
Monday night, we'll see Tom and his neighborhood association, Deer Flats, Fish Flats, I think is invited Monday night, and we're going to be talking about Highway 68, a development project out there, and we'll hear heavily from Transportation Authority, Doug Valise, to talk about roundabouts and other safety issues in the corridor. That's Monday night. So if you want to come, 7 o'clock at the church right down the street, Jocelyn Canyon.
Okay. Anybody else? I just will report out that last week I just returned from being in Europe for a week and a half on a wonderful experience. Starting off in Monaco, the Office of the Prince of Monaco had sent me an invitation to come out and speak on a panel discussion of representatives from international countries to discuss, interestingly enough, impacts of sea level rise on coastal communities. And really great discussion, wonderful conversations. And I think one of my big takeaways that I am working on trying to see if we can do is host some type of ocean conference here in the city of Monterey. There wasn't one person that I talked to at this international conference that didn't know Monterey and the world famous Monterey Bay Aquarium. And so many people are interested in coming here. Say it again.
Monterey Bay Sanctuary.
Monterey Bay Sanctuary, of course. And being in this space, the opportunity for folks to come out here from around the world and collaborate with a lot of our partners that are focused on ocean science here on the Monterey Bay, I think would be just a wonderful opportunity, not just for our international partners, but also for the local organizations and seeing what else is happening around the world here in Monterey. So I'm really excited to see what might potentially happen in that space. And then while I was in Europe, the suggestion was made to stop by Dubrovnik, Croatia, which is one of our sister cities, because we haven't had a representative stop by in some time. And what a beautiful country. So fortunate that we have Dubrovnik as one of our sister cities, and just really great opportunity to meet with their mayor, who has had the opportunity to visit Monterey, and he does plan on making another trip out. So I look forward to being able to host him when that happens. And one of the things that they're quite eager to further with our relationship is something along the lines with our jazz festival. So I'm working with our partners in the jazz festival to look at how we can further that relationship, in the fact that we're both strong hospitality industries in our communities. And so really looking at furthering that relationship and strengthening it. I will point out too that one of the major parts of our relationship with Dubrovnik is that we both have half marathons that are hosted in our cities, and they both cities send groups to participate in each other's half marathons, and that's something that I think what initiated this sister city relationship. My final point in speaking about the sister city relationship, and I spoke about this when I talked about the group that came out from Nanao, which is another one of our sister cities. There's something really special, I think, about the sister city program, in that a lot of us think about international relations from a nationalistic perspective, right? Something that the leaders of our country focus on, but there's such great value in us being able to go into people's homes at the local level and appreciate the local culture, and us as representatives being able to bring that back to our community and being able to share the wonderful experiences, the differences, but also the similarities in cultures from all across the world. So anyways, I just wanted to share that as part of my my experience of representing the city of Monterey in Europe, and it was a wonderful experience. So I appreciated the opportunity to be able to do that. All right. Anything else? Pass it to Hans for city manager reports.
Yeah, for all the children out there that are still watching TV, summer registration for our Parks and Rec program is open, and kids, please sign up and go to bed.
All right, and with that, we have 2 minutes left before our time expired, so we'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out this late.